Good morning, everyone. The December 19, 2012 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some of the customers Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation cards and public hearing items, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the clerk at the front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Breadlow, Grace in the Desert Episcopal Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Creator of all that is good, innocent, and trustworthy, guide our city with compassion as we commiserate as a community with the people in Newtown, Connecticut. Bless us with a sincere care for each other in our city as we witness our nation's grief for the 20 innocent children and their dedicated teachers and staff who were killed on Friday. While we cannot change what has happened there, help us to be alert and helpful to those around us here who are in any kind of pain. Grant us with the wisdom to know when to speak up when we see something amiss. Help us to be patient with those around us when we stand in long holiday lines, to be understanding with employees who are doing their best to help us, and to not be judgmental if they don't do what we think they should be doing for us within our desired time frame. Hold us all in your keeping, now and forever. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, you wear it. Do you want me to put it? Good morning, everyone. As we all know, this has been a tragic time for our country. And so many of us who are parents or grandparents, whether brothers, sisters, whether we've never had a child in our family, the loss in that massacre in Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut, was something none of us could imagine. And so it's only appropriate that today, as we start our city council, all of us in our community, throughout the country, certainly throughout this state, we all have very, very heavy hearts. I cannot imagine taking a child anywhere, much less to a safe school, and finding out later that your child isn't coming home. Too much of what's going on in this world glorifies violence. Everything, whether it's on your iPad or your cell phone, the games that are played, the movies that we see, glorifies violence. Beyond that, of course, we all know there are young people and old people with issues, mental issues, and challenges. It doesn't mean that every child or adult that has issues is going to do something and should be tainted. But certainly in the United States, we need to do an awful lot more in our social services for better medical care for the mentally challenged, mentally ill. And also to provide counseling to young people who don't have parents to parent anymore. I don't know what's happened in this country. It belongs to us as adults to monitor our children, what they're watching and what they're doing. And if you can't do it, you need to make sure your child has someone advocating for them that is going to do it. Our government should not control the world in which we live. This country was established so we have freedoms. But these assault rifles are very different. I don't know why they even exist. Why would you need multiple shots? If you love to hunt and that is what you believe in, that should be fine. You certainly don't need an assault weapon. So this country has a lot to do and the government has a lot to do. But more especially this morning, and I know the pain each one of us standing here before you feels, because we all have children. And so today we are going to light this candle, and each one of the council persons are going to light a candle, and I am going to read the name and the birthday of every child and the teachers and that principal in that school. Fear is not how we should move forward. Children need to enjoy their lives. We have 312 million people living in this country. We have a few deranged people. It is wise to be cautious and teach your children to be cautious. And we all need to keep our eyes open. It does not mean that fear is going to control us and change the liberties that we all enjoy. So at this point, if I can light the main candle, and then as council lights, I'm not going to do this. I knew it. My finger's too okay. Oh, so I'll take your hand. This is good. Start with this one. This is a joint effort. I always talk about family. We're family. This is a very special council. Okay. Whoops, one more. Oh, I'm so strong. Thank you. And then we will start with Councilman Beers, if you will come and light your candle. And I am going to read the names in alphabetical order. Woo. Charlotte Bacon, birthday February 22nd. It's my daughter's birthday, too. 2006. Daniel Barden, September 25th, 2005. Rachel Davino, July 17th, 1983, one of our teachers. Olivia Engel, July 18th, 2006. Josephine Gay, 12/11/05, just a birthday. Anna Marquez Green, April 4th, 2006. Dylan Hockley, March 8th, 2006. Dawn Hochsprung, June 28th, 1965, teacher. Madeline Sue, July 10th, 2006. Catherine Hubbard, June 8th, 2006. Chase Kowalski, October 31st, 2005. Jess Lewis, June 30th, 2005. James Mattioli, March 22nd, 2006. Grace McDonald, November 4th, 2005. Anne Marie Murphy, July 25th, 1960. Emily Parker, May 12th, 2006. Jack Pinto, May 6th, 2006. Noah Posner, November 20th, 2006. Caroline Pravidi, September 7th, 2006. Jessica Rescos, May 10th, 2006. Avielle Richmond, October 17th, 2006. Lauren Russo, June of 1982. Mary Sherlock, February 11th, 1956. Victoria Soto, November 4th, 1985. Benjamin Wheeler, September 12th, 2006. And sweet little Allison Wyatt, July 3rd, 2006. So can we all, in our silent way, say a prayer for every one of those poor souls? God bless them and their families. Thank you. I want to thank Erin Breen of UNLV's Transport Research Center for bringing down the pledge banner that is outside of our chambers here. Please take a moment and sign the banner to pledge that you, who are able and of age to drink or to drive, will not do those together during this holiday season or ever. It would be wonderful not to have any tragedies, any more tragedies during this joyous time of year. And now on to the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and our first item, I would like to ask our city clerk, Beverly Bridges, to join us at the podium. Wherever you are, where are you? And for those of you who are wondering, these are in memory of the Sandy Nook students, the green and the white ribbons. Here you are. Good morning. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. I'm proud to announce that the December Employee of the Month is Assistant Deputy City Clerk Stacy Campbell. Stacy, please join us here. Oh my, so exciting. Stacy is one of the key behind-the-scenes team members at the City of Las Vegas. She's responsible for generating the agendas for all city council meetings and ensuring that the city staff meets the strict deadlines required by Nevada law. Without Stacy's diligence and loyalty to this job, her guidance, the city would certainly find itself in violation of the open meeting law and not providing accurate information to constituents concerned about upcoming agenda items. In fact, she serves as the key part of the city's communication to the public, ensuring that items are on the agenda so that residents have a chance to make public comment on issues. Teamwork is what Stacy is all about. She works with all the city departments to ensure that their agenda items are correctly put into the SIRE agenda system and that legal deadlines for printing are met. Many times there are late items that need to be placed on an agenda at the last minute, but she works deftly to make sure it is placed correctly. A city council meeting is one of the truest forms of city government in action, with elected officials hearing from the public and debating before the vote. This democracy in action all starts at the City of Las Vegas with Stacy Campbell, working quietly behind the scenes to make sure the wheels of government keep moving forward. It is truly a pleasure to name Stacy the December 2012 Employee of the Month. Along with this prestigious award, Stacy has received a $100 Visa gift card and compliments of One Nevada Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of her choice by Superpawn. She has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize her great work, and of course her name will appear on the street sign over here to my left. And it will go up in front of City Hall on Main Street for the whole next month. And I'd like to ask Beverly to say a few words, and then, Stacy, it's your turn. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. The city clerk's office is very lucky to have Stacy. She came to us quite a few years ago after a sojourn from her original tour with the city. I started working with Stacy in 1993 when I first came to the city. She works across every department of the city. She works with a great attitude and a wicked sense of humor. If any of you have been and know that one, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I just want to thank everyone for honoring Stacy today because it's well deserved.
This is the part where I regret not having the courage to stick with Toastmasters. I want to keep my comments and the minutes for this item short, but I have people I have to thank. So, Jace for the nomination, the recognition committee for selecting me and for putting together such a great award package, my bosses, Beverly and Luann, and all my coworkers in the clerk's office. Snaps to the clerk's office. They know that I'm not always working quietly. I'm never without music, and I'm rarely without words. To everyone I already mentioned, along with Betsy and Mark, for the awesome surprise staff meeting about this last week. I was sick and tired and cranky, and I had medicine head, and I showed up for the meeting late, and then they named me Employee of the Month. So that was awkward. It was a well-guarded secret, and the lies that were told to keep it a secret. It was very cool. To all my SIRE liaisons in the departments throughout the city that work with me every 2 weeks on the agenda, and also to the awesome print shop staff, I do recognize and appreciate everyone's efforts. And finally, I wanted to give a little plug for the Employee of the Month program and remind all the employees listening that EOM nominations can be made at the coworker level. I don't know if I forgot that or never knew it or never thought about it till now. But we're all working harder. We're getting more done with less every day. So try to keep an eye out for someone that you can nominate. It takes just a few minutes to fill out the form, which is on the internet, and you might make that person's day just as it was done for me. And this has been really fun, although I probably look terrified. Thank you.
And we have for you your Employee of the Month award. It's really quite beautiful. And we have to have a picture of you in front of your sign. Beverly, I'm sure you want to get into that. Well, of course. It's yours. That's up to Jorge, I think. Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you. How about the department standing up? Let's have the clerk's department stand up, please. Here are her teammates. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. And congratulations. Now for our next items, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize the work of some of our local students, as well as the efforts of some local volunteers. Councilwoman.
As a teacher by profession, and I always wanted to be a teacher since I was 5 years old, I have a great love for those who work in the schools. And I've spent my entire adult life working to better the educational opportunities for students. So to be able to recognize this group of young people from Clark High School in Ward 1 is extremely heartwarming. I want to tell you, even more heart-wrenching is knowing that the future these young people will have was stolen from those whose names the mayor read to you. And they lost that future, that life of accomplishment, that life of meeting goals, life of loves and children and things like that. And being a teacher, I can so easily understand that horror of being in the classroom and thinking, what can you do? What can you do? But in any case, Clark High School in Ward 1 deserves accolades for the high achievement its students have done and accomplished, and for the numerous national awards its magnet schools have received. Every year, Clark High School has been among the highest of Merit Scholars finalists within the state of Nevada. And hardly anybody knows that. So I always tell people that's sort of a well-kept secret. But they have done so well, and I know how well they've done because I was on the school board when, quite honestly, the question came up, what are we going to do about Clark High School? And what we did was successful. We started those magnets, and it was carried on by all these people here that are representing the school. And I just feel so very grateful for that. The National Merit Scholarship Program is an academic competition that began in 1955 and is an independent, not-for-profit organization that operates without government assistance. Only high school students who are on track for graduation and either a U.S. citizen, lawful permanent resident, or in the process can apply. Each student must take the SAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, which serves as an initial screening of entrance. Of the 1.5 million nationally who apply hoping to receive both recognition and scholarships, only 50,000 with the highest selection index scores are chosen to name 2 colleges or universities to which they would like to be referred by the National Merit Scholarship Program. Based on their abilities, skills, and accomplishments, without regard to gender, race, ethnic origin, or religious preference, of the 1.5 applicants, about 34,000 are chosen as commended students. And then from that group, the number of semifinalists is about 1/3, or 16,000 nationally. And we have many of those who made the commendation, who made the semifinalists from Clark High School. A variety of schools are considered in selecting the a variety of skills are considered in selecting the finalists. Academic record, information about the school's curricula and grading system, 2 sets of test scores, the high school official's written recommendation, information about the student's activities in leadership, and the finalist's own essay. I wish I could have more time so you could hear some of those because they're really wonderful. I would now like to recognize, first of all, Jill, would you come up here? The very fine principal of Clark High School. Thank you. Just a second, Jill. And I would like to mention these names. I want to make sure they're pronounced correctly, so I'm going to ask you to pronounce them.
Would you like them to come forward?
Yes. I would
Okay,
like
so as I say your name, if you can come forward.
first the commended students.
Okay, the commended students are not with us today, but I would like to announce their names. Jacob Brownstein, Alicia Coe, Jane Lee, Waikee Tong, Nicholas Vaughn, Nicholas Zeider, and Wesley Satu. And these students were commended by National Merit. And I'm very proud also of our National Merit semifinalists who are in the running for finalist standing, and we'll find out in February. So if you could please come forward, Lisa Chong, Sharon Fang, Johnny Ahn, Zach Schaefer, Mitchell Grant, Owen Stewart, Henry Tang, Jennifer Wang, William Wang, and Michael Zoe.
That's why we want you up here. Would you like to come on this side, some of you, please? You're on television, and we want to make sure people get to see who you are and how good you are.
I'd just like to say, as the principal at Clark High School, the students that are standing here with me today represent a very, very special class to me. The class of 2013 and I started our first day at Clark High School together 4 years ago. It was my first day as principal and their first day as freshmen at Clark High School, and I'm not really sure who was more nervous, me or them, but we have had a wonderful 4 years together, and it's just been heartwarming to watch them achieve both academically and in all that they do. These students are so involved in everything that Clark High School has to offer, from competitive academic clubs, athletics, clubs, activities. They are a part of everything that represents Clark High School, and I think more importantly, they motivate and inspire our school and our community to achieve our goals, and we can look to them for inspiration to move forward with our hopes and dreams, and that's what these students truly do represent in the Clark County School District. And I have to say that it's truly due to their hard work and dedication and commitment to their studies, but I also think that we owe gratitude to their parents, some of which are with us today, so if we could thank their parents. And also the commitment and the dedication of the teachers at Clark High School. And I'd like to recognize in the audience our magnet coordinator, Shirley McLeese, whom we all owe a great deal of gratitude and thanks. And our assistant principal over curriculum, Amy Dr. Rosar. And lastly, I'd like to thank Dr. Lois Tarkanian for your continued support of Clark High School. She serves on our Teach Advisory Committee. She is a member of our KEEN initiative. Last night, we gave toys to over 500 needy families in our community. It was a tremendous event. So thank you for all that you do. Mayor Goodman, thank you for your support. All members of City Council, thank you for all that you do. And lastly, I'd like to thank our Superintendent, Dwight Jones, and Assistant Deputy Superintendent, Pat Skorkowski, for their continued support of all that Clark High School achieves. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jill, I'm going to give these to you to hand out to each of the members. I want to tell you, young ladies and gentlemen, just how proud we all are of you. Just remember, you're on television. Tell your parents, be sure to watch us and let them know how proud we, the city of Las Vegas, is for what you do. Thank you. Yes, that's true. This is the academic team. It's strong as a football team and quick as a basketball team. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
This next presentation has also a very special meaning to me. While serving as an elected school district's trustee, I was one of the strongest advocates for the district forming their own police because of the many different jurisdictions the schools are located in and the volume of work each police force had. Now, this was many years ago, and now we're seeing the results of even greater problems with guns and things like that. I remember that we made our vote after our president, Mark Schofield, came to one meeting of the trustees and took out a big box and just rolled it across the table, spreading everything out. And we saw all the guns and all the knives that were collected in 1 week. It covered a long conference table, 1 week in the school district. We decided then that we had to form our own police because of the many different jurisdictions the schools are located in and the volume of work each police force had. Now, over the past year, the Clark County School District Police have been working very closely with us in Ward 1, and we wanted to be part of an honor to them. They've made a real difference, and we wish to recognize this extremely good work that they do. They were instrumental in creating and co-hosting gang awareness forums in our community to help parents and residents learn how to recognize signs of gang activity and how to respond to their concerns. I attended a couple of those, and I will tell you, I learned a lot. As many years as I had been in the schools, I learned a lot from those meetings. In addition, they have organized multiple school safety fairs in our ward and other wards to share important information. The children love to sit in a police car, and the parents, including myself, are in awe from a tour of the command mobile that they have. You may think, well, that's their job, to respond to calls, to hold various educational events, and to be visible on or near a school campus. And that's true. That is their job. But this group has taken their call of duty to a higher level. They take that extra step to put it on a level of excellence. They've been volunteering their time to mentor middle school and high school students and work side by side with one another to open lines of communication. And they're working very hard in creating a bond of trust with students within our city. As you see, I believe there's supposed to be something on the monitors above that's supposed to show the officers volunteering their time. Are you disabled? Oh, you've been watching. Oh, good. I didn't see it. All right. But anyway, as you have seen on these monitors, the officers volunteer their time to clean up trash in Ward 1's Rotary Park, along with Clark High School ROT students. They also participated in a morning of graffiti removal at our Cragen Park with myself and members of our staff, and also with high school and middle school students from Ward 1. Working together, we develop our trust and, I believe, our abilities to achieve more. And if that wasn't enough, they also work with students and families to paint curbs and fire hydrants as well. I'd like to have Captain Young come up here to accept this, and have your other police officers come up with you. Will you please? Yeah. I like these guys because they don't just sit back and wait until a problem comes. They're taking that step to see if they know something might happen and to correct it as soon as they can. The power and influence of an organization such as this is because of the leadership and the cohesiveness of the team that works together. So it's with great pride that I and the members of the City Council recognize the Clark County School District Police with a proclamation honoring their commitment to the Las Vegas community and thanking them for their service above and beyond. All right, here we go. This is for you. I don't know if you want to put it in your office or where you want to, but we also have individual certificates of recognition for each of you who are here. And would you like to say a few words and introduce your officers?
Thank you. Good morning, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Mayor Goodman. It's with pleasure that we accept this honor on today. On behalf of Chief James Ketsa, Superintendent Dwight Jones, we are committed to the community. We're committed to our kids. And these are the memorable moments as law enforcement officers. That it's not how many tickets we write, how many arrests we make, but these moments when we make a difference. This is what sticks out in our memories as it relates to our career. Know that we are parents, we are coaches, we are mentors, we are a part of the community. And we just really thank you all for honoring us today, and we are committed to the different wards that are here. If you need us, call us. We're there. We'd be more than happy to come out and support. We thank you for all of your years of support. From the beginning, you know, you've been a great supporter of ours, so we appreciate it. We love you, and we thank you for all that you do. Starting with Officer Diaz. Officer Mayer has been one of the major components in our community relations, getting us out into the community. He's been a big driving force with that. Officer Harris has been a specialist with our gangs. He's the person that's out there getting the information out to the communities. And Officer Chen. Officer Chen is awesome with kids as it relates to working to some of their special needs, as well as Officer Diaz. So it's a great assembly of officers that are here. And we appreciate all of your support as students and as parents. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you.
Thank you very much.
very special and devoted officers. Thank you very much. And now, for our next item, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony is going to recognize the local winners of the Mayor's Cup tournament.
Hey, yay, woo! All right. Thank you, Mayor. It is absolutely my honor to recognize 10 Las Vegas teams that won their divisions in the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup. And before we recognize the kids and the teams, let me tell you a little bit about this soccer tournament. The Las Vegas Mayor's Cup is an outstanding partnership between the City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club. And I'd like to ask Roger Tabor and Danny Stone, would you please come down here? These two, go ahead and give them a nice round of applause. It's absolutely amazing how much time and effort these two individuals put into making this the best soccer tournament in the country. The way it works is in October, the Mayor's Cup is held here in Las Vegas, and it's for the 9 to 14-year-old kids. And then in February, we have the roughly 15 to 18-year-old kids that play in the Mayor's Cup in February. And just to give you a little idea of what the soccer tournament is about, in October, for the 9 and 14-year-olds, we had 358 teams from throughout the United States and around the world come to Las Vegas, and these aren't just teams, these are the best soccer players in the country and the world coming to the city of Las Vegas to compete in soccer. GotSoccer.com, which is the leading soccer website, ranks the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup as the best soccer tournament in the country, and this is the 13th year that we've had this tournament. The one in February, which is scheduled for the older kids, we have scouts from college and universities come out to Las Vegas to watch these kids, recruit them, and give them scholarships. We're expecting almost 500 teams, the largest we've ever had, coming out this February. And to give you an idea of what this tournament is about, there's, like I said, about 500 soccer teams, 7,500 participants. They play on 30 soccer fields all over the city of Las Vegas, and it culminates at the Betty Wilson Soccer Field, which is in my ward, Ward 4, at Tenay and Lake Mead. And I'll tell you, that's probably the best soccer field in the entire United States. We have 800 volunteers, 3,000 referee shifts. We have teams from all over the United States, as well as countries like Canada, Mexico, and European countries. And all these folks come in here, they stay in hotel rooms, they eat in our restaurants, they buy our stuff. They spend millions and millions of dollars on this economy to make sure that Las Vegas, the economy is booming. And as I mentioned, this is a great partnership between the Downtown Soccer Club. And it culminates on a Sunday with the awards being handed out. And I want to thank Mayor Goodman and Councilman Coughlin. They both came out on a Sunday to hand out the awards to not only our Las Vegas teams, but to honor the teams that came out here from all over the country to play in this tournament. So before I actually announce the teams, I'd like to ask Roger and Dan if you guys want to mention anything else.
I thank you very much. On behalf of Downtown Soccer, I just want to say we couldn't be more pleased with the event, how it's evolved. We couldn't be more pleased with the council and the city of Las Vegas as partners and creating all the opportunity, especially with these wonderful facilities. So we're thrilled with that. I do want to deviate for 1 second. I want to acknowledge Clark High School, who is we think we're in the business of creating opportunity for kids and changing lives. And I have one that's a product and one that's currently over there at Clark, and we're just thrilled with what's going on at Clark High School. So let me just deviate for a moment, but we're thrilled with our event. And in February, we've got a team coming from Finland for the first time. We've got teams coming from Guatemala for the first time. And the excitement with a team from Beijing, China. So we've got high school kids coming all the way from China to participate. And we got the Polish national team and under 18 girls, and it's just grown to just a phenomenal event that exceeded my vision all along. And here I'm going to pass it on to Danny, and then Danny will be prepared to help with the awards. Okay, so Danny, have anything?
Thank you. First of all, it's always a great pleasure to be here with everybody this morning, and I'd like to echo those sentiments and thank Mayor Goodman and the City Council for inviting us here each and every time that we hold this event. As Roger said, it's an event that grows and becomes more glamorous in spectacle every single year. We're very proud of the work that goes into that. We talked about, Mayor Goodman talked about a family atmosphere earlier on. It is certainly that it takes to organize an event such as this one that will continue to grow. It gets better every time that we host it, and I would like to make particular mention to the parks and the Recreation Department, to Larry Hogness and to Steve Harson, particularly for all the hard work that goes into the facilities, magnificent facilities that we're very fortunate to have here in Las Vegas. Also, Sherry Alexander, must make mention of her. She helps us greatly every year with these events. She's a fantastic supporter of ours, and we appreciate everything that she does. Thank you very much, Sherry. And to Roger Tabor for all the work that he continues to do with not only Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club and the Mayor's Cup events, but for the youth soccer community as a whole in Las Vegas. It's fantastic to see the young players here with us this morning who put a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of dedication into improving themselves as young soccer players and as young people. So it's fantastic that they have a chance to be recognized here this morning. So I'd like to ask everybody please to give those young players a round of applause. Thank you. And lastly, like I said, it is an event that grows every year, and we look forward to continuing to make it something that keeps Las Vegas on the youth soccer scene and the youth sporting scene as a whole. It's an event that, as I say, we're very proud to hold, and we look forward to continuing that, and we thank you for your continued support.
I also wanted to announce that if you have not heard, that in February we have formed a partnership with USA Rugby Sevens to bring professional soccer to Las Vegas. So with Las Vegas Event Support, City of Las Vegas support, and we've got Colorado Rapids and Chivas USA coming here to play on the Friday night before our event. We think, you know, we will debate this, but we believe that pro soccer is really the first entree into this market, and we will be out there supporting that. So I invite you all to come on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger and Danny. Thank you very much for everything you've done. And I just want to recognize one more time, Sherry. Could you stand up? Sherry Alexander, Lonnie Zimmerman, would you stand up? They're out there all weekend on this tournament. It's absolutely amazing what they do. So it's if you're into soccer, you have to come out on the Sunday on the final day to Betty Wilson Park. But now it is absolutely my honor to recognize the 10 teams that won their division in this very competitive soccer tournament. These are the best soccer players in Las Vegas as far as I'm concerned. So I know all the teams could not be here today, but when I mention your team, if you're here, if the players could stand up, I'd like the parents to stand up also because they're a big deal. And if I could have the head coach, I'll announce his name. If you come down here, I have a certificate of appreciation for every single player signed by the mayor and the entire city council to take home with you. So let's start with the boys under 9 players SC. Are they here? Okay, how about a nice round of applause for the boys under 9 players SC? And that's Coach Rafael Maginas. Girls under 10 Heat FC 03. Stand up. All right. And Coach George Rodriguez, if you come down here, please, and collect their certificates. Thank you. All right, you've all been on television. All right, you can go ahead and sit down now. Good job. The boys under 11 Warriors Elite, are they here? Okay, that's Coach Horatio Ortiz. Nice round of applause for them. Girls under 10 Las Vegas Premier 03 G White, are they here? Okay, Coach Michael Madrid, nice round of applause. The boys under 13, NSYSL Cordica USA. Are they here? All right. And if I could have Coach Jose Castellan come down. Coach, are you here? He's coming. All right.
Run, Coach, run.
Thanks for bringing him down, Coach. Appreciate it. Nice round of applause. The boys under 13 Heat FC 00. They here? Okay, and that's Coach Frank Diamello. Nice round of applause for them. The girls under 12 Heat FC 01 NS. All right, and that's Coach Nick Skringarki. All right, nice round of applause. Very good. The boys under 11 LV Sports Academy. They here? Okay, and that's Coach Eric Garnas. Nice round of applause. The boys under 12 downtown LVSC Rapids Gold. They here? All right. And Coach Kevin Argu. Come on down, Coach. Looking good.
Coach, thank you.
And our last team, girls under 14, downtown LVSC Rapids Gold. Are they here? All right. And Coach Danny Stone. Is Coach here? Okay. All right, congratulations, all of you, and look forward to the February soccer tournament, and have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. We have two more items, and these final two items will be presented by Councilman Barlow, who will recognize the educational efforts of a local company as well as his recent intern.
Thank you, Mayor. But I will digress just for a moment to say that if there's anyone, and this is going back to the coaches, if you all are looking for a location in the downtown community, the mayor and I have a prime piece of property for a professional soccer team in downtown. Right, Mayor?
Oh, you better believe it.
Okay, good deal. Ladies and gentlemen, as a product of Head Start myself, this is really an honor for me to recognize an individual who is doing such an outstanding job in the community. It is my privilege to bring forward Dr. Rory Sipp. If you would please come forward, please. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. The success of a great educational system for the city of Las Vegas, Acelero Learning Center. Acelero, with the leadership of Dr. Sipp, came to Las Vegas upon an opportunity to enhance the need for additional pre-kinder programs. Their mission is to bring a relentless focus on positive family and child outcomes to close the achievement gap and build a better future for children, families, and communities served by the Head Start program. As an outsider of the community, Dr. Sipp was able to successfully open 12 centers valley-wide, providing home-based services and extended day services free for income-eligible families. Please help me welcome Dr. Rory Sipp, who was recently recognized also by the White House as a champion for change this past July. Thank you so very much for all that you do and continue to do on behalf of all the Head Start students, and of course myself as a graduate of Head Start. Thank you so very much. So on behalf of the mayor and council, we would like to recognize you by providing you this wonderful certificate, if you will, and it reads, presented to Dr. Rory Sipp. The mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council recognizes you for your outstanding commitment to preparing our children for educational success through the Head Start program. Early childhood education is the beginning of a family's journey to engage the world for learning. Your team's excellence in the process of learning deserves great accolades. Congratulations, Dr. Sipp.
Thank you so much.
All right? And please share a few words.
I just have a few notes here. Hello, everyone. My name is Rory Sipp, as Councilman Barlow said, and I am the executive director for the local Head Start program here in Clark County. I also am a product of the Head Start program. I was a Head Start student in Birmingham, Alabama, and I also was a parent in the Head Start program in Birmingham, Alabama. I moved out here in 1998, and so outsider, yes, but I am now truly a Nevadan, and I'm proud to say that. But I want to thank Some New Marketing for the nomination. I also want to thank you, Councilman Barlow. I want to thank you, Mayor Goodman, and respective council members. But when we started out this work to provide services, quality services to children and families here in Clark County, we started out with only thinking that we would be fighting against poverty, we would be fighting against illiteracy and fighting to stop the dropout rates here in Nevada. But as we have all seen across this nation, because of some of the acts of some people who really are heartless, we're now fighting against crime in our very own classrooms. But as the Head Start program here, we pledge to continue to keep Nevada's youth safe and prepare them for kindergarten and to prepare them for life. I have just a small representation of staff here who are on the front line every day, and they don't want me to call them forward, so I won't do that. I'll just have them stand up. But I have Deborah Payne in the back. I have Rose Collins in the back, Curtissa Kerr-Hunter in the back. But I also, in addition to receiving this great award, they're on the front line every day helping me provide quality services to children and families. But in addition to receiving this nomination, I want to introduce and have a true reward come down, and that's one of our parents who's very active in our program, and she has her little one with her, and that's Tamika Henry. If you would come down. And although very thankful and humble to receive this award, this is why I get up every day. It's because of parents like Tamika and her children. That's why I get up every day to provide quality services here in Nevada. And so I just want to thank the staff of Osceola Learning Clark County, and I want to thank the council, and I also want to thank you too, Tamika, for being a very active parent and giving back to the program. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, the mayor, and the entire council, we would like to congratulate you and say thank you for all that you do, Dr. Sip.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful.
Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor of recognizing a young lady who did an outstanding job for me as my intern. She is majoring in political science at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And upon her coming into my office, she asked, well, what is it that you want me to do? What is it that I can do? I said, I want you to do everything. I want you to learn as much as you can. I want you to have an opportunity to meet as many people as possible and just be a sponge for all that the City of Las Vegas has to offer you. Every department that you frequent, every director or staff member that you meet, I want you to have your notebook, take notes, and just absorb everything that we have to offer, because I look at this as an opportunity for young people interning with the mayor and the city council as an opportunity to advance themselves, not only professionally but academically. And I've had in the Ward 5 office, had the distinct honor and pleasure of having Ms. Samira Tamulis as our student intern from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and she will be graduating. Come on down, Samira. Come on, bring the babies too. Kevin, Cairo, come on down. Come on, you all come down, because this is her family support system. Come on down. Everyone, come on down. Absolutely. And this is Kira, right? And this is Kira and Cairo. Cairo just turned 6 on this past Saturday. Happy birthday to you again. And this is her family. And Samira, I would just like to say you have been a pleasure to work with, and thank you for all that you've done to enhance the quality of my office and bringing a level of professionalism into the office as well. And you've had an opportunity to shadow a number of managers as well as directors throughout the city of Las Vegas, and hopefully this experience has done you some great good as far as advancing you to the next level upon graduating. And so at this time, I would like for you to share a few words before providing you with this certificate. All right?
Tell us who you have with you.
Who I have with me. First, I want to thank you, Councilman Barlow, for sharing so much knowledge with me. I learned so much. And your staff has been wonderful, as well as the rest of the council members and the directors that I had the opportunity to shadow. I learned so much. It was a great compliment to my education. And I do have with me my baby girl, Kira, who's 18 months, my son, Cairo, my partner, Kevin, my brother, Tori, my sister, Asia, and my mom, Mariama. And thank you so much for the opportunity. It's really been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Samira. Now, when is your graduation date? You graduate this...
I'm walking in May.
You're walking in May. Okay. She's done, but she's walking in May. Okay, well, I want to make sure that you have the certificate on behalf of my office for serving as a great intern. And it says, in recognition and great appreciation for your internship with the City of Las Vegas City Council office during the 2012 fall semester, your intelligence and professionalism exemplified excellence. And this is on behalf of the Ward 5 staff and I. Thank you so very much, Samir.
All right. What do you want? For a break? You want a break?
Mayor?
Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck. We'll watch you walk because you're on television again. Congratulations, family. Okay, we will recess for, hold on, I have to convene with this august group. Okay, we will reconvene at 10:15, which is 15 minutes. Thank you. See you in a bit. Somewhere. Where can I put it? How about right in the
I can do
center
that,
in
Mayor.
front of-
Jay, just don't blow it out.
Test, 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 test. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Go test that mic for me. Test 1 2. Test 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 1 2.
Test 1 2 3.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Leave it on.
Are you lucky? Yes. I was right by it. Yes, I remember. All right, where are we looking?
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3.
We have another team secret here too.
1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5.
See you back in the winner's circle. All right. You'll put your discount off once.
It wasn't, I don't know what they were doing. They're confidence checking first thing this morning. Yeah. Howdy.
Hi, so she's probably told you that the engineer's on his way here. There was some kind of problem in the back room.
Yes, they said it, they made a setting.
But we think we have it tweaked, but we just tested the balances from here. So I told him to crank it down.
Okay. He had it pretty low. I went back there and watched him.
But I mean, I have it starting really low, and then we're going to work it up until we're sure that it's going to be acceptable. So pass it on to Beverly. And then, you know,
Come visit us often when time permits. And happy holidays. Be safe and healthy. Thank you.
Is that healthy looking?
But they're asking the city council to fight their fight. Or they could just say, table going to compromise and say, here's our fight.
Okay, everyone, we are reconvening. And so we will begin with agenda item number 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. Amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium now and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute in this portion.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
It's a pretty sad time in our country.
Wrong name.
Oh, my name's Anthony Hodges. It's a pretty sad time in our country about the loss of the children. In 1974, I took a group of children in San Diego, California, and I took them into history. I introduced little girls racing with little boys in the go-karts and soapboxes and whatever. Furthermore, children has been a very part of my life. I'm an only child, and so when I take an interest in children, it's really deep. The loss of those kids is very sad, and but we seem to forget our children are people too, and I call them little people. They're people, and we ought to forget that. And when I had to get the insurance from Lords of London years ago, they said children 12 and under was considered of no monetary value. Well, that's a joke. They're human. Well, that's the end of it. Anyway, thank you, Mayor, for letting me have a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number. Chief Dean Fletcher is here. Did you want to speak under this portion? I can't see because I have the wrong glasses on. Do you want to wait till? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item 12, business items for possible action. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no items at this time.
Thank you. We will move on to item 13 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meeting of December 5th, 2012. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Minutes are unanimously approved. Okay, we will move on to item 14, consent. Items 14 through 49 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward?
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I'd like to bring forward item 25 and item 48, unless another city council member has another item.
Any other items to be brought forward? Councilman Barlow, your light's on. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Item 15.
15. Okay. With those exceptions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 49, except for item 15, 25, and 48.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And I want everyone to know that in this morning's newspaper, our city manager wrote a response to an editorial which explains about consent agenda. It was very well done and very clear. Thank you. Okay, we have pulled forward item 15, and that Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Is Nancy Diener here? Thanks, Nancy. I'm just looking up in the backup. I know in briefings I asked the question as far as not having an open, or I should say a blank check.
Correct. We made that, and I have a correction to submit to the city clerk, a replacement page. If you'd like me to read that
Please
correction,
do.
I'd be happy to do that. It's section 3, donations and funding. The Las Vegas Veterans Memorial Foundation shall be solely responsible to fundraise for the planning, design, and construction of the memorial no later than 6 months after the commencement date and every 6 months thereafter. The LVVM shall provide an update on fundraising efforts for the memorial called the Fundraising Update. The fundraising update shall summarize, as applicable, the Las Vegas Veterans Memorial's fundraising plan and activities, funds raised, and estimated construction commencement and completion dates.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. And,
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, what I'm trying to do is just make sure that as we move forward with this memorandum of understanding, that the applicant who's looking to come and bring this beautiful monument and into the city of Las Vegas, that we stay on track with making sure that they provide us with a regular update in order that we can continue to stay in the forefront and keep things moving forward versus just an open-ended date out there with no real live time completion date. So I appreciate that, Nancy.
Well, I would recommend, too, that let's put that in the form of a motion, even though it doesn't need to be, that the wording shall change to reflect what Nancy Diener has read into the record.
Yes, I
So
would like
if you
to.
would.
I would like to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions, to include the information that was read into the record by Nancy Diener.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post on that. That passes. Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you.
Well done, Nancy. Thank you. Now, on agenda item 25, who requested on that, please? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to point out and highlight the fact that we now have a sustainable community garden at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. Just another step in the right direction, Mr. Perigo, of becoming that sustainable city. Most of the raised beds out there were built by Eagle Scouts, if I'm correct. And I just want to thank the UNR's Cooperative Extension, University's Cooperative Extension arm for helping. Would you come forward, please, and talk about this for a minute? So I pulled this off the consent agenda to highlight our efforts together. So if you'd address that, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning.
Am I on? Yes. I'm Dr. Angela O'Callahan of the University of Nevada Cooperative Extension. Thank you, Ms.
Nice
Mayor.
to see
Thank you,
you.
Councilman Ross. I'd like to say what we're going to be doing there is not only having a community garden, which there is no community garden in the northwest part of the city, and 2 years ago when I mentioned this to Councilman Ross, he said, what a terrific idea, let's put one in Tule Springs. And we've been working on it, and I've said at one point it was sort of like coordinating the movement of two glaciers between UNR and the city, but it's done, and the beds have been built, they've been plumbed. This is going to be an opportunity for us to teach sustainable gardening and how to grow your own fruits and vegetables in a city like Las Vegas, in the Mojave Desert, and do it in a way that's environmentally sound. And I think it's going to be very exciting. And I thank you very much. I want to thank Tuesday James from Councilman Ross's office and people from the Parks, Las Vegas Parks Department. Daphne Lagarza has been very helpful, and Jerry Jones, who is the manager of that park. I really do appreciate all their effort. Thank you.
And how does one get involved?
One is going to call the Cooperative Extension Office.
Telephone number, please.
Telephone number is, I'll give you mine, it's 257-5581, and we are going to be holding, after the holidays, needless to say, we will be meeting to organize people and to separate out classes that we will be teaching for people who may not want their own raised beds, but do want to be able to grow fruits and vegetables in small scale.
And do you welcome those from other wards to come and participate?
I do. As long as Councilman Ross doesn't have any hesitation, we will absolutely be delighted to have people, because there are now 22 raised beds, and it will be, they are not huge, they're manageable. I think it's going to be a terrific thing, and it's really going to expand use of Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs as well.
Wonderful.
And Mayor, if I can, Doctor, I think the idea here is to teach people that you don't have to have a huge plot of land
Precisely.
to raise your own vegetables and have your own garden. You can garden in your backyard and actually provide some, Providence for your family. I mean, this is a great tool. I'm happy to partner with the City of Las Vegas to partner with the university's cooperative extension arm. And you're right, it was like moving glaciers. And you know how I feel about bureaucracy and how difficult it was to get this to happen.
Oh, mercy, yes.
We're there. And I was out there the other day. The beds look wonderful. But I want to impress upon the mayor and council and our residents in the city that you don't have to have a whole lot of land to do this.
Absolutely not.
You're going to teach classes, you're going to teach me how to garden, and I can do it right in my backyard.
You bet.
Thank you, Doug.
And I encourage you to contact every high-rise building in Las Vegas, in the city, because we have no power over anybody else, and suggest they start their gardens on their rooftops.
You know, we're working on that. A colleague and I are working on doing a demonstration of that down at the Cooperative Extension Office, and hopefully we'll be able to
It's very
do a
popular
spread from there.
elsewhere in the country.
Absolutely.
And boy, you can grow
Absolutely.
some good things, and a little closer to the sun, too.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily the thing.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, it's really important. I know you and I spoke a number of years ago because at that time there wasn't any literature on raised bed gardening for the public, and it's your duty, and you've come through for the state. A lot of people don't know that the Extension Service is a requirement of the Land Grant Act going way back to the university started in 1874, I think, and so I think that's when it started, and certainly, you know, you've been doing this now for almost 150 years.
Not me
reaching
personally.
out. Not you yourself,
Not me
Angela.
personally.
I thought you looked quite well for that.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's important. People who might be watching this in a rebroadcast should understand that raised bed gardening is wonderful for the elderly because we all get these sore knees and these sore backs, and you can't bend over. And this makes it easier for people to maintain those gardens, so much easier. And you know, adding the amendments and killing the tomato worms, all that stuff.
All that.
I hope you have a magic potion for killing the tomato worms. Thank you. So
Yeah,
that
I
would be
wish.
all I have to contribute, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Mayor?
Yes.
I would move to approve agenda item 25.
I'd just like to
Oh, I'm sorry.
ask one question. Do you help with the raised gardens at senior centers?
Oh,
Does the
yes.
Extension
We
Service,
have-
you're involved in that?
Several of them are Master Gardener projects, and I am the Nevada Master Gardener Coordinator. So we do have that as well.
I wanted to thank you for that.
Yes.
We do have some at our senior centers, and you do a good job.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Yeah, and I think this is a great opportunity, Councilman Ross. Have you had an opportunity to work with Rosalind Brooks from
I've worked
Vegas
with
Roots
Rosalind Brooks,
at
yes.
Tonopah and Bonanza?
Also worked with Acelero. We are working with a number of Acelero sites to develop school gardens there for those
Right.
children.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, because they have a great community garden right here in downtown.
Right.
And in
Quite
Ward
aware of
5 as well, so I'm glad to see that more community gardens are coming online. Happy to support. Thank you.
And also with Candace Madden of the Edible Gardens
Right.
Group.
That's right. We've
Who's
been
done
working with
so
them
many
over-
wonderful gardens in
Right.
our schools.
Yes, absolutely. We
So-
are now working with about 65 schools doing
Grand.
gardens there.
Grand.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Beers just pointed out that it's good dirt out there because of the dinosaur bones in that area, Tule Springs. Thank you, Councilman.
Dinosaurs and horses, how far wrong can
Yeah,
you go?
dinosaurs and horses, how can you go wrong? And gardens, how can you go wrong? With that, then thank you, council members, for your comments. I would move to approve agenda item 25.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. I hear you, Councilman Beers. And please post. And that motion carries. And now, item 48, Mayor Pro Tem, where was that? Councilman Coffin? Councilman Coffin on 48, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an interesting program that's being proposed for the city to authorize, or at least, I do not know if we're at the level of endorsing, but rather making it available in order that people can take advantage of something to alleviate a problem. Well, I'll guarantee you, only a few people know that they are responsible for taking care of their sewer lines right to the very heart of the street outside. We all think we're all, you know, you think of the water pipe, that your responsibility ends at the meter. But in this case of sewer, and this is tradition and custom going way back since the founding of the city, it's been a problem for folks who have confronted a huge bill and not quite sure if their sewer line is damaged by the city or some contractor or by nature, a tree, Lord knows, or just plain age. This is what we have in the center of the town. And So I think this is a good idea, but I really wanted to ask for some details on how it really will work.
Certainly. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works, and with me is Jeff Olson with Utility Service Partners. He's here to kind of explain a little bit how the system works and provide some more information on that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Jorge. Turn on the red light there.
Your microphone needs to be turned on there, please. There, oh, nope. There it is.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeff Olson. I'm with Utility Service Partners, and we are the administrator and partner with the National League of Cities for this program. The folks in the audience and maybe on the broadcast that aren't aware of the National League of Cities, it is a advocacy group that's been around since 1926 with 19,000 cities, communities, towns that are in the National League of Cities, as well as 49 state municipal leagues. We got together with them back in around 2 years ago to offer this program to municipalities across the country. And again, what it's designed to do is to protect those private sewer laterals. We also do water lines as well. I think here we're just going to be talking about the sewer lines themselves. But as Councilman Coffin mentioned, the vast majority of folks, homeowners, do not realize that they actually have ownership of some of that sewer line, being the private side from the entry into the home out to where it connects to the public wastewater system. And what this program is designed to do is to cover that line itself. The line is not something that would usually be covered under a homeowner's policy. So we actually cover the line. So any kind of damage, backup, leaking, anything like that, we cover a repair and or replacement for that line. And we do that just through a monthly fee, very low cost monthly fee for that. And there's no deductible, there's no call-out fees. We use local contractors to do the repair work. So essentially, when a homeowner who's enrolled in this, and it's an optional program, when a homeowner enrolls in this and they have an issue, rather than call the city, they call us on a 1-800 line. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They get a live operator who then will call one of the contractors that we have in our local network here, which we set up once we get the partnership established. And that contractor then contacts the homeowner within an hour, schedules a time for the repair to be made, and that repair is usually made then within a 24-hour period. So what we're trying to do is offer homeowners a way to avoid a large expense, and typically in an emergency. As you know, these lines are buried. They got to be excavated to be repaired and or replaced. And to do so in an emergency situation where they really can't get help from the city, you can't direct them to a particular contractor or anything like that. They generally just have to go to the yellow pages, find a plumber. Obviously, it's an emergency situation. The rates really aren't negotiated. They end up paying probably more than they should. And you never know when they may be able to get scheduled in. So what this is designed to do is eliminate those worries for the homeowner. And again, as I mentioned, it's an optional program. So it's something if they choose to enroll in, they can. And if they don't, they don't have to. We typically find it's usually folks who are more risk averse, maybe a little older, maybe have older homes. I know HUD did a survey in 2009. I think the average home age in the U.S. is around 36 years. So we do have some aging infrastructure out there, and folks that live in an older home and are aware of some of the costs of home ownership and the unexpected costs of home ownership. This can be a real helpful tool for them. We started this, as I mentioned, with the NLC as their administrator of this program back 2 years ago. It is part of their enterprise program, the National League of Cities Enterprise Program. And to date, we have about 150 municipal partners across the country. The smallest we just signed last week is a partner from Lingle, Wyoming, population 475, I think, all the way to we're partnered with Atlanta and Milwaukee, Phoenix, San Diego, so some larger municipalities similar to the city of Las Vegas as well. So the program has really taken off in the last couple of years. we're having great response from both the cities and from the homeowners as well. Yes, sir.
Question, Your Honor. Could you please simplify this a little bit now? We know it's a good program, but on the other hand, how does it work? Because typically, homeowner finds their sewer starting to back up, slow down, then back up, and then they call a plumber. So now they're going to have a bill for a plumber. The plumber, that's the initial, come out and see me for $150. Well, whatever. And now then, if you do that, then you find out that it has to be repaired, maybe, or they do a typical snake thing, and and then they may see there's a real problem. So where does this plan come into effect? Number one, is there a deductible charged? Is there a rate, and I wish you would tell us a little bit about your rates today, and also, do the rates, are they the same no matter how old the home and where it is in the city?
Yes, so let's start with your first question. No, there are no call-out fees. That's what you're referring to, for the plumber to just come out and take a look before he does any work, snake the line and do that kind of thing. That's where, obviously, for anybody in the audience, you send a camera down the sewer pipe to examine the pipe itself and find out where the issues are. But there are no call-out fees for that. So if a homeowner sees an incident, if they've got water in their yard or something like that, they typically would call you. Obviously, with a program like this, we try to redirect that for anybody that's involved, that's enrolled in the program, direct that to our call center. But they call us, then we, and this is prior to actually rolling out the campaign itself, but we put a network of contractors together, that local contractors, local plumbers, that are licensed, bonded, insured. We need to have them local because we need to have them respond quickly and also know the local codes. So it obviously does us a great service to have folks right here in town that can do that for us. But we then, when we get the call from the homeowner, then we call the contractor, one that's free, and get over there and make the call to them within an hour to establish a time frame where they can set up a meeting to diagnose and then repair and or replace. It does include a replacement should that be the case for that homeowner. The charge is around $6.75 a month, $6.75 per month, and that gives you $4,000 in coverage on the line inside of your yard, so to speak. An additional $4,000 is also available for public street cutting should it be required in that jurisdiction. We have some partners that we have, the private line extends into the right-of-way, so we obviously have to get into the street itself to get the entire line repaired and replaced. So it does add an additional $4,000 for that. There are no claim limits in terms of number of claims, so it's not capped at one claim per year, two per year, something like that. It's whenever they do need the service. I think that's, did you have additional question to that as well?
And the rates would be uniform throughout the city, whether the house is 9 years old or 90 years old?
That's correct. It's the same rate for everyone. Obviously, we can't do pre-inspection. The only thing we do with this to kind of limit pre-existing conditions, so to speak, is there is a 30-day wait before you can make a claim. So when you do enroll and you pay your $6.75, 30 days from that date, you can then make your first claim.
Okay.
But yes, it is not selective based on age of home, demographics, or anything like that. We offer the same price to everybody regardless.
Okay, that's the end of my questions.
Okay, I would have a few and would ask anyone else. First of all, Jorge, what is the, of the repairs that have been done thus far, where people have not had this insurance, but perhaps did have home ownership coverage, insurance coverage? What has been typical, what would be a typical cost that we would be looking at as a resident to repair that line from the central out?
It depends, Mayor, on what the extent of the damage is, but we've heard folks that call in, assuming that the city's responsible, saying that they've been charged anywhere from $2,000 to $8,000, $9,000 in that range. And so there's been some occasions where we've been able to provide some assistance, other cases where, because we don't own the lateral, that we refer them to call a plumber to take care of it. But we've heard stories from folks that said anywhere from $2,000 to $9,000 to $10,000 what they end up paying.
And is that information clearly on our website when they go to Public Works and go into the sewer link? Does it say that the homeowner is responsible from that point to the resident?
You know, Mayor, it's in our municipal codes, but I don't think it's really spelled out on our website that kind of distinguishes that. And so that's part of the reason I think why there's confusion. Folks call us when they have a backup, assuming it's the city's responsibility. And typically, when they do call, one of our crews goes out there, one of our field operations crews, to make sure it's not the public portion that's damaged or causing the backup. And then they notify the owner if it's ours. They notify. Sometimes we'll do a courtesy, just camera the line to see if it's their lateral level. Yeah, you've got either root intrusion into your pipe, you've got a rag that's blocking it, and it's on the private side that needs to be repaired by yourself.
Okay. The other question, did you, when you did this for the Nevada League of Cities and around the country, was there a bid process involved, or are you the Lone Ranger supplying this wonderful insurance?
No, there was a bid process involved. It actually started with the North Central Texas Council of Governments. That was the entity that put out an RFP about 3 years ago now. We won that RFP. There are some other providers in this space, none of which are involved with the National League of Cities, and several of which I know do direct-to-consumer with this type of a product. We have chosen not to take that route. We don't do anything direct-to-consumer, so if we are not partners, for instance, if we're not partners with the City of Las Vegas, a homeowner cannot call us and then enroll on their own for this service. And the reason we do it that way is that we are able to keep the premiums, the monthly premiums, very low by doing that, because when you have kind of a partnership with the city, obviously there's some due diligence behind that. There's some verification that the city has looked at this thing and that it meets the criteria that you would want it to meet. So we can keep the rates low. We have higher coverage limits. We don't limit or cap the number of claims per year is also a part of that. And I think probably the biggest piece to that is, and I know because I have worked with companies that used to go direct to consumer, is we don't try to control our costs with claim denial. We have 150 partners. We just as soon have 19,000 municipalities across the country do this. And slowly but surely we're working along those lines. That's how our company is growing. We have less than a 2% claim denial rate. And the vast majority of those claim denials are because a homeowner just forgot to keep paying their premium. So they basically didn't have the warranty coverage anymore because it just didn't pay. Not because we said, well, you didn't meet the terms and conditions. Sorry, we can't make the repair.
And what's the general time sign up to the point that one is insured, one's property is insured?
Well,
if someone signed up today, are they immediately insured, or do they have like a 30-day wait period?
They have a 30-day wait to make that initial claim. We used to have just an auto, I mean, you were in as soon as you signed up. But unfortunately, as you can imagine, we got a number of folks who had pre-existing conditions, right, paid $6.75, and it was a $5,000 repair. So we're trying to, mitigate a few of those, because this needs to be a long-term program, and the health of the program and the sustainability of the program is reliant on that as well. We can't have the claims so front-loaded like that. So there is a 30-day wait time.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, this is a great program. Councilman Coffin and I were just sitting here talking about that today. As it relates to the fee, it's roughly $6 a month.
$6.75.
$6.75 a month. Is this attached to the sewer bill? And this is more so directed at either you or Jorge. Is this attached to the sewer bill, or is this an additional bill through the City of Las Vegas? I'm just trying to follow the
Sure.
The
we can do it either way. My
apply.
understanding is we would bill direct.
That's correct, Councilman. We're a partner with them, but they're not. We don't bill for them. They do the billing directly. They solicit. They do a mail in spring, a mail in the fall, offer the service out to the community. Those folks that are interested would directly with them enroll, and the payment will go directly to them.
Okay. And it's a 30-day wait after you apply, prior to it kicking in.
Before you can make that claim, right.
Before you can make a claim.
Right.
Okay. Right. Good deal. I think it's a great program. And also, in addition to that, my final follow-up comment is, I like the fact that your company partners with municipalities, because for a consumer or constituent, it provides a level of comfort knowing that your company is tied to in a municipality versus you coming out just as your company speaking to the constituent, because of so much fraud and things of that nature are taking place. and having a municipality attached to your program, I think, brings an additional level of credibility. So I want to
Agreed.
appreciate that.
Right, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin, the floor is yours.
Ready for a motion, then I move that the city approve item 48.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve item 48. Please vote. And please post. Thank you very much. We're thrilled to have you involved with us.
Thank you all very much, and we look forward to working with you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
lovely holiday.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now, we are pulling forward item number 58 in order to be courteous on time. And is the sheriff here? Okay.
Who's kicking us off?
Okay. So, wait, I got to get to 58. I thought it was here, but hold on. There it is. This is R81-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution supporting the second quarter percent of the Clark County Sales and Use Tax Act for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, LVMPD. This is in reference to all wards. And Mr. Olivas, there you go. And
Good morning.
welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and
Good morning.
Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. The item before you today is to consider a resolution in support of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's request of the legislature in 2013 to approve a quarter-cent sales tax increase for police officers. So far, a resolution has been passed by Clark County and North Las Vegas so far. I was going to give a short presentation. There is a background provided on the item, but I believe Sheriff Gillespie and Chuck Calloway are going to go through the history as a part of their presentation. So with your indulgence, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Gillespie and Mr. Calloway.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Sheriff and Mr. Calloway.
Got it. Appreciate you moving us forward on your agenda. Oh, for the record, Doug Gillespie, Clark County Sheriff. Thank you. Again, appreciate you moving us forward on the agenda. And what we would like to do this morning is to seek your endorsement of the resolution before you. And this resolution, as Ted Olivas says, was approved by Clark County, as well as North Las Vegas, the city council there, as well as the city council in Mesquite, as well as the city council in Boulder City. Basically, what we're asking is the entities affected by this tax show in written support resolution as we move forward to the legislative session your support for the enabling of the second quarter cent. For the purposes of the people in attendance today, as well as watching this on TV, I think it's important that we talk about why at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department we feel this tax is so important at this time because of our financial situation. Number two, I think we also need to talk about the history of the sales tax itself. And then, of course, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to what the next steps are or in regards to you supporting this resolution. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chuck Calloway, who is the Director of our Intergovernmental Services, and actually he will be my point person or our point person at Metro up at the legislative session for 2013. Chuck?
Thank you, Sheriff. Mayor, members of the council, again, for the record, my name is Chuck Calloway, Director of Intergovernmental Services for Metro. I'd like to take you through a short PowerPoint presentation. It's about 12 slides, and we'll move through it pretty rapidly, but we'll cover some of the background of exactly what our problem is at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, brief history of the More Cops sales and use tax and what we're going to ask the legislature to do in 2013. The first slide that we have, if this works, is a breakdown of Metro's funding per NRS 280. And the key area that I'd like to focus on is that green section of the pie, which is property tax revenue. As we go into this next fiscal year, we have a projected budget shortfall of approximately $46 million. And that's largely due to a significant decline in property tax revenue. At the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, we've seen about a $61 million annual loss in property tax revenue. And that's roughly a 36.2% decrease. And this revenue will not come back anytime soon because of the slow housing market and the caps that were placed on property tax. In addition to that, we've also seen almost a $33 million reduction in county and city contributions since 2009. This graph briefly shows our expenditures over the years compared to our revenue. And as you can see, due to a variety of reasons going into this next fiscal year, our projected expenditures are going to go up. A lot of that is due to things that we've held back on to be fiscally prudent, such as vehicles, equipment, that now we're in a situation where we're going to be forced to replace those things. The national average of police officers to citizens across the nation, based on a major city chief study that was done, is approximately 2.23 police officers per 1,000 residents. Here at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, we're currently at, sorry, my screen went blank. Here at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, we're currently at about 1.78. At our peak, when we started receiving revenue around 2006 from the first quarter cent that the voters approved, we were at 2.06. In addition, that number does not include the 35 to 40 million tourists that we get annually into the valley. In addition to that, we have eliminated currently 238 commissioned police officer positions on the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and we will, with our current funding levels, have to eliminate an additional 117 police officers as we go into the next fiscal year. And that total, 355 positions, police officer commissioned positions, is 11.5% of our total police officer workforce.
With your permission, Mayor? Yes. Chuck, that 117 more police officers, is that today, if you don't get this on with the legislature? Is that what's going to happen? Is going to happen if you don't get this on with the legislature?
I can speak to that, sure. Councilman. We projected a budget of roughly $502 million for the Metropolitan Police Department for fiscal year 13-14. In order for us to get down to that level, we'll have to eliminate 117 police officer positions. Now, those are not filled positions. We're not laying off employees. Those are current funded authorized positions, but not filled.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, sir. To put this in perspective, if you take the average graveyard squad, and I will use the Northwest Area Command, it's approximately 104 square miles. You could put the city of Baltimore into the Northwest Area Command. Currently, there's about 9 officers on a typical graveyard squad. We have 2 graveyard squads on average working per night. So one major incident, such as a barricaded subject or a bank robbery or something that requires multiple officers' response, can tie up a whole entire graveyard shift and significantly increase response time to calls for the citizens in that community, basically leave them without police response for a period of time. The next couple of graphs here show the direct correlation between the number of police officers that are out on the street and the crime rate. The top graph shows in 2006, when we started to receive revenue from the first quarter cent, we started hiring police officers, and at our peak we had hired almost 600 police officers with that first quarter cent. Today we are declining back towards our pre-More Cops numbers because of our the number of bodies we've had to lose through attrition and eliminating positions. As you can see from the chart below, the crime rate had dropped significantly when we had that additional number of officers, But now, over the last couple of years, the crime rate is starting to go back up. The current federal UCR data, Uniform Crime Reporting data, shows a 9% increase in crime for our jurisdiction today compared to what it was last year. And we're asking...
If I might, Mayor, in regards to that slide, I want to emphasize the point. When you look back to 2003 and 2004, our crime levels were climbing. And we were not able to get additional funding through city and county government. And Sheriff Young embarked on the More Cops sales tax, which was actually voted on in 2004. We committed to the community, if we would be able to get these additional police officers, we would be able to reduce crime. And when you look at this table in regards to that, we started hiring in early 2006, 2007, and 2008. You look at the statistical numbers there, as well as the continued growth that we saw in our valley at that particular time as well. Now look at what's happening now that we've had to reduce positions and not fill, and our ratio is dropping. So it's a direct correlation. We need an ample number of people wearing this uniform out there in marked vehicles to be a visible presence and also be able to be proactive rather than reactive to things that are going on around them. So I think this graph here, more than any of the others that you'll see, really depicts or makes our case in regards to why we feel we need these positions. Chuck?
Thank you, Sheriff. And as I stated, we need help. To provide a really quick overview for those that may not know about the history of the More Cops sales and use tax, in 2004, a public safety advisory question was put out to the voters. Would you support a half-a-cent sales tax increase to hire and equip police officers? That was passed by the voters. It went to the Nevada legislature, where the legislature decided to give us half of that half-cent. So we received a quarter-cent. They told us to come back in 2009 and ask for the second quarter-cent. We did that. The economy had taken a downturn at that time, and we did not get the second quarter-cent. We, in 2011, did not even ask the legislature. The state was facing a $3 billion budget shortfall, and we thought it would be arrogant of us to go up there and ask for a sales tax increase at that time. In addition, we had a small amount of fund balance remaining to try to cover, we could use to cover some costs. The position we're in today, we no longer have that luxury, and we're at a critical point where now we feel it's necessary to ask for that second quarter-cent that the voters approved.
Again, I'd like to add a comment here. The advisory question itself asked the public for a half-cent, a quarter in 2005, and a quarter in 2009. We felt at that time, if we got the whole half-cent at once, there would be no way for us to hire the number of people that we would be able to under that revenue. So we anticipated that split and agreed with that as the legislature followed through on it. However, in 2009, they didn't feel that it was necessary. The other part of that is in 2011, we understood the tough economic times that everyone was having, and Chuck is correct. We didn't feel it was appropriate at that time. We wanted to work within our budgets. We wanted to do whatever we could to reduce costs and find ways for us to deal within the current budget stream that we have. But I believe we have done that. But we still have that $46 million shortfall. And where is that? We have $456 million in revenue. That's there. That's anticipated to be there. And I just told you about our anticipated budget of $502 million. That's where our shortfall is. This additional quarter-cent is estimated to be able to bring forth to the Metropolitan Police Department roughly $50 million a year. That would be able to offset that deficit. and we would only use that money for police officer positions and their associated equipment. It would not just go into our general fund to be used for whatever. We would continue to commit to use it for that which the voters approved.
And that means vehicles and equipment that you brought up initially, in addition to putting on more officers?
Correct. Cars are considered part of the equation. Tasers would be, some other equipment that they, but other things like support civilian personnel would not.
How about technology in the vehicles, updated technology? Does that get included?
Radios, computer-type operate things within the cars, yes. But it would be more along the lines of things that would be replacement rather than a brand-new system, per se.
Because I know all of us, as we go out to meet the needs of our residents and also sell the city on a grand scale, the first thing, anybody moving here, any business that comes here, anything that makes a strong environment, the first thing is the safety and security of the people that live here, come here to visit, or want to do business here. So the reaction, where was Henderson? I didn't see their medallion.
Mayor, they have not, Henderson has not yet passed a resolution. It's my understanding that they were waiting to see what the county's position was, and yesterday the county did approve a resolution, so hopefully they will follow suit here in the near future.
And it was a Metro's decision in 4 to split, because that really bothered me. To me, if the voters vote something and we need to be heard, if they voted a half cent, it should have been given then. But it was the decision of Metro and Sheriff Young and yourself at that point to take a quarter-cent in '05 and the second quarter in '09.
Actually, that was the advisory question they voted on, Mayor, was a half cent, but a quarter in '05 and a quarter in '09.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what the voters, when we went to the booth,
I remember.
that
I
was
thought,
what
good,
was
we
written
need
on
more
the advisory
officers.
question.
Okay,
Mayor, I
Counsel?
think if I could interject there, I
Yes.
believe that when you look back at the meetings from the hearings from 2004, or 2005 rather, at the legislature, the Taxpayers Association also wanted to have those funds split to ensure that the money was used as intended by the voters, and that before we were able to get the second quarter cent. So I think that there was a negotiation process that took place among all the folks at the table, and it was ultimately decided that they would give us a quarter rather than the whole half cent at that time.
And with the compliance or the agreement of Metro agreeing to that split?
Yes, I believe at the time that we agreed in the spirit of compromise, we agreed to that.
Okay, thank you. I know you're probably not through, but Councilman Anthony and Councilman Ross have questions, comments for you, please.
Sure.
And
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Find this here. Second. That's my page. Hold on one second. No, I got, oh, here we are. Thank you. You know, it's interesting, the United Way of Southern Nevada just came out with this community assessment report for 2012, and it's, I mean, it's a pretty lengthy document. It's almost 300 pages, and through their assessment on page 16, they identified, it says, while the issues of top concern differed in ranking between the two populations, there is broad consensus among both survey groups regarding what exactly is important to the community. And the three they identified was employment, education, was one of them, healthcare was a second one of them, public safety and crime was a third one. So I know United Way puts a lot of time and effort into this particular assessment, and for the public to identify public safety and crime as one of the three topics they're concerned about is a big deal, and it's very interesting. And from my experience at Metro, and I'm sure both of you can attest to this, the best way to reduce crime, to keep this community safe, are police officers in uniform on the street. Instead of 9 officers on graveyard shift, there's 15 or 16 or 17 officers on graveyard shift. That's the way deal with crime. So what I think the public needs to be clear on, I know you've mentioned this, is if this is passed, this money will be used for police officers in uniform, in a police car, driving around neighborhoods, arresting criminals, keeping their neighborhood safe. So if you could just be very clear, that's what we're talking about here.
Well, Councilman, I won't say every one of them. What I will tell you is, like with the initial quarter cent, we would look on that 80 to 20 split, because we have had to reduce the number of positions, as been stated here this morning. And what we have been doing is, as those people have been retiring and we have not been filling those positions, we have been moving people out of support aspects of the organization into field operations, meaning the uniform division. So we will need to backfill some of our, what are referred to as plainclothes assignments, but the overwhelming majority of these people would be uniformed police officers.
Yeah, and actually the initiative, when it was voted on, it was specific that it was 80% patrol, 20% support. That's what the public voted on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you're basically committed to if we move forward?
Yes, sir.
Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Sheriff. And Chuck, thank you very much. This concerns me a great deal. And you mentioned Northwest Area Command. And I have to say that 9 officers on Graveyard is unacceptable. Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, Councilman Beers, and I, we represent the Northwest. And that's a scary thought. I think, in my opinion, and my colleagues may not go along with me in regards to this, we have a duty as local governments to provide you, as our sheriff or any other sheriff, with the tools necessary to protect this community. We've got to give that to you. We're at a point right now, and looking at your graphs and these numbers, I mean, yes, the economy changed. We went into a recession. We're climbing our way out of that recession. Crime doesn't care. Crime doesn't care we're in a recession. We have a duty and responsibility as local governments to provide public safety and make that our #1 priority, whether it's our fire and rescue department, whether it's our police department, whether it's our own marshals in the city of Las Vegas. We've got to protect the citizens of this community. And Sheriff, I'm going to disagree with that split that you guys decided to do in regards to taking the whole thing. I think you should have taken the whole thing and just let the money sit in the bank account until you could hire more police officers. That's my opinion. So you got it. I think it was short-sighted in 2009 of our legislature not to provide you with that, because it was a commitment. It was a vote of the people. The people have spoken. Let's protect our families. Let's protect our businesses. How many tourists do we get into the valley every year?
I believe last year's projections were around 38 million, but it varies up at some of the numbers going back several years have been as high as 40 million and as low as, I think, in the low 30 millions.
You know, so our population in the city of Las Vegas grows to 40 million every year. And you have less and less as a police department to work with. And I would imagine a large percentage of your resources are being expended on Las Vegas Boulevard, the downtown corridor, the entertainment corridors, if you will, and less officers out in the neighborhoods and the communities. I know certainly, and I think all my colleagues on the city council have experienced that resident saying, "Councilman, how come I never see a police car driving through our neighborhood? Sure would make me feel better. It'd make me feel more secure and more safe." I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Anthony's comments in regards to putting those officers in that uniform, Sheriff, in those cars, on those streets, to keep this a safe, comfortable community. I'm in full support of this, and we'll do everything I can to help you make this happen, Sheriff.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess, as usual, I can give you some backstory on what happened at the legislature, because I was there in 2009 when the I'm always happy to provide the resource, because I was chairman of the tax committee in 2009 when the sheriff and his team, including Tom Roberts, I don't know if he's here today, but he was the Chuck Calloway in 2009 anyway. So now they came to us and they provided us with abundant detail on the need, very good background material on their bookkeeping and how they were segregating the money. There were people that didn't want to believe the books, but they were soundly put together, and the accounting was done right. And you had properly filled. And that was before you really had to start, riffing out, or at least unfilling positions. And we had the votes to pass it out of the Taxation Committee, but the leadership chose to take the bill over to the Senate Finance Committee. And that's where it died in 2009. I forgot that you didn't bring it up in 2011. I wasn't there, and I'm sorry you didn't actually, because I think it's important to keep these things, if you really believe in them, to keep them in front of the public. But it does complicate our budget, and I think hopefully the legislature will pass it. I'm going to support the measure, but it does complicate our budget a little bit, and I think we'll have hopefully some information from our city management team to see how we can mitigate some of that. But it's important to know that going into this vote. I'm surprised it wasn't unanimous at the county commission because, crime, as Councilman Ross said, doesn't take a holiday. We just, unfortunately, have it. In the older wards, 1, 3, and 5, we really depend on the votes of the people in 2, 4, and 6 where the planned unit developments are, where the walls and the gates are, and all the newness of that area, because the old part of town really needs them. We have a lot of crime. I live just, about 150 yards from Las Vegas Boulevard, and have lived there and in or in that neighborhood for many, many years. So I can testify to the necessity and the importance of showing a black and white on the street. I wish we had more cops on the corner, cops on the beat in the traditional old terminology as we used to use it. But I was a scanner freak for many years, listening to police radio, and it boggled my mind how far police would have to drive at 60, 70 miles an hour through city streets to get to a crime because there weren't enough people. And this goes back before that bill was passed, way back. The city of Las Vegas and the county has always been understaffed. I'm making your speech for you, but I know the numbers. Amongst large metropolitan areas, we have the fewest cops per 1,000 residents of anybody, and one of the reasons, and not only that, we've got a permanent visitor population of about 20% of our population. You have the numbers. The point is, we got a hell of a problem here. Transient population, tremendous tourist growth. So all I need is to make sure that people are deployed in the commands that really affect the enforcement in the older parts of town. We've got wonderful, essentially, para-police on the Strip and in various hotels because of the great law enforcement that's done by these organizations and the hundreds of people that are out there to try to help you. They really do help you as you help them. So there's one thing I'd like to address, and that is the inevitable objection of people who say, during these hard economic times, it is the wrong time to raise a tax. You hear that all the time from people who really ought to know better, and you hear it from people who don't know better because they've never studied economics. But it's really a real tested theorem, a real axiom in economics. The balanced budget multiplier. If you tax and you spend in the same area in which you have levied the tax, it actually can have a multiplier effect. Not forever. I mean, there is a limit to that, but it doesn't hurt the economy. And I think that's very important to know. The money is raised in the community and it is spent, all of it, in the community. Not counting the benefits you get from having fewer crimes and bad publicity for the city outside our boundaries. So I'm not reluctant to vote for this at all. I was 4 years ago happy to vote for it, but as you can tell from stuff that I'm not saying, that the bill was taken away. In any event, the city is now getting used to that, and so it's hoping to stand up in the legislature in a few months and speak up for itself. So I'm going to endorse it. I'm sorry to make such a long speech in favor of that and take all your speaking points, but I feel it's very important that we do it.
And I would add to it, I find it offensive when I voted, along with everybody else that voted for that half cent, that it wasn't put into action. It is amazing to me when the voice of the people is loud and clear. We want to be safe. We want the officers. We want the equipment, the vehicles, because we have nothing if we're not safe here. And I know you possibly have some more, but what I'm hearing from everybody is that we are absolutely endorsing and for this proposal and resolution. But I see Councilwoman Tarkanian I have great peripheral vision, and I see her hand on the buzzer.
I just wanted to have you say again, if if this is approved, that these monies will go into having more officers within the communities, within the neighborhoods. Because I will say that's one of the top concerns I get every single week. And it's the burglaries in Scotch 80s. It's the burglaries in McNeil. It's things like that. And sometimes they'll call and get quick action, and sometimes they call and they don't get any. And this is a big concern with the residents. So I just want you to state for me again, please, on the record.
What I'll say on the record, Councilwoman, is that this money will be used for police officers, their positions, and their associated equipment. But make no mistake, this money is going to be used to fill our current deficit, okay, this $46 million deficit. So this is going to, we have a number of authorized positions today on the books that aren't filled because we're not sure if we would have revenue to pay those salaries and benefits in future months. So we would take this tax money and use to pay for those positions so we could fill them, and we would also use the funds for some existing positions to fill that $46 million void.
Well,
this is not going to add.
No, but where are the positions you're going to fill? Where is it that we've lost people? We used to have...
Well, you're going to see them out. You're going to see them out in the field. You will see them in uniforms and black and whites. They will be handling calls for service, as well as some of them will be used for support personnel.
And is this your philosophy that we do need strong presence in the neighborhoods? And I'm talking about in the ordinary neighborhoods, that we do need that?
We totally agree with you.
Okay, because there is a feeling that something else always comes up, and then the neighborhoods get slanted further and further down. And sometimes that's very important, too, just in the upkeep of our community. And I know murders and things like that are more important, but even other things come up. And I just wanted to have that on the record from you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There were comments and added in this. Wrapped in is about the supplanting language. Do you want to make some comment to that?
A part of what we're asking for, and is in the resolution, is to remove the current supplanting language. That would afford us to be able to use this funds for those existing positions. And that's a key component to what we're asking you for. You know, back in 2004, when the economy was good, we were looking to add, those additional positions. And that's why the supplanting language was added by the legislature in 2005. However, we're at a point in time now where not only do we need the quarter cent, we need that supplanting language removed as well. And we commit to the same thing that we did on the initial quarter cent. This will be a carve-out. This money will be accounted separately, and we will be able to show anyone who asks exactly what we're spending the dollars on. And Councilman Coffin brings up, I think, a very, very valid point that I think enhances or puts an exclamation point on the story that we have to tell in regards to this sales tax. We've done exactly what the community asked us to do with the initial quarter cent, and we saw the byproduct of those additional police officers in the reduction of our crime.
Was there anything to replace the supplanting language at all, or just eliminate it in toto?
Well, I believe that will be a discussion at the legislature, before the legislature, Mayor. I think that's going to be there. I don't see this being something that's eliminated forever, okay? I believe, as they have in the past, there will be stipulations that every couple of years, when the legislature reconvenes, we come back and we say what it is that we've done with the money, and then we look at the economy. If the economy is coming back and cities and counties are seeing their revenues are gaining, I would think that the legislature might then put back some of the supplanting language so they feel comfortable that the money's being used as that which it was intended.
Thank you. I understand from one of my colleagues up here that Mrs. Virginia Valentine from the Nevada Resort Association's here. I can't see her, one, because of the reading glasses I'm wearing, and two, because the sheriff is standing right in front of her. Or
I think
no,
she just
is she
walked
there?
out. She's to the there she is.
Oh, and would love to hear your comments since you snuck in there, and must be cold outside. And if you'd state your name for our record, please.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and members of the council. I'm Virginia Valentine with the Nevada Resort Association, and I am pleased to say that my board did meet to discuss the quarter cent and that we will be supporting the sheriff in his efforts at the legislature for both the second quarter cent and some easing of the supplanting language. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Thank you for your comments. Okay, anyone else? And would someone, yes.
Mayor,
Oh, yes.
I just would like to make a real quick comment about the supplanting language. I appreciate the sheriff's comment about the ability of the city and the county in dealing with the recovery. Part of the reason why this removal of the supplanting language is so critically important is we can't continue to contribute at the level that might perform in those categories. And you know, one of the key reasons that the sheriff pointed out in his presentation, actually I think Chuck mentioned it, is that they've had a gaping hole blown into the bottom of their property tax bucket. All right, so have we. We don't anticipate, you've seen Mark Vincent give tons of presentations, that it's probably going to take somewhere between 10, maybe 15 years for property tax to get back to pre-recession levels. So one thing that I think we need to be really careful about, particularly as we talk with legislators and discuss this supplanting language, is creating a 2-year bubble for the city of Las Vegas, because it will paralyze us and create a very difficult financial planning situation for us. That property tax, unless something drastically changes in the tax code, is not going to come back any faster than the 3% and 8% that we're capped at. You can model it all day long. That's the best we're going to get. So, you know, that's a much longer horizon than 2 years. And I'm very concerned if that's something that ends up being a part of the legislative review process, it will really paralyze our budgeting process. I can't speak for the county, but my understanding is the county manager has the same concerns that I do. We need a much longer planning window. And the resolution that is before you says remove it. And that doesn't keep a legislature or you or any other governing body from looking at it sometime in the future when it's appropriate, as the sheriff indicated, about whether or not there could be some easing up on that language. But I think we need to be very careful about putting that back in there, because it will create basically a balloon payment for the city of Las Vegas and Clark County to fill that bucket back up. And we don't see our revenues coming back that way. I mean, look at what we've experienced the last 2 years. It's 1% revenue growth over the last 2 years in each year. That is not significant. It's much better than the 10% drop we experienced the year before, but it's not anything close to where we were. Our property tax levels still today are at 2003, 2004 levels in revenue. So we have a long way to go for our two main resources to recover. And you know, I just want to make sure that we're really clear on the record that that supplanting language is in the resolution the way that's before you today for that main reason. This more cops is being asked to be authorized without the supplanting language to a great degree because of the underperformance of property tax and the fact that it's not going to come back anytime soon. And that supplanting language is a key piece of the puzzle as we go forward with our financial planning.
But it is reviewable every 2 years as the legislature convenes, correct?
They can do anything they want, obviously.
Oh, yes.
What I'm suggesting is that if it is reviewable, meaning that could be added back in because there's a mandatory review every 2 years, our budget process will continue to show you the kinds of fiscal forecasts that Candace Falder's going to show you this morning, that shows us the difference between a current deficit of around $12 million in our forecast to 32 million and will only get worse. So as you're making decisions about where we recover, what we add back, how we bargain with our employees, all of those things, how we design compensation systems for 80% of our budget goes to people right now, including Metro's share of that. We're going to be looking at a $32 million deficit because we're very conservative in the way we forecast, and we do it purposely, because the last thing we want to do is bring back a deficit budget to you mid-year and have to make substantial cuts of 4 or 5%. And so, yes, could they review it? I would suggest that it probably wouldn't be that helpful for us as a city if we knew there was a 2-year review versus some long-term review process when the property tax actually does begin to perform again at a significant level. But we know it's not going to because of the caps. I mean, that's at least a decade out. And then even when it does, you want to have a step back in. You don't want to take it all at once. We will not be able to handle it.
But you are saying the quarter cent now is absolutely the most significant piece to our budget if they don't get it.
Oh, well, as you'll see in a later item this morning, you will see that the magnitude of the impact is nearly $20 million this upcoming fiscal year alone.
Okay.
We're anticipating somewhere between $17 and $20 million. So right now, we have a deficit budget we anticipate of 1 or 2 to 3%. Currently, we're in that same situation in this fiscal year. We're anticipating that for next year. We have to fix that. That's a structural deficit. We've got to put our thinking caps on and really get that out of the mix, in my opinion. If we don't have this kind of revenue for the sheriff and Metro, we will absolutely be making major cuts in city budgets or in his budget or both. And I'm not sure that that's where we want to be as a community. We've already done that. The city's already made major cuts, anywhere from, I would say, oh, well, thank you, Orlando. We've made major cuts from fiscal year 8 to 11, 9% in public safety, almost 30% in general government, 30% in culture and recreation, 22% in judiciary, 27% in public works, and 33% in economic assistance. Well over 18% we've cut total in this budget. And you all have heard me say numerous times, from 2008, our peak staffing, to today, to 2012, we are down 18% filled positions, not vacant positions, not elimination of vacant positions, filled positions. So to add on to that another 5% that it would take to fill the sheriff's deficit would be devastating to our city. So this, I feel, has to be a part of the mix in resolving a structural deficit in Southern Nevada and a major one for the sheriff.
Thank you very much, Betsy. I have two comments from council. Councilman Ross and then Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And Betsy, I'm glad you brought up the budget cuts, because Sheriff, you did the same thing when the economy tanked. You looked at your budget, where can we cut? Where can we stretch that dollar? Betsy, we did the same thing here at the City of Las Vegas. I think the dollar amount comes about $115 million we've cut out of our budget. And I think it's important that the public understand that every local government that we work with on a daily basis, including your organization, has had to cut their budgets because of the economy, because of the property tax issue. It is a huge challenge. And Betsy, we need long-term solutions, and I've said this before, and I hope the legislature takes a good hard look at how local governments are funded, takes a good hard look at how the 1955 tax formula that the state's been working on with for decades now. Those are some big issues that they're going to have to tackle. Sheriff, in my mind, there's got to be other ways other than the city and the county to fund the Metropolitan Police Department. And I don't know what they are, but I think in the years to come, Betsy, because of your comments, we've got to have some of those long-term solutions for the benefit of public safety. Whether it's police or fire, it matters not. There's got to be those long-term solutions so that local governments can continue to provide that level of service It is a scary proposition. And Mayor, I'm concerned every 2 years. I don't want to think about this in terms of every 2 years. Let's think long-term solutions to provide what this community deserves, what the residents and the voters in this county expect from their local governments. Thank you.
Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleague, Councilman Ross, in that sense that we have to do everything that we can to support the public safety. But what I haven't heard, Sheriff, and maybe you can provide a level of clarification, or Mr. Callaway, in relation to this item going before the Nevada State Legislature, and we receive the quarter cent that we are requesting, that your department is requesting, the legislator providing that element, but not providing the supplanting language as far as offering that up. What happens in the event in that respect? How do you handle that? Do you accept it? Do you turn it away? What is the plan B?
Well, actually, it would be very, very difficult for us to accept that, Councilman, to be quite honest with you, because if the supplanting language is contained, it limits your growth. You know, our budgets are being reduced. They aren't being increased. Actually, my conversations with people at a variety of levels, right now, there is more momentum for the removing of the supplanting as a whole. I mean, I haven't come across anyone yet that has an issue with that. Some people do question the additional quarter cent, but I think the case being made of how revenues have been reduced, they understand in regards to the supplanting language being removed. You know, the legislature approves it being enabled, but ultimately the county commission enacts the tax. So, you know, that'll be our last step in the process as we go back to the county commission to ask them to actually enable the sales tax.
But it's the Nevada State Legislature that would determine the supplanting language, correct?
Well, they're the first step in the process.
So the county commission would also be a part of the supplanting
discussions
language?
with them, yes. My understanding, because actually it's a county-wide tax. It's not a statewide tax. It's just for Clark County. So ultimately, they're responsible for enabling it.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the resolution as written under agenda item number 58.
Could I get one more question, please?
Yes, please, Councilwoman.
I get lost in all these budgets and supplementation and all of that, so I have to ask some very basic questions. You took the first quarter cent to add officers, right?
Correct.
So that money is still there. Now, when officers then were retired or something like that, you need to replace them. And you're talking about using this next quarter cent to replace officers. So what I'm not quite understanding is that why wouldn't the first amount be enough to cover the police itself unless we're adding new ones now?
There is not enough revenue generated off the initial quarter cent to support all of these positions that I'm speaking to you about,
Okay,
Councilwoman.
but so originally you never had a full amount of people that you needed?
We did. We actually were at our 2 cops per 1,000 permanent residents. When you included our initial quarter cent, more cops officers, and our general fund officers, when you combine those two, we did meet. But we've had to reduce not only our general fund positions, but because of supplanting language, we've had to reduce our more cops initial quarter cent funded positions as well. So by going forward with the quarter cent, the new quarter cent, will also, and the supplanting language being removed, we'll also be able to add officers on our initial quarter cent that we can't today.
So when you were very definite that when you spoke, when I asked the previous question, that we were not adding new officers.
Correct.
That last sentence you said made me think you were adding new officers.
Well, I have to be careful when I stand before you and say, well, I'm going to be, if supplanting language is going to be removed, I'm going to be able to add 30 officers on the initial $0.25 on top of that, which we currently have, which will be based on revenue streams. How is the sales tax doing? How is it projected to do into future years? So what I want you to understand, today is I'm not coming before you and telling you I'm going to be able to add, like initially under the initial $0.25, 600 additional police officers to that which we currently are authorized. I can't do that, Councilwoman. What I'm saying to you is when we get this money, I won't have to eliminate any more positions. We will be able to pay for them. I will be able to hire them, and I will be confident of being able to pay them into future years.
And I understand that part. It's just the absoluteness of the word any. We are not going to add any that concern me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There is a motion. Councilman Beers?
Thanks, Your Honor. It's been an interesting discussion on a very difficult problem. When I assumed office, I got a bunch of phone calls from folks who had signed up for the new internet services that text your phone when a crime occurs within a mile of your address. And a lot of people said, wow, crime has just skyrocketed out here in Ward 2. So I asked Metro to put some stats together for me. Those stats, if you could flash them up on the screen, showed that crime was down about 15% from 2010 to 2011 in the ward, in Ward 2. And then year-to-date at October 24th for 2012 compared to the partial year previous, down another 3%. So it appeared to me that in Ward 2 anyway, crime was down. The numbers that we're hearing today about crime being up is for the county jurisdiction altogether. It's not just my ward. I note that as a difference. Yesterday at the county commission, there were a couple of dissenting votes, and they brought up points that included that Metro, under the state law as it's written, should have taken this to a vote of the people. It's a change in the use. Metro disagrees and says it's not a change in the use. But I think it is. Clearly, we saw in November the school tax and in Henderson the library tax got voted down. So the populace appears to have changed its opinion on what we should be doing. And another one of the commissioners noted that sales tax is a regressive form of taxation. I'll leave that for the economists to discuss. But those were the reasons that the two commissioners who opposed this yesterday gave. I approached it from more of a fiscal standpoint and a fiscal responsiveness standpoint. So asked our staff to pull together some numbers, and that showed that the city of Las Vegas, which we've got on screen right now, first year that the city spent less than the year before was 2008. In 2011, spending was at a lower level than 2006. And at 2011, we're 10%, a little more than 10% lower than 2008. Clark County, first year they spent less than the year before was 2009. Their 2011 spending is lower than fiscal 7 and is 15% below 2008. Metro's numbers, which are not easy to pull together because of the way they've structured the financial reporting, Metro actually is reported kind of as a subunit of Clark County, and our contribution is to Clark County. And so it's tough to isolate Metro's numbers, but we think we've done it and reconciled them to different sets of numbers. We sent that reconciliation over to Metro's fiscal people last night. But that shows that the first year that Metro spent less than the year before was fiscal 10. They're lower than fiscal 8 and 3.5% below the 2008 spending level. So overall, I came to the conclusion that Metro has not been able to be as fiscally responsive to changing economic conditions as the city of Las Vegas or Clark County. So as we come to this decision, it seems to me we're avoiding the debate the biggest problem, and we see part of it with the ratio of officers to citizens. We're the lowest in the country. But the flip, and the liberals harp on that and say we need more officers, and I have to agree. The conservatives, meanwhile, harp on the fact that we have the highest paid police force in America, which is actually part of the same statistic, in my opinion. We've institutionally, because of provisions in NRS 288, jammed ourselves up collectively. This is true for all local governments in Clark and Washoe County. We've got to deal with it. And throwing more money at it is what we've continued to do for 40 years since this law was written by Carl Dodge as the chairman of the Government Affairs Committee. He was a fellow out of Yerington who meant well, and you read the law and you can't tell how it's going to turn out. But now, with 40 years of experience, we know. Every time pay goes up and the number of public servants per 1,000 citizens goes down. And you could mark any set of 5-year periods and you can see both those statistics moving in the same direction consistently. In my opinion, we should be resolving Carson City to deal with the most onerous provision of 288, which is forcing the arbitrator to pick one of the two extremes on the table, rather than allowing the arbitrator to pick, or craft, if you will, a midline solution that takes pieces from both sides of points and puts together a compromise. Every other state, it appears, in America, does it that way. They allow the arbitrator to pick a compromise. We do not. It was interesting when our ICMA consultants were in town studying our fire department. They were unaware. They did not know that that is the provision of our state law. It's so far off the norm, incomprehensible to these very experienced city and county managers, retired city and county managers. So I think the legislature needs to deal with that first and foremost. I agree the supplantation language is a disaster. When you read it, it's very clearly written in 2005 with no thought that the economy could turn down. It just needs to be fixed. So I'm all in favor of fixing that. I'd also like the legislature, as long as we're sending them a message, to have Metro publish its own combined annual financial report. We call them CAFRs here in the government business. And that's essentially the same kind of overall financial statement that we require of our public companies that trade their stocks and their bonds, but for government. And today, Metro is apparently rolled up in with the county's report, and it makes it very difficult for people to understand. Since only one of those provisions is in this resolution, and these, I think, have to be dealt with before we throw more money at it, I will be voting alone and no on this motion.
Thank you, Councilman. The points are well taken. I mean, I really think you need to go give up your seat and go back to the legislature and make these things happen.
It turns out that I'm married to the only woman in Senate District 6 who was happier on election night 2008 than Allison Copening.
Mayor, if I might, Councilman Beers made a number of points, many of which I'm in agreement with. However, my officers are not the highest paid in the country. They're not even the highest paid in this valley, number one. Number two is when we're comparing the Metropolitan Police Department, in my opinion, it's not fair to compare us to all of city government and all of county government. We're an aspect of that, public safety. And I just throw one aspect that we've taken on at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department during this time period that we're not given credit for when being compared to other jurisdictions is Terminal 3. Terminal 3 is opened, which has required us to put more resources, which is a budgeted part of what we do at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And unlike some aspects of city and county government that have seen reductions in demands, we have not. I'm as committed as I believe Councilman Beers is to finding appropriate solutions to some very difficult issues. And if one of those is finding a way for us in the reporting process to be even that more transparent than we are today, we'll do it. I don't quite understand sometimes the inner workings there of why certain things are reported where they're at, but I hate to belabor a point, but I will. I believe part of the reason we have received the support that we have so far in this additional $0.25 is because of how my Chief Financial Officer, Karen Keller, and her staff accounted for the initial $0.25. And we haven't shied away from not only the state legislature, but county auditing as well.
Thank you,
Mayor?
Officer. Yes.
Could I ask Councilman Beers, on that third item about the annual report, could you tell me why you think that would help? Give us more information, I'm assuming, and...
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. Also, before I talk about that, to the sheriff's point on the statistical information that our ratio of officers per citizens is low and pay is high. That all such statements come from census data that's gathered annually by the United States Census Bureau, and then they publish this raw data set. And it includes, by broad category, policemen, firemen, welfare workers, so on and so forth, the number of hours that they are paid for and how much aggregate pay they are paid. From that, you can calculate hourly wages, you can calculate number of officers per thousand or tens of thousands of citizens, and I did misspeak. I should not have made that Metro specific. It's not. It is actually a comparison of local government pay amongst 50 states. Amongst 50 states, our local government pay is the highest, and our ratio of public servants per citizen is the lowest.
And
now,
I've read that myself,
right,
so
and to your point on the CAFR issue, currently, as we've tried to parse through all this with our fiscal staff and my staff, Metro's financial results are scattered in different funds within Clark County, and that makes it hard to figure out from Clark County's financial statements exactly what Metro is. If they were standing alone and issuing a standalone financial statement, then we'd all have a common starting point to deal with. And let me be clear, I'm not suggesting that Metro's opposed to this in any way. I haven't heard anybody propose it, frankly. It just has come to me over the last week as we've been trying to dig into this. And honestly, I think it's because we've always done it that way, going back to the 1970s when we first consolidated the police department. The valley was 250,000 people or something like that back then. We're nearly 10 times the population of what we were then. And some of the things we set up for ourselves then, every year we only get a little bit bigger, and before you know it, we're looking back over 40 years, and the mechanisms that were created then just don't fit the operation that we've become. And I think that's what much of this is.
Councilwoman specifically, I think, was asking about the CAFR report that you recommended. Would that, in fact, provide fuller information for the council, or?
And not just the council, for the county, for Metro, for the legislature.
It would provide a lot of this financial information in a clearer way.
Right.
Because it is difficult to understand. Metro has a diverse amount of responsibility in a diverse amount of places, and it is hard to pick up what, I would wonder whoever's making this motion, if they just might add number 3, I don't think how do you feel about that? I don't think that would be a problem to add that to us. I think it would help a person such as I greatly respect the police department, but I also know that every time I come up with a vote like this, it's difficult because you get figures here, you get figures there, and one says what. So whoever is making the motion, would they add that as part of that motion?
Right. I don't know.
Everybody else has voted on it.
Oh, you've already voted?
I believe the resolution's been written. I do not want to change it. I think the debate is important.
Yeah, they did it the other way.
Acknowledge that Councilman Beers' statements are something to consider, so I'm going to keep my motion the way it is.
Mayor, I could make a recommendation to address the councilman's area of concern. Over the next 120, 180 days, there will be probably 1,000 or more bills given consideration by the legislature. There may be bills that are considered in the financial reporting category of the Nevada revised statutes. What we can do is ask our lobbying team to work with the sheriff and the county lobbyists if one of those bills could be appropriately amended to include a different financial reporting criteria and mechanism to try and weave that into one of those bills that the sponsor of the bill is amenable to that kind of amendment. That's typically what we do when we have kind of things that come up after we've already met our obligation for turning in our bill draft, so we can't turn one in as a city at this point, but we could work with legislators to get one drafted. I just talked to the speaker yesterday. She indicated that she has several bills set aside for Southern Nevada should an issue emerge. I'd be happy to follow up with her to see if she'd be willing to possibly use one of those bills for this purpose. So I think there are other ways to get there, Councilwoman. We could even bring a resolution back at the next meeting if you want to that says that you want one. That's fine, too.
Yeah, if we can't do it today, I should have been quicker in the mouth and said it quickly before we got those.
Well, and two, it has been voted upon in the other municipalities, and therefore that would change the total concept or add to it, and therefore would have to go back through as theirs.
Yeah, I think that excuse me, Bear, but I think that sort of clouds the issue. I don't know how that has anything that will affect it totally. It doesn't seem to me that it's a problem. It's just a way to better what we're doing, and I think it would show the public we're trying to better what we're doing. However, if you've already voted, then I would request that it's... Oh, it hasn't been recorded yet? I mean, I don't see how that hurts the other entities. We're agreeing with everything they're saying, and we're just adding one other little thing for our own working.
Okay, Councilman Beers.
Due to the open meeting law constraints, this is the first time 6 of the members have heard my thoughts on this matter. This is a pretty big deal, and they're pretty broad issues, and I wouldn't advocate that any of us make a position after having heard these things for 15 minutes. This needs some serious thought. This is why they have 120-day legislative sessions. As well, I think Brad and I are of the opinion that it might be an open meeting law violation for us to expand the scope of this resolution
That's
anyway.
what I was thinking, that it might be also, so I would just request it be on the next meeting that we have. It'd be an agenda, it'd be an item.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Yeah, in the course of discussion on a bill, when you got to address some of the things that are said. I will not quarrel with my colleague, Councilman Beers, on some of the things he said, but I do want to make sure the record's straight on the issue of number of police per 1,000. Census data is only the starting point for determining how many people we have. We've known for a long time. We have a permanent number of tourists here who are exceptionally vulnerable. You know, they're in an alien city, state, and sometimes country, and they are very vulnerable, and they're usually impaired in some way or another. They've either consumed 1 or a dozen beverages that will, float them off the ground, and they don't know where they're going half the time. And you add that population, I don't know, it's maybe between 100 and 200,000 permanent population added on that doesn't show up in a census. That's where you get to those numbers, which are, I brought them up in my statement earlier, but I wanted to make sure that the record on the vote itself reflected that same thing. And I don't know, Sheriff, if you've got that number, but I know of the number.
Okay, there was a motion on, and everyone seems to have voted, except...
Understanding is it's going to be, that part is going to be on the next agenda with Councilman Beers providing information to Betsy. For discussion. Well,
Absolutely.
and action. Discussion and action. Thank you very much. And I pushed the button.
Good. So would you please post them? And the motion carries. Thank you, and we will proceed on. Thank you, Councilman Beers. I think it's really important as we move forward. And happy holidays to you and
Same to you,
all
Mayor.
your officers and support staff. We appreciate it.
Thank you all for your
Thanks.
patience this morning.
Thank you. And we will now move on to backwards, I should say, to item 50. Okay, this is administrative report on proposed repository for high-level nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain from Bob Halstead, Executive Director for the Nevada Agency for Nuclear Projects, and Phil Klevorkic, Senior Management Analyst for Clark County's Nuclear Waste Division. And this is relevant to all wards. And Mr. Olivas.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. As you know, the city has been involved in the Yucca Mountain discussions for many, many years. Councilwoman Tarkanian is a member of the State Commission on Nuclear Projects. Councilmen Coffin and Beers also serve on our internal Yucca Committee. Vicki Cram, back in D.C., is monitoring this from a federal perspective on a day-to-day basis. And, of course, our own Leanne Lee monitors this on behalf of the city. As you know, the county is considered the affected unit of government, so we work with them from a regional perspective. So they're essentially our representative on Yucca issues. So today we have Bob Halstead and Phil Klevorkic here to provide their annual Yucca Mountain update for you. Bob, as you mentioned, Mayor, is the Executive Director of the state's Agency for Nuclear Projects, and Phil is a Senior Management Analyst for Clark County's Nuclear Waste Division. So with that, I'll turn it over to them for their report. Gentlemen?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Ted. And it is still good morning, Mayor, and good morning,
And in
members of the
3
council.
minutes? And if you'll repeat your name for the record.
Yes, I'm Bob Halstead, Executive Director, the Agency for Nuclear Projects, State of Nevada. And I've provided some background information for you, and I appreciate the fullness of the agenda, so I'm going to try to move quickly with my remarks, and if you have questions, we'll deal with those. The Nevada Commission on Nuclear Projects issues a biennial report to the governor and the legislature. That'll be out in the next couple weeks, and that will have the detailed information to go with some of the points we're talking about today. Saturday, December 22nd, is going to be the 25th anniversary of the enactment of the Nuclear Waste Policy Amendments Act. That rather bad piece of legislation that made Yucca Mountain the only candidate site in the United States for a high-level nuclear waste repository. As you know, that bill has been called, not inappropriately, the Screw Nevada Act. However, I'm happy to report to you that the state is in the best position in the last 25 years to defeat the Yucca Mountain proposed repository for good. And yet at the same time, as I told you last December, we unfortunately still face some serious legal and political challenges. The Yucca Mountain program at the U.S. Department of Energy is dead. The office is shut down. There's no funding. We can thank the Obama administration and Energy Secretary Chu and Senator Reid and really our entire congressional delegation for that. And the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission has stopped processing the license application for Yucca Mountain. And again, that's thanks to the appropriations work of Senator Reid and the delegation. And again in September of this year, Senator Reid and the delegation made sure that the continuing resolution that provided funding for government operations in the first half of fiscal year 2013 again provided no appropriations for Yucca Mountain efforts either by the Department of Energy or the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Now, the problem is that while the Nuclear Regulatory Commission licensing proceeding is suspended, it is not terminated, and there is a lawsuit brought by Aiken County, South Carolina, the states of South Carolina and Washington, and their supporters, including the Nuclear Energy Institute, and I must add, Nye County, Nevada. And that lawsuit seeks to force the NRC to resume the licensing proceeding. Now, we expect a decision from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit in January, and we must be prepared, and we are prepared, for them to order a resumption in the licensing process. We know, however, that the NRC and the DOE would have only severely limited carryover funding, appropriations from past fiscal years to use in that event, and they would have no new funds for going forward with Yucca Mountain. Now, meanwhile, the bipartisan Blue Ribbon Commission on America's Nuclear Future, established by the President 2 years ago, published its final report January of this year. They recommended a consent-based approach to any future site selection for a repository. They recommended taking the nuclear waste program out of DOE, and they adopted most of Nevada's proposals for improving nuclear waste transportation safety and security. And we actually expect some legislative consideration of some of those recommendations in the new Congress. And the Blue Ribbon Commission concluded that there's little prospect for reprocessing of spent fuel in the U.S. in the next 10 years, and that coincides with what we've repeatedly pointed out. Yucca Mountain is not only a bad place for a repository or a bad place for interim storage, it's a bad place for reprocessing because of its seismic hazards, that's earthquake risk to surface facilities, limited water resources, and poor transportation access. And of course, that transportation issue at Yucca Mountain is what concerns us most here in the southern part of Nevada. In Clark County, we've just calculated from the 2010 census reports, 220,000, Clark County residents live within 1/2 mile of the highway and rail shipping routes to Yucca Mountain. That's 1 out of every 10 county residents lives in what we call euphemistically the radiological region of influence, which means the area in which gamma radiation comes from the side of the cask, the area in which in an emergency evacuation people would have to be moved. And indeed, it may not have occurred to most of us, but the room we're in today is within that 1/2 mile radiological region of influence, as is the Clark County government building, and goes to the point of how downtown Las Vegas might be affected. At the same time that we're dealing with the Yucca Mountain issue, we're also dealing with some radiological transportation issues that have to do with the continuing DOE operations at the Nevada Nuclear Security Site, which most of us still remember as the Nevada Test Site. In January, we expect DOE to issue its final environmental impact statement. Then in 30 days, there'll be a record of decision for their plans for operating for the next decade. The state of Nevada and other parties, including all the cities in southern Nevada, of course Las Vegas and Clark County, are deeply concerned about Department of Energy proposals for shipments of low-level radioactive waste through the city and through the county. Again, a couple of numbers. Calculation looking at the routes that DOE proposed to use in what they called unconstrained routing, meaning that if they thought they wanted to, they might use the spaghetti bowl in the Beltway. More than 500,000 people live within 2/3 of a mile of those potential shipping routes. There's background information, including some maps, in the materials I prepared for you this morning. Phil and I met with Tom Perigo and Randy Fultz, and of course with Leanne Lee, to talk about the way that what we do at the state level has to be coordinated with the other state agencies, with the counties, and with the local governments. And we'll be planning a meeting for sometime around the middle of January, so we're ready to deal with that DOE FEIS. And finally, let me say that on behalf of Governor Sandoval and on behalf of Senator Bryan, our commission chairman, I deeply, deeply thank you at the city. And especially I want to thank Councilwoman Dr. Lois Tarkanian, recently reappointed as a member of our commission, for your steadfast and continuing support over the years in opposing Yucca Mountain. It is absolutely crucial to the state's position. I thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer your questions, or we'll wait until after Phil speaks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of
That's
Commission.
Oscar. He's gone. He's
Sorry,
down.
Mayor and council members. Just for the record, my name is Phil Klavorik. I am now the program manager for the Clark County Nuclear Waste Division. I took it over about just over a month ago.
But I have to tell you, he would still lie down on 95, I guarantee you that, to
Or in front of a
prevent
train.
any nuclear waste coming here. And I would join him now.
Well, it's good to hear that, because I think that that's the message. I'm here to just actually give you a quick presentation or a discussion on what Clark County has done. In the last couple of years, because of the funding being eliminated and in a continuing resolution through the federal budget program, our budgets have basically been almost eliminated entirely. And as a result of that, we were prudent a couple of years ago to start eliminating some of our contracts. And since we started eliminating some contracts, we basically were able to save some funding, at least to potentially carry us through the next budget cycle if Yucca Mountain was to raise its ugly head again. So from a lessons learned standpoint, we learned very early, decade or more ago, about trying to utilize and maximize the use of our resources and coordinate efforts with other agencies such as the state and the cities. We provide a unified voice and a unified message to the people, and I think that is very beneficial when it comes to providing a consistent message to everybody so there's no confusion. There are a lot of issues that are still on the table. As Bob had mentioned, even though Yucca Mountain is apparently dead, it's not actually dead. We're still waiting for the litigation, the legal side of things. We actually do suspect that the courts will come out and say that you are going to be required to get back into reviewing the application and the license for Yucca Mountain. It's better to be prepared and hopefully expect the worst and hope for the best. Having said that, that will put us all in a very tight situation from a staffing standpoint, expertise standpoint, and preparation going forward. You know, I already mentioned about the budget situation. If everything were to be forced back into the real world of administration, of reviewing an application and everything else, we're looking at a startup period of probably a year to 2 years. That means that we have to look at our experts and everything else. We vetted a lot of our experts already. We filed and they have accepted 14 contentions in the federal licensing aspect of it, of which we've coordinated with the state on several of them, so that we're very similar and either one of us could carry the water, proverbial water, I guess. And going forward on this, those kinds of things is what we need to work on and we need to focus going forward. And from a lessons learned standpoint, we were very specific on focusing on issues that are pertinent to unique local conditions, such as transportation, socioeconomic, emergency management, and emergency response issues, things like that. So, and that's where our focus will remain continuing going forward. Bob had briefly mentioned about the site-wide EIS that is expected to come out in January. We have worked in the past providing comments on the draft EIS a year ago, last week, worked with the city, and we were very uniform in our display of our comments with other entities, including the Regional Transportation Commission and other cities, as well as the state. And they were highly accepted by the Department of Energy. However, we don't know if they're going to accept our comments, and we know that they're going to provide comments back on them, but we have to be very prudent as far as what the results are going to be. In addition to that, we also have the greater than Class C EIS, which is a whole other waste stream that has not been fully vetted or addressed in a site-wide EIS, but potentially the Nevada nuclear test site, or the test site itself, will become a burial ground for that dangerous stuff. And finally, the one other thing that I certainly want to just make everybody aware is that we all know that there's a lot of discussion. Seems to be a lot of support for the I-11 proposed corridor, from transportation from the Canamex Highway from Arizona up to Canada, and which will potentially go right by the doorstep of Yucca Mountain and the Nevada test site. So I want to make everybody aware of the potential unintentional consequences about approving without fully vetting out what the consequences on that, because if we allow interstate proposal to come through here, and we will be highly restrictive in our ability to restrict any shipments going forward.
Thank you both for your report. Any questions, any comments? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you very much. Bob, welcome to the fight. And I know it's, I need to ask you how your budget has been submitted and treated at this point for this next session, because the, you have institutional memory in the personnel that work there, and consultants, experts are extremely expensive. Staff that's been on the payroll for a long time is not nearly as expensive. It's valuable. And I want to know where it stands. What's your budget going to look like coming into this next session?
That's a very important question, Councilman. If you look at our budget over 10 years, you would be confused by what appears to be a precipitous decline, and that's partly because some of the activities that were previously funded through our office as we got into the licensing process were shifted to the Attorney General's office. So the best way to understand our budget is we're basically level funded. We've been spared deep cuts, but at the same time, we've shifted some activities at about the same level to the Attorney General's office. So we're operating at about $1.2 million, and that's the request that will be going in with the governor's budget request. Overall, if I were to give you all the numbers, I mentioned the carryover money on the federal side. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has about $10 million. The Department of Energy has about $18 million. When they and we calculated what they needed to go through licensing, we thought the Nuclear Regulatory Commission probably needed $40 to $60 million, and the Department of Energy needed $100 million. And I don't have an exact number, but we have in the $3 to $4 million range to carry forward to fight our legal fight with our very expensive expert witnesses.
Well, that needs to be, the fight needs to be, it's an education program, and it needs to be re-educated continuously because it'll never go away, never going to die, as long as there are stockholder-owned public utilities around the country using nuclear power. And it's in their financial interest to keep fighting to stick it to us, so we have to make sure that we have, you know, the tools to quarrel with them. And I don't know if we can stop it in the future. It's never dead, and on the other hand, I hope some move is made to try to compromise the issue, because, it's possible that a reasonable answer could be, or a reasonable solution could be found before we lose some of our seniority in Congress. But those members of Congress from all those states which have a lot of nuclear power are always being bothered by the lobbyists. They're always being contributed to by the organizations, so this will not die. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure we had enough tools at our disposal, because periodically we've had to spend money on outside counsel.
Yes.
Because the Attorney General's office could not do it, and they're not overstaffed either. So, we have to make sure that you've got money available for that, or at least the ability and the courage to ask for it when necessary.
Yes, I might add, I don't want to sound complacent about the funding level. If we get into a full-blown relicensing situation, we certainly will need additional money at the state level. There will frankly be concerns about, for example, whether federal funds would be provided to Clark County, which I
think they'll
assume
starve
would be
us,
the case.
Bob.
But
They won't give us anything anymore. They used to do that, and they realized that was nice and all that, but we were just using it to fight them. We'll be on our own in the future.
But your point about hoping that we have a resolution while we have the strong clout that we have in the Congress is certainly, that's a very key point.
I hope that's heard. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. Any comments, questions further?
I'd just like to say, Mayor, that in working with this group, these gentlemen here and others who are on staff and the other members of the committee, I'm very impressed with the dedication and with the resolve and the determination to get out the right information they have. And they do a good job for us.
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that. I think with the economy where it is, it's going to be a while before any funding is going to bring this back out in public, hopefully. But anyway, thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
All the goodies, and Happy New Year to you. Thank you both. Okay, now, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to strike item 51 and then ask the city manager to bring it back at one of the 2 January meetings for make sure we have a good discussion on these particular items. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you. Got that, City Clerk? Ma'am? All right, there's a motion, please vote.
Wait a minute, is this, he said items, and he mentioned...
Item 51.
Only item, okay.
Okay. Okay, and please post. Thank you, that motion carries. I've been asked to pull forward item 53 first, which I shall read. Discussion for possible action regarding the memorandum of understanding between West Care, Inc., Cities of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson and Clark County, and Southern Nevada hospitals relating to the provision of funds for the Community Triage Center, CTC, located 930 North 4th, and the City of Las Vegas's contribution of $218,241.58 from the general fund. This would be in Ward 3, Councilman Coffins and Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve Harson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. This item is the MOU that we have been doing with the local hospitals in Southern Nevada and the other jurisdictions to fund the West Care Community Triage Center. I've invited Amy Rookie to come she's a regional director, to give you a quick and brief presentation of what the CTC actually does here in Southern Nevada. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Good morning, Madam Chair. Amy Rookie for the record. I am the Regional Vice President for West Care, Nevada and Arizona, and I'm here today to briefly provide you information on what the Community Triage Center does and let you know a little bit about where the dollars are spent. So I have a presentation. I know we are at lunchtime, so I'll go as quickly as I can. Feel free to stop me at any time.
And may I request, I would like a copy of the report. Do you have a hard copy?
I don't have a clean hard copy, but...
Thank you very much.
I also would like to thank Stephen Harshen for helping us with this MOU and participating in the documentation. And with me today, our Area Director, Kevin Morris, and our CTC Clinical Director and Director of that program, Aaron Kennard, who are both here locally and available to you at any time. I happen to reside in Reno, but I'm here all the time.
So, all right, as long as you're in the state, we like it.
Okay, just a little overview. The Community Triage Center is a program that was originally established in response to the emergency room crisis for mental health and substance abuse services in Clark County. I'm sure that you recall a time where the wait times in the emergency rooms here in Clark County were problematic. The CTC was originated to respond to that problem, and we continue to perform those activities. We currently accept referrals from just about everyone, but mostly act as a diversion from the local emergency rooms and receive patients who are considered chronic public inebriates, as well as those who are in civil protective custody by law enforcement, so that we can help get them off the street into a safe environment. We can detox them or help stabilize their mental health crisis and work with them on reintegration to the community and accessing local resources. In May of 2002, some issues were brought to our attention by the Committee on Homelessness, and that is how we got to know and work with Stephen Harshen and the rest of the committee members. We were asked to provide some more data as it related to what we are doing at the Triage Center and to be more accountable for our budgeted expenditures and be more responsible to the stakeholders, as well as coordinate on an improved level with mental health. Since that time, we've done some tremendous work, and I believe that the Committee on Homelessness and others have been pleased with our responsiveness. We now are working as a part of a collaborative partnership. We're meeting regularly with those who are stakeholders considered the Oversight Committee. We meet monthly with that group, who helps provide guidance to what it is they need. We let them know what our activities look like as far as volume of services, as well as budgetary expenditures and what we're doing to try to improve our outreach and make sure that we are capturing the group that we are intended to treat. We also have been addressing staffing patterns, reducing overall agency nurse staffing trying to bring all of our staffing in-house for consistency of care and also reduction in costs. And we also have worked to improve our data system so that it's capturing the details that were requested by the members of the Committee on Homelessness. This is so that you know where we are receiving our clients from by zip code, as well as understanding by regional area where they're coming from, because that is how the funding matrix was originally defined. Our partner with Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health is that we can now medically clear them at the triage center and send them directly on a Legal 2000 to the Southern Nevada Mental Health campus without them going to the emergency rooms. We are working in a collaboration with them for a future program to be opened up at the now closed Stein Hospital, where we actually could be providing services to co-occurring disorder clients that we share and actually work on campus with the notion of the one-stop shop concept that was brought up in the 2006 legislative session. We work also collaboratively with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, diverting inebriated individuals to us rather than taking them to the hospitals or putting them in jail. We're also working on placement of folks following detox and stabilization with partners in our community such as Catholic Charities, and Shade Tree. At this point, the Oversight Committee, who's comprised of our stakeholders, is listed here, but basically the original designation was that we would be providing services to, thank you, that it's a three-legged stool funding source. All three have to be in place in order for us to succeed. We have in the legislatively approved budget for this fiscal year $750,000 that must be matched 2-to-1 by local jurisdictions and hospitals. By doing that, we then have available the mental health dollars of $750,000. Without the $1.5 million in match, we can't draw in 100% of the funds dedicated. I also understand that the agency request budget doesn't include this funding at the same level for the future biennia. That will be heard at this legislation. The Oversight Committee, as I said before, provides fiscal and programmatic oversight, and we've met this quarter with another scheduled meeting in January 2013, and this is all a coordinated effort from the hospitals and working with the Nevada Hospital Association. Our outcome numbers, just to give you an idea, we've served 1,565 individuals with an average length of stay of a little more than 4 days. We've placed 11 individuals on legal holds. We're not a locked facility, so we can't retain them there. However, placing them on that hold means we're taking them to Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health, and that is where they belong. Again, trying to avert the emergency room and hospitals for this population.
How many beds do you have?
We have 40 beds at this point. We have in the past had more. We're funded really for 36, but we operate oftentimes at 40. Because we're doing what we can to meet the needs of the community.
And how much of the time, in a general statement, would you say you're operating at capacity?
Well, I believe when I looked at the monthly statistics for November, our average daily census was well above 40 because of the turnover in beds. So we are at capacity most times. We are doing everything we can to accommodate those that are brought to us by law enforcement or diverts from the hospital. So when we get the self-referrals, which we'll talk about in just a moment, we try to limit those numbers so that we have available beds for those who are coming in through the diversion system that's been created.
And beyond Metro, bringing the client patient to you and the walk-in, how else do you get your patients?
It's the hospital diverts. We have a transportation service as a part of what we do. We actually get a call from them, and we'll go over to that emergency room, pick up that client, and bring them to the triage center.
Thank you.
This slide, as you can well imagine, you can see the unemployed, homeless, and poverty statistics, and what I think is a generalized assumption is that majority of our clientele fit all three of these criteria. Our referral sources, as you can see, these are general numbers of referrals. Self, family, and physicians is the largest population of referrals that we get. The others, as you can see, are divided with hospitals being a large portion of that. What's interesting to note and has been questioned in other committees, so I will clarify, that self-referrals are actually seen as a success for our organization. When someone has come to us as a divert from the emergency rooms or law enforcement or any other means in the past, and then they come to us as a self-referral for maybe the time they relapse or the next time they need help, or a family member tells them about us, we're completely diverting those folks away from these other systems. We want to keep them out of the emergency response system as best we can, and in doing so, if they come to us as a self-referral, I actually did a look-back study not too long ago where I was able to see that the majority of those who come to us as a self-referral had been a divert the first time they came to us. So as we know, substance use, mental health, it's a reoccurring problem. We do treat many of these folks over and over again, but they're coming to us directly, thereby not in the arms of law enforcement or in the back of an ambulance or in a hospital bed. They're coming to us and we're taking them off the streets and treating them. So the self-referrals is actually a positive effect because they now know that we're a community resource they can access.
And do you outsource in therapy?
We actually, I'm sorry.
No, just curious as to about a percentage that are outsourced for therapy of whatever sort.
Well, you'll see coming up I have some discharge information. What we do with the Community Triage Center is we're taking folks who are in crisis. We keep them for 3 to 5 days. We are a medical facility staffed with nurses, nurse practitioners. We have a physician and a psychiatrist, as well as case managers. During that short period of time, we do case management with them, figure out what their resources are, what their needs are, if it's housing, if it's outpatient treatment, if it's transitional living, if it's residential treatment. We do all we can in that time to get them to that next level of care. Yeah. So WestCare actually operates several different levels of care beyond the triage center. So we will send folks to our Harris Spring Ranch facility up in the mountains. We will send them to our Women and Children's campus over on Rancho. We do a lot of outpatient services currently on MLK. So we are doing a lot of program that we can funnel these people to, along with working with our community partners, of course.
And of course, you are open 24/7.
We are, and we are the safety net in the community that accepts all the homeless, indigent, uninsured population that comes, you know, that ends up on the streets in downtown, that ends up on the strip, and really, when they're intoxicated, become a public nuisance, and we will take them 24/7.
And you will take now during this New Year's Eve celebration?
As many as we can put at capacity. We will be taking a lot of referrals. Currently in Clark County, we are not the first point of contact for civil protective custody detainees with law enforcement, but I will tell you, as a pilot program in the northern area of the state, where the volume is slightly less, we actually are required to evaluate every civil protective custody detainee at our triage center before they're accepted in jail. Because by statute, they're supposed to be offered treatment before they get taken to jail. So 100% of those CPCs now have to go to the triage center and have to be refused by us, or else they won't be accepted at the local jail. We would have to figure out a scale to do that here. However, it is something that we are piloting in the north, and we started in May. It doubled our admissions to that triage center, which is only 20 beds, and really has made a difference for law enforcement. They just bring them to us. They don't have to worry about booking them in a jail if there are no charges and just a detainee because they're intoxicated in public. We take them, we try to engage them in treatment and get them to turn into an inpatient because they're in an observation level of care until such time as they're no longer intoxicated. If they require a hold be placed on them, those are the folks that are a little bit trickier, because if they are deemed suicidal but they're intoxicated, by law you're not supposed to be able to put them on a legal hold. So one of the things that we do at both centers is we try to contract with that person for safety, get them to agree voluntarily to stay with us. When they're no longer intoxicated, we'll reassess them for being suicidal. Oftentimes it's situational, and they're fine. They engage in treatment, and we get them connected with the resources they need for after they leave.
Wow, thank you.
So a lot of different things we're doing in the community to help the community's needs.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilwoman.
And you only have 40 beds here.
We do.
That's all you have, and that handles problems they come in themselves, people who have been referred by physicians.
Yes.
People that may just know all that you take with just the 40 beds. Do you are you able to handle, I mean, you're talking about homelessness, which of course is across the board in many different areas, and the mentally ill. And I'm just wondering, do you have differentiation of physicians capable of working with the bipolar and other things like that?
We have one psychiatrist on staff. He's the one who sees those folks who are defined as primarily mentally ill. And we do make referrals to outpatient Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health as well as the inpatient, depending on what they need. But our psychiatrists and our nurse practitioners can work with those who have a mental illness. We deal with a crisis, keep them a short period of time, and connect them with the next level of care.
It's the crisis that's the key thing then for the 40 beds. I'm just wondering, perhaps, Mr. Harsons, if we could look at what we have as resources within the city as far as mental health is concerned, particularly what's been happening recently and which has been happening for a long time, and knowing that every single state in the country has cut resources for mental health, and see if there's some way maybe we can devise a way in which we could help even more in that. I know we don't have much money, but perhaps by uniting us all together, you know, and so that we can be a bigger core, we might be able to do better in helping more.
Absolutely, and thank you for that feedback.
Well, I've watched WestCare for a long time. I know you do a good job. In fact, I think you were one of the first agencies, social agencies that I worked with when I moved here. So I know you do a really good job.
Thank you,
It's just that you don't have enough, you know.
That's true.
Money.
And
Money.
it really does come down to resources financially. And one of the things, as I said, that we're hoping to do in the near future is be able to nearly double our capacity by working with the folks at the state level and being able to reopen a closed building that we could house equal to the capacity we have now at the triage center and treat the same population. I'll tell you, Dr. Green, who's the state health officer and the medical director for mental health, and Richard Whitley, who's the administrator of both of those agencies at the state level, are very proactive and really looking for ways to partner in the community to help expand our services and do a better job at reducing barriers and access to mental health care. So I think with our agency's work and theirs, we're actually looking at better, more refined systems that take the burden off of law enforcement and emergency responders. So I think there's great work going on, and thank you for being supportive of us. We are almost at our 40 years, celebrating 40 years in Nevada, our foundation. So we've been around for a long time, so thank you. Moving along, if that's okay. Our hospital referral numbers are here. Some of the smaller sized referral agencies aren't listed. I do have some of those breakdowns if you're interested, but those under 3% are not represented on this chart. It became too much for one slide. Our discharge disposition, generally we are looking at folks who are complete. In the large blue area, you'll see 59% of our treatment is considered completed, or they are successfully complete, and we define that by when they are medically stable and ready to go on to the next level of care. There are AMAs against medical advice. Folks do leave. Impulsively show up and decide this isn't for them, have other obligations outside of the program where they decide is more important. We do all we can to engage those folks in another level of care. And even when they're leaving AMA, we offer them outpatient resources and always let them know that they're welcome to come back when they're ready. And we hope that they do come back.
Do you have private groups that come to you to offer pro bono service?
We do in
private for-profit people?
No, we do not. We have volunteers that come to our agencies. We have 12-step meetings that come to our agencies. I can speak directly about the triage center in Reno. We actually have a professor that's retired from University of Nevada, Reno, that comes and teaches a communication skills and parenting group once a week for free. We have an art therapist in the community that comes once a week and does arts and crafts with our folks for free. So we do work with a lot of students, for example, that come to us, are working on their schooling program, from registered nurses to social work students, medical assisting students. So we do try to find those resources.
And under the supervision, I would assume, of a professional when they're doing this?
Absolutely.
By requirement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. We have agreements with their schools that have to go through our legal department.
Thank you.
Discharge placement, you can see that a large amount of our folks do go back to a private residence. They're either going home to a supportive family member, or they are going back to where they came from, because not everyone that seeks treatment from us because they have no resources to get that treatment is homeless. Also, when they're in treatment and they're clean, they might engage with a family member who says, okay, you're clean, I'll let you come home now. So there are private residences that the majority of our clients state that they're going home to. The other and refuse, that large red category at the bottom, are really representative of the AMAs, the Against Medical Advice Discharges. They say, no, I don't want any help, I'm leaving now, and you know, there's something else more important for me to do than be here. And we hope we engage them at another time. A reminder on that last slide, we do what we can to engage them in the residential programs that WestCare operates, because of course that is a seamless continuum of care by doing that. Again, our men's residential program up on Mount Charleston, our youth male program up on Mount Charleston, and then our services on Rancho, where we treat women and children. This is the top 10 zip codes prior to admission. It's that specific because we were asked by the Committee on Homelessness to really bring it down to where the zip codes that these folks are saying they're from when they walk in the door. This is all by self-report, so there's no guarantee this is accurate, but this is the report that they've given us. And then at discharge, we ask them the question again, where are you going? Are you going back to the same zip code you came from? Are you going someplace else? A lot of the folks go back to really the city of Las Vegas as the majority of the area they're discharged to. Now, these discharges could include other treatment providers who are in the homeless corridor, for example, other shelters. So the zip codes are just representative of the place they say they're going on discharge, and some don't tell us where they're going. This slide is probably very important to this group, and that is about our contributions and how the Triage Center is funded, because that is the question before you today. To continue on with the funding, the local jurisdiction's funding is representative of 1/3 of our total budget. And as I evaluated it, it appears that the city of Las Vegas is responsible for 35% of that 1/3. And this is a flat funding request based on what we've done in previous years and our agreements when working with the hospitals to maintain for this year for flat funding. I will let this council know that it's important that we are working off of a July 1 fiscal year, so we are nearly 6 months through this fiscal year, and this process, along with the county processes, take us this far into the year before agreement. It is my hope in future years that we can do this a little more prospectively rather than retrospectively. In summary, just again, trying to make our services and our communication more transparent, providing a face and a name and information as you see fit to help you understand what it is we do, and that WestCare is really in the community to help those who are in need of services in a lot of different locations in this valley, but specifically the Triage Center is what we're talking about. And we are working to provide data and to enhance the culture of care within our program. And with that, I'll open it to questions.
Thank you very much for the report, very informative. And do you get your funding from those hospitals and everywhere else on a per capita? Or how's the formula that you arrive at? Who puts in what amount?
The original amount that was determined to come from each of the hospitals was based on the volume of referrals that they made, and that was 2 years ago. They're flat funded now, so we're not necessarily in the same funding mix, but UMC is the largest part of our funding source for those hospitals, and it's divided then again by the amount of referrals that are coming from each of the geographic areas and the referrals from those hospitals.
Thank
So
you.
it may be something we'll discuss in the future if indicated.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, I believe this is in your ward.
Yes, Mayor. Just for the record, that this item number 53 is in Ward 5, and let the record reflect that it was improperly posted in the agenda. Thank you for the great report. I am a previous employee of WestCare, having worked for the Welfare to Work program many years ago. And I'm very up to speed and aware of all of the programs and services in which WestCare provides, having gone back there and helped out quite a bit as well. And having known family and friends that have gone through the triage on 4th Street and the great services in which you all provide. And so I'm glad to see that the community effort of the collaboration is still moving forward, and everyone identifying the importance of mental health and how that affects the life of individuals and how that can tear down families from that one individual having an issue, whether it be mental health issue or an inebriation issue, which basically can cause an entire family to go from success to non-success and become homeless very fast. The question that I have today for Mr. Harsin is, I see it's listed, this item is listed to the tune of $250,000 roughly from the general fund. So is that how we're looking to fund this annually? Is this a one-time shot? Please explain that.
I'm sorry. Yes, it is part of the general fund. This is something we have been funding annually since 2005. So every year I come back. In previous years it's been on consent. I thought it was important to actually get a presentation and update of what WestCare is doing. Again, the collaboration and communication has improved tremendously over the last year. So it is general fund. It's always been budgeted, and I will be back next year to renew this.
Okay, so annually, WestCare comes and provides to the council an update as far as
if that's what you would
their
like,
successes.
that's what we can do.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not sure if there is any other council members that were looking to speak. If not, I would like to go ahead and entertain a motion of approval subject to all conditions.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion, and please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you for the work you do in your fine report. And enjoy the snow up north. Okay, now we will move backwards to item number 52, abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the review of the financial forecast model. And this will be by Ms. Falder. Here she comes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Candy Falder, Finance Director.
Good morning.
I'd like to give you a brief presentation of our fiscal planning activities over the next several months. Do we have Apologize for that delay. Briefly, for the past 3 years, this City Council has continued to have a commitment for making sound fiscal decisions. Betsy gave you earlier some of the measures we'd taken from fiscal year 08 to fiscal year 11, and those cuts we'd made to bring us down to be a fiscally sound enterprise here at the city. We've retained our bond ratings as we've moved through these past few years, and we've stabilized the Employee Benefits Internal Service Fund. We had come to you a couple of years ago that we needed to modify the rates, that we hadn't kept pace with keeping our rates at a level to allocate our costs to keep that internal service fund solvent. So we have now planned in fiscal year 14 to be at our last increase to make sure that we're allocating our costs appropriately. The Fiscal Oversight Committee, we've been very fortunate to have a group of gentlemen from various industries throughout Southern Nevada participate in our Fiscal Oversight Committee for the past 4 years. This year we held our meeting on November 4th. 6 members attended. This focus on this meeting is generally for revenue. What we're seeing as a revenue as our professional outlook here at the city, and then we entertain the guidance of those members of that committee, what they're seeing in their industries, to see if they have any recommendations for us as we move forward. This year we met, we provided what our projections were for 14 and 15, and generally across all members, they concurred with what we were putting out there. So we will move forward with that. As a look where we are now, the budget year we're executing is fiscal year 13. This gives you a list of the expenditures out of the general fund. Currently, we're spending about 65% or $306 million on public safety. That 65% or almost 66%, as you contrast that to where we were in fiscal year 8, we were spending 61% of our budget on public safety. So there's been a slight shift upward with where we are shifting our resources, or where we have shifted our resources through the last 5 years. Part of that is in what Betsy talked to you about earlier in conjunction with the Metro item. We did not cut or see the decline in public safety that we did across the board in all of our other functions.
And of course, that category includes fire as well as our own forces.
Yes,
city.
it's detention enforcement, the
everything.
corrections, fire, it's the criminal part of the city attorney's office.
And our part of Metro.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I have a slide on how that impacts us a little later. Briefly, this one, I just want to show you what the trending has been on our revenues and expenditures. The red lines are our expenditures. The green line illustrates our revenues that we've seen since fiscal year 6. You can see the downward trend on all of them, and as we've hit the bottom, we're hoping in 12 we had a balanced budget at that time. As we head out into 13 and 14, based on the union contracts we currently have in place, even though we're attempting to keep things flat and being as responsible as we can, you'll see the gap widens for 14 and 15 as we head out. For 14, what we're looking at, well, let me back up one moment. When we met with the committee, what I'm bringing you here is our initial look at moving forward with building the fiscal year 14 budget. This is not the budget that we're sharing with you now. It's the guidelines we're using to go out to the departments and build the budget. It's the targets that we're going to give them based on this information. Then we will be back to this city council with a budget workshop, with several meetings and with briefings, working with the department directors and the city manager's office to refine that before we file with the state. So for 14, what we're currently looking at, our initial targets broken down here by classification, 74% of our resources will be spent on labor. The exploded piece of the pie is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We've included their labor because they are primarily labor. So we've included their labor and benefits in with our salary and benefits. That totals the 74%. 53% of it would be the city employees, 21% would be our contribution to the salaries and benefits of the Metropolitan Police Department. We then have another 5% we'll spend on Metro's non-labor expenditures, 3% of our resources for debt service, and then 17% we're targeting for non-labor. General fund revenues. Where do we get our money to pay for these expenditures? There's $238 million that we are seeing from intergovernmental. That is primarily the consolidated tax. That's 51% of the revenues we will budget for. Another almost 19% is in property taxes at $87 million. Franchise fees at 16%, and then other revenues of about 14% of our budget. So as you can see, as we've seen the decline in C-tax and property tax, that makes up 80% or 75% of our revenues that we do not have direct influence over. But we rely on those to provide the services to our citizens. A little bit of history. I know you've seen this before. We've updated this chart. This is a consolidated tax. The bars are the hard dollars associated with those revenues. The red line shows you the trending on the growth or the percentage growth or decline in that revenue stream. So in 14, we're going to forecast a 3% increase in consolidated tax from the previous year, and that is down from fiscal year 12, just slightly. We're flattening out. We're definitely not down where we were in fiscal year 9. We saw an increase in the rate of increase. We've also see, as you could see though by the bars, they are just slightly ticking up. We're seeing no large growth patterns in the consolidated tax.
Could I ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
Can you go back to the other, somebody just switched this?
No, we're back to
you're back.
consolidated tax.
Okay, good. Why are you predicting that we will be going down in the next 2 years? People are saying we're, maybe overcoming this. As far as revenues, we're talking about revenues, tax revenues, right?
Correct. We're saying slightly down. It's just ever so slightly down in the
I'm
rate
just
of
wondering why.
growth. But the dollar itself is, as you see, the bars, the vertical bars are the dollars. The dollar is still ticking up, but the rate of growth is flattening out still.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councilwoman?
I think it did. Thank you.
The next is the property tax history. Again, you see in fiscal year 11, we see that we hit the low level on the decline, the rate. We are looking at flat, no reduction, no loss in the property tax revenues from where we were. We're slightly going to be down in 13 from where we were in 12, but we are predicting we will be flat as we move into fiscal year 14. So the highlights of what we'll move forward with, we'll have C-tax increases at 3%. As again, property tax, we're looking at flat. Expenditures, we're initially going out with CEA COLAs at 2%. PERS increases that are built into the numbers that I'll show you on the next couple slides. We've had PERS increases in both categories, classifications of employees. The regular staff members will see a 2% increase in their PERS contributions. Public safety is at 0.75% is what we will be contributing to PERS, an increase. Healthcare projected savings from moving our medical plans. We've built that savings into these numbers. The benefit rate increases that I talked about that we're ticking up again to reconcile that fund. And we have also, again, for the second year in a row, we're going to build in a 3% vacancy factor into the larger departments. When I say build in the vacancy factor, we know what positions we have out there. We know what they're currently going to cost us. We also know based on trending the past dozen years, because of people leaving and coming, we have this vacancy factor each year. Just the normal attrition rate, we're building that 3% in. It's something that we monitor throughout the year. We did build it in this fiscal year that we're currently in, and we see that we are experiencing what we projected, so we will meet that rate. But we just don't give that budget automatically to the departments because we know they're not going to spend it. Now for the meat and potatoes of what I want to show you. This initial one is the current forecast that we're going to move forward with the departments. The highlighted vertical column is the current year we're executing now, it's fiscal year 13. We are projecting that we will have a shortfall at the end of this fiscal year that we would have had $2 million less in revenues than we get in expenditures. We are already budgeted to draw down the fiscal stabilization fund. That will give us an ending fund balance of $110 million, or almost 24%. Now, as we move to fiscal year 14, the $468 million in revenues that we talked about before. Then if you look at these categories, we have almost $481 million that we're going to use as our initial stepping off point for the budgets. That gives us a shortfall, a projected shortfall initially, or gap, of $12 million. That will draw down from the fund balance down to $98 million, or 20%. This is currently what we're going out with. These are the assumptions we're making as we go to work with the departments in the city manager's office. Now, the other example, based on your conversations that you've had here regarding the Metropolitan Police Department, we have another item that we might have to work with. This one, the only change you will see on this table from the previous one I showed you is the highlighted Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department operations line goes to $144.5 million in 14 and $148.8. If we are not successful at the legislature, if the sheriff is unable to find another revenue source to bolster up or to help with his, what did he tell us, $26 million gap, $46 million gap, I mean, it's a large gap. And we have to contribute more to sustain those services. Now we're looking at a shortfall in 14 of $32 million. Our gap now increases by those $20 million, our share of what we would have to contribute. Drawing down our fund balance to $78 million, that then takes it down to 15.6%. Then if you look out to the next year, just keeping it stable there, there's another $33 million gap, draws down the fund balance to 9%. That's well under our 12% stated budget policy in 2 years. So that's critically important, what has to happen at the legislature to help us through this problem. Help us help them through this problem. So with that, the financial picture, we are initially modeling revenue growth at 1%, expenditure growth based on those contractual obligations we know we currently have at 2%. We're looking to maintain the fund balance, but when we look at that, even if we have that fund balance of $110 million at the end of 13, only 15% of that is unrestricted. We still have 3% of it is unspendable because it's a note receivable, and we have restricted ending fund balance. That's that fiscal stabilization fund, the portion of it that you haven't identified for other items yet. So the large portion of it is available, but we are drawing it down. Based on those scenarios that I showed you, we're drawing it down. This speaks to the fund balance, and you can see what's happened over the last several years. In 12, we had well over $140 million in the fund balance that covered 17 weeks of coverage, if you look at operational coverage. In 13, we are drawing that down, just for operations and what we need to maintain the services that we have. So we're down to just 12 weeks of coverage with our fund balance. As we move into 14, again, to sustain those operations, even maintaining a relatively flat budget, no new programs, no increases for employees, this draws this down to 11 weeks of coverage. And you see the trend there that just keeps continuing. So, for our budget objectives, we want to avoid service reductions. That's been our primary budget objective the last 3 years. We're going to remain relatively flat, but our focus is still on supporting your priorities as a city council. What are your priorities? That's where we need to focus, where we're putting these limited resources. That's why we'll need to have this continued dialogue as we move through this process. We do know that we have 3 union contracts that expire in June of 13. We have built in no changes, no increases. Everything remains status quo in these numbers I've provided. The structural gap of $46 million we've talked about, we'll need to address as we go through. We also know we want to review our fees on those items, the 25% that we do have control over in revenues. We want to review the fee structures and what we can do to closely match what are we charging versus what is it actually costing us. And the final thing is just a short look at what our budget cycle is. Vanetta and her staff in financial services is actually preparing the individual department targets right now. I've given you the overview at the summary level by the city and the general fund. She's getting those numbers finalized. We will roll that out to the departments the first week of January. This does say kickoff in December, but that's our initial notification we'll have out. We'll give them their targets. We will then hold council workshops. We'll hold the budget hearing in May that's required by statute. Submit to the Nevada Department of Taxation, and then we're off on a new year. With that, any questions or guidance you have for us would be appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Falder. Before we go into comments, I think I'm going to open it up to the floor. And I know Dean Fletcher, this is item 52. You have submitted a card. Do you want to come forward? And if you'll stay in the vicinity and not go to lunch at some point. And then and anybody else who would want to address council. And then we'll take comments from City Council. Thank you. Please come forward, state your name, and good afternoon.
Yes, this afternoon. Dean Fletcher, Las Vegas Firefighters. Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a few documents I'd like to present to you and the city clerk for the record, please. I think it's only appropriate if somebody could put us back to screen 5, which is showing the revenue coming in for fiscal year 12. Yes. Yes. I just wanted to go on the record and present you the documents. We haven't done our comprehensive annual financial report as of yet. It appears there for fiscal year 12, we're showing a decrease in revenues, and by your own documents here, it shows that for fiscal year 12, we had revenues that were $445 million, which is actually a $12.5 million increase than what was budgeted. So that graph, in my opinion, and by your own graphs on the city website, should be trending upwards for fiscal year 12, because the actual amount here for general fund revenue was $439 million in fiscal year 11. So those are all there. They're public records, and we know we've been through some tough financial times as firefighters and as other city employees and working with you. But I think we're through the toughest point, and I think the graph should reflect that the revenues have increased for fiscal year 12 from fiscal year 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment? Please come forward. Comments from council? Yes, Councilman Ross.
I just want to say this, Candace, thank you very much for that presentation, and I want to say something reflective of Ms. Fretwell's comments in the newspaper today about how transparent we're trying to be as a city. And I think as you gave your presentation regarding how this budgeting process is going to take place, that we are going to be listening to the public, to certainly our employees, to other organizations throughout this community in regards to how we budget, how we plan, how we spend, and I think that's significant. And it is very reflective, Ms. Fretwell, of your comments in the Review Journal's papers today about being as transparent as possible as a city and not just doing things because we can on the consent agenda. That's not how we operate. So I appreciate your comments in the paper, and Ms. Falgren and all of your staff, including Mr. Vincent, who I don't see present at this meeting, the efforts that you've made, and all the department heads too, for helping this city deal with this recession. It has not been easy. And I think it needs to be said that we as council members appreciate everyone being a part of the solution and not part of the problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we get, Candace, could you address could you reconcile the footnote revenue amount that Mr. Fletcher just brought to our attention to the graphed $476 or $7 million of 2011 revenue?
I'm not sure. I have not seen what Mr. Fletcher
She doesn't
had.
have the paper, but
I
it's
don't
going
have-
back to your older.
It's a footnote from our
report.
CAFR.
Yeah, I think that's.
think.
It was at 439,000.
I note that the footnote qualifies the figure as operating revenue, and I don't know that if there's a non-operating income item that came in.
Page 40 of what was submitted says revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance.
What we have here, Council, I apologize, Betsy's given me, what we've got is the graph that I've shown you here. If you see the spike up in 11, we had a lot of transfers in because we'd seen those years of loss. That's when we did the large review of all the funds, looked at our budget policies for what the ceilings would be for some of those funds, our fiscal stabilization fund that we were drawing down from. So we had some large transfers in fiscal year 11 in that revenue category. That's why you saw the spike within that year.
This would appear to be, and we would see that in the CAFR, but what Mr. Fletcher brought is the revenue report that we publish, which is a little different, I think, from the CAFR, correct?
Correct.
Plus, that's from June of 11.
Yeah.
It's on page 40 of the submittal that he brought to our attention.
I think what he was questioning was the variance of where it's saying we didn't have additional revenues and that we do have, showing it on this one chart.
Well, the
I
June
believe-
30th, 2011 revenue report appears to indicate that our 2011 revenue is $432 million for fiscal 11, right? And the graph shows fiscal 11 revenue as 470.
Correct, and a lot of times the revenues presented in the revenue report are the true generated revenues that do not necessarily include the transfers in. In this graph, I've given you everything that is a credit to the revenue side of the ledger that includes transfers in, thus the spike up. I've included the revenues in this, I've included the transfers in this graph. This revenue report, I see no transfers in that are included in the report above the line here.
Sometime in the next.
I can actually I'll provide the reconciliation by line item, by source,
Okay, that would be great.
to both this council and to Mr. Fletcher.
Okay, I have another question.
Yes.
Last Saturday, I received my notice of a new assessed value from the county.
Correct.
And my house apparently became more valuable. I'm trying to figure out if because we're budgeting an 11% or a 5% reduction in property tax revenue this year, fiscal year, that we're almost halfway through. I think there's going to be I think I'll make 2 quarterly payments off this new valuation, maybe only 1 prior to the end of this fiscal year.
Councilman, this is the time of year Mark usually has us all bring in our little statements because he likes to do a table
bring
on
mine
it.
in
He's
Monday.
very interesting because all I know is I got my same little postcard and my house has gone down in value.
Okay.
So we each bring ours in, we look at where we're living within the city here to see what the trends are. he'll provide you some of that information.
So do we get any kind of a report on change in assessed value from the county, from the assessor's office that's specific to us, and if so, when?
I don't necessarily know the when. I will work with Corey DeMille in our office. They don't necessarily just send it to us. We do call and ask them for the breakdown as much as we do when we talk about some of the abatements and things like that. We get that information from Rocky over there, and Corey will work with him to get that. We'll see what they've got at this point.
Councilman, the other thing that happens is a lot of times we don't even know the outcome of the appeals until we've already filed our budget and started it.
Right.
So like last year, the budget numbers that we presented on our anticipated revenues were impacted by those appeals, most particularly in the redevelopment area. So we get iterations to put together this forecast. We have some preliminary information from the county and the assessor. We use that with our financial review committee to come up with the 0% growth chart that Candy indicated to you. And then we wait until all those appeals play out, and we monitor that very carefully, although some of them take an inordinate amount of time to get through, so a lot of times we don't even know until it's done, meaning our budget is done. So the next 6 months, we watch that very carefully.
Okay, thank you.
Betsy, if I could,
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, is there any place that we know about the percentage of appeal that's made? I mean, how big it would be and how much it might affect us then?
Yes, actually, we keep track of that, the number of appeals, how many are in the city, and what the potential impact could be, and then we monitor that throughout the process. It's just, they don't take them all at once, and so it kind of gets meted out over the spring through their meetings.
You know, year
And
by
some
year
people
about...
withdraw them and those kinds of things. So we could maybe put together a report in the spring. Once those appeals are filed, we can kind of give you the big number of what's
I'd
at
just
risk,
be
I guess.
interested in what percentage of the people do appeal, and so then it lets us know what difference.
It's actually been trending down. I may have that information upstairs on my desk, Councilwoman. I did not bring that down here with me
That's
today.
okay if I get it sometime.
What that trend is, but, you know, maybe I can just drop it on a briefing for you in the next, in
That's
January.
fine. Thank
And give you a historical, and then we can update you on what actually happens to the Board of Appeals this year.
This past year.
Okay.
And especially in the older neighborhoods, I think they're so undervalued. I can't believe it. Our price on our house is, I mean, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculously low, and has been stable over the years, very low, which I love that we don't have to pay as much, but there needs to be a total reevaluation.
I noticed in Councilman Beer's three-point plan earlier in the discussion today that he didn't have in there that we're also like one of, I think, maybe one state that depreciates property like we do for older established properties. Maybe there's 2 or 3 other states that do it, but we're a rarity.
Right.
And that's what benefits you, Mayor. So when you bring in your little postcard, you'll see that you're fully depreciated on your house because of the age of your house. Probably
Right.
Councilwoman is too.
Right.
Some of the rest of you won't be because you're in your house and it's newer.
But it doesn't,
But
since we're
it keeps
taking the
your,
value.
it keeps your property tax at about 25% of what it would be if that was a newly constructed house,
Right.
just to put in perspective.
Yeah, without question. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Yeah, as a footnote to that, yeah, ours on our house downtown went up a little bit. It's 62 years old. It's been fully depreciated for a long time. But comparables, some brought it back up. Northwest condominium in the Northwest went down in value in Councilman Ross's ward. The question I wanted to just ask you, I wanted to get more specifics on the issue of what's coming up this next year, preparation for the budget hearing in May. You talked about that, but you didn't mention too much about the council workshops. Now, we started a good project last year of having open public hearings of the council on certain aspects of the budget. When will we have that schedule and the selected budgets, sub-budgets, or whatever you call it, department budgets?
Correct.
And/or
We had-
functional discussions, too.
They were more, I believe, functional discussions on areas of interest that actually drive what we're doing in the budget. I don't know at this point that we have scheduled out those unique specific items. I do know that in addition to that, for the past 10 years or so, we've also done a budget workshop that's just about the same thing you get at the budget hearing, but you're getting it early to see where we're going with this so that we can ask you for any guidance that we have. So we will have an open budget workshop
Well,
also.
one big budget workshop on the $500 million budget is not enough for me. I think we were on the right track starting last year. Maybe the city manager will explain where we were going, because I was very much in favor of that, where you actually have a hearing on these budgets. And you talk to people about them. Ask questions of our department heads. Things like that are important, but you don't have to do the entire $500 million budget. You know, in terms of for expedience purposes, expediency, I think it's good to select 2 or 3 of them and make them the feature of their very own hearing. And you take a look at the spending and make sure, validate what you're doing and validate the efficiency of the spending.
I would totally agree. I think I will plan to next week meet with Betsy and Mark, Mr. Tarwater, see what items we believe are most impacted within the budget that are of interest to you in the City Council, and see, then she could present them to you at a briefing if these are the items that you'd like to see, and we'll schedule accordingly.
I think Councilman Beers would just love to attend those and dig right in, just like the good old days at the Senate. But in fact, it's how we can do our job the best, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And anyone else wishing to comment?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Yes, please.
Candace, on slide number 5, general fund revenue and expenditure trending,
Yes.
going back to fiscal year 2006, I noticed where the revenues were outpacing the expenditures
Yes, they were.
night and day. And looking out as far as the forecast out to fiscal year 15, it's just the opposite. It looks as though starting in fiscal year 12, if you will, being that they both look or appear to be equal, where the expenditures are now sliding
Outpacing.
away and outpacing our revenues.
Yes, sir.
And from a fiscal managing standpoint, that is very concerning, correct?
Yes. We end up having to draw down our reserves within our fund balance.
In order to break at least even each fiscal year,
Yes.
okay? Moving to slide number 11, fiscal forecast, page number 11. And this is just point of clarification so that I can walk systematically through my thought process.
Yes.
Okay. Fiscal year 13, our revenue is $462 million.
Yes.
And after drawing down the fund balance, we will be left with approximately $2 million.
No, the gap between the revenues and our
I'm sorry,
planned expenditures is
a gap
$2
of $2
million.
million deficit,
Yes.
a $2 million deficit. Okay? And now if we'll move over to page 12, the fiscal year 14 and fiscal year 15, the highlighted, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, their operations, this was to include the $20 million that the sheriff is requesting from the city.
Yes.
In order to balance or stabilize their budget.
Correct.
That's correct.
To stabilize his gap, to eliminate his gap.
To eliminate his gap, which leaves a structural deficit and a shortfall for the city of Las Vegas to the tune of $32 million as opposed to $2 million.
Yeah. Well, it would be, in 14, it would be 32 million as opposed to 12 million.
in FY13.
Yes, as opposed to 2 million in FY13, correct.
Correct. I went backwards. I went from 14 to 13. I'm basically just trying to draw a line between the two as far as the structural deficit in FY13 versus the structural deficit should, in fact, the city move forward with the 20 million that's being requested, with the city having to now figure out how to identify $32 million in order to reduce our deficit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Page
And it-
number 14. General fund reserves versus number of weeks covered. I believe it was either 2007, 2008, and Betsy, you may assist with this if Candace don't have the answer. The mayor and council made a policy decision to have a threshold of a percentage, and I believe, if memory serves me correctly, it was a percentage of a 12-week reserve for the city. Am I accurate with that 12-week, or am I shy, plus or minus?
No,
As
it's,
far as
we
reserves.
agreed, we established a budget policy, the city council did, of 12%.
Of 12%?
Of 12%.
12% of the overall general fund budget?
Of the overall revenues, the previous year's revenues.
Okay. And that would equate to how many weeks as it relates to the number of weeks covered?
Well, 10% equals 5 weeks.
Okay.
So what we have done, even though we had a 12% policy, this council also, because of the economic times, we suspended that policy to move it to 10%. So that 10% would give us 5 weeks of operational coverage within the general fund.
And that's what the blue line dictates?
That is what the blue line across this chart represents, is a 10% of the 52 weeks in the year.
And we suspended that temporarily. Was there a sunset? Or
No,
was it
there was
open-ended?
not. But we do bring every budget hearing, we bring those budget policies back to you for your approval or guidance on what you'd like to see.
Maybe I should weigh in here. We actually had a problem in our review of our bond rating a couple of years ago
I was
as a
going-
direct result
I was
of-
going to go there, Betsy. That's why I was
Yeah,
basically systematically trying to
Yeah.
just keep everything in order, because I was going to end with the bond rating question, but go ahead.
Well, not to jump ahead of you, Councilman, we restored in last year's budget the 12% policy. Actually, I think we did it 2 years ago, but for sure in last year's budget policy discussion, because of the impact on our bond rating. You may remember that we got downgraded 1 tick,
That's correct.
which is not terrible. We're still at a 2, but it was the wrong direction. It would be ideal for us to be higher, I think. If we could get to a AAA bond rating, that would be incredibly successful, in my opinion. However, it's sort of hard to get to 3 when your state's at a 2. So it's sort of a self-limiting factor, I guess. And that was despite significant, as you can see here, reserves that gave us coverage of, several weeks.
That's great.
When you look at other bond ratings from other cities around the country, it left us kind of scratching our head about why we even we're down a tick instead of being upgraded, to be honest. And all of it was because of the impact of our local economy and the softness of our local economy, not your fiscal management. Let me be clear. So it's something that we monitor very closely, and we guard, quite frankly, very closely to make sure that we have adequate coverage in that fund balance. And one thing that Candace didn't mention that happened as we moved through the spectrum that you're looking at is that there was also a change in accounting reporting practices that required us to roll in various fund balances from several other funds that were not restricted. Although they were dedicated for uses by you, by policy, or by budget allocation, from a reporting standpoint, we had to show that. What the Governmental Accounting Standard Board now says you really ought to have is somewhere around 20% after their new rule. So our current policy says 12. GASB says it's prudent to have around 20% with this new rule. And you're looking at charts that show us potentially, if everything goes in the worst case scenario with the Metro funding situation, to well below not only your stated policy, but GASB guidance within 2 years. I didn't mean to steal your thunder, but I couldn't help myself. You know me, I can't help it.
You did a great job, because I was basically walking right down that track as far as the financial forecast and the picture of what this mayor and council has to look at and face, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but today. Because according to what you're sharing here, Candace, in fiscal year 12, we were, as far as weeks of coverage, what is that, 17? 17 weeks of coverage?
Yes.
And fiscal year 13, we're roughly 12 to 13.
12, right.
And 14, it gets weaker.
Down to
and
11.
15,
down to 10.
even more so.
Yes.
So what you're telling us in reality is that there's some very tough decisions that we have to make, looking at all of the union contracts that are coming up, trying to do all that we can to preserve and protect public safety, because that is very important to the residents and the citizens whom which we serve.
Yes.
And how also to protect the programs and services that we as council members share in our wards for our residents.
Yes.
Whether it be the parks and the recreational facilities, to include full-time employees. Because as we all very well know, over the last 4 years, Betsy, we've laid off 260, roughly, full-time employees.
271.
271 full-time. And how many vacancies were eliminated?
Oh, and probably in the hundreds.
So when you add the two, we're close to 400 positions.
More than that, I think we were at 615-ish.
615 positions gone.
Yes.
And so if we don't do something now, we will be faced in the matter of 2 years, roughly, of what we've faced within the last 4 years. And one thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that we have come a long way from the issue of City of Las Vegas employees being nervous about their employment status and being able to provide for their families and being able to live a comfortable work environment in order that they may do all that they can to give the City of Las Vegas what they have to make us the great city that we talk about each and every day, Mayor. And having to go back down that road to have that level of uncertainty for our employees is not only nerve-wracking for me, it's nerve-wracking for them as well. And so I can really appreciate the numbers that you brought before us. I can also appreciate Mr. Fletcher coming forward to basically bring the numbers that he felt need to be addressed. And thank you for that clarification as well. And please make sure that you provide that information to Mr. Fletcher so that his concern can be addressed as well. But I'm looking forward to always receive, Candace, the true hard fact numbers, because that's how we as a legislative body make the most appropriate and informed decision, not rubber stamping, but really taking all the facts into consideration as to the position that we have to position ourselves to vote for the future of the Las Vegas community, and in particular the city of Las Vegas. So thank you for that, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else, please? Well, since you did that so eloquently, how about you make the motion?
Okay. Am I approving the report?
You are, yes. You are
Okay.
approving
Accepting the
the
report.
review of the financial forecast model.
Candace, thank you once again for your report, and Mayor and Council, thank you for your comments. And at this time, I would like to move forward to accept the report as presented, and I look forward to continuing to work with the executive team, Betsy, you and your entire team, to acquire all the information needed in order that we make the most prudent vote, as these very difficult times bring very difficult situations for us to address. But that's what we're here for, to basically serve in these leadership capacities, to make sure that we're looking out for the greater good of the communities in which we represent. So my motion will be for approval.
Thank you. I would add to it, too, it's always better to make your proposals as you do, in the fashion of income low and expense high, so we're not shocked at the end. But hopefully everything will be on the up, because I think we're creeping there. And thank you, too, Mr. Fletcher, for bringing that to us. And so there's motion, and please vote. And please post. Thank you. That motion carries. And we will now move on to item number 54. Is that correct? Is that where we are? We've gone back and forth so much, I don't want to lose where we are. Item 54, discussion for possible action regarding a review of conditions of a tavern license, Red Label Bar, Inc., DBA Red Label Bar and Lounge at 332 East Sahara. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. Is the appellant present? Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. On December 15th of 2010, the City Council placed a series of conditions on a tavern license for the Red Label Bar and Lounge. Item number 4 of those list of conditions required that this business on Monday of each week access a list of their entertainment. They've been very, very faithful with that. There have been no incidents at this tavern, and the applicant has requested the removal of that condition. Staff concurs with that request and would request your consideration of removing that condition, and we'll ask the applicant simply to follow the code and contact us when they have a change in the type of entertainment they provide.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Your Honor, the tavern's been a good citizen here, and they've done a lot. And the paperwork burden is pretty onerous on both the people that send it and the people that receive it. They did very well in that 2-year period, and I feel we should loosen this up and go back to standard reporting when necessary. So therefore, I move that the council follow staff recommendations.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you, Karen. Mrs. Duddleston. And please post. Motion carries. We'll now move on to resolutions discussion. This is item 55, R78-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Visual Improvement Program, CVIP agreement between RDA and Gay and Lesbian Community Center of Southern Nevada, Inc., owner, located at 401 South Maryland Parkway, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, related to redevelopment agency item this morning, RA 15-2012. And Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Discussion took place at this morning's redevelopment agency meeting, and I'd like to incorporate those remarks. We're recommending approval of a $50,000 grant. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, thank you. Yes, this building, this entire enterprise, with almost $4 million invested, privately raised in the community, is going to be a real boon to the downtown area. It's perfectly situated at the right location on Maryland Parkway, near Clark, one of our two new couplets that we're going to be establishing downtown. I think it really improves the appearance of the area. That building has been an eyesore for many years, and I remember when that was vacant there, and I mean, every business seems to have not lasted more than 5 years. So this is, as a public service, this is a good thing, and I think it's very welcome in the community. So I know that there were other items, other discussion, as the director has said, that could be incorporated into the record, and I would so urge that we do that to speed this up. I will now move for the approval of item 55.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 56, R78-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP agreement between RDA and Denny's, Inc., tenant located 450 Fremont Street, Suite 195, thank you very much, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Note this is a related item to this morning's redevelopment agency, item 6, RA 16-2012. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for a visual improvement program grant for the Denny's at Neonopolis. I'd like to incorporate the remarks from this morning's redevelopment agency meeting. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, before I cast my vote, I would like to tell Mr. Arndt that the tie that he's wearing is from my favorite cartoon show, Charlie Brown Christmas. And if there's a location in which I can get a tie just like that, please let me know. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions, and also state that the Denny's at Neonopolis is going to be a great attraction because residents in the downtown are always looking for more eateries, and so Denny's most definitely fits the bill. And to my understanding, Mr. Arndt, if you can just explain some of the different services this particular Denny's will be offering, unlike other Denny's that we have attended or frequented in the past.
Certainly, Councilman. It is a location next to the entertainment district, so they have a full bar. They also have a wedding chapel, so that you can actually get married and then have a Grand Slam breakfast after, any time of the day. So kind of a unique concept. And I mentioned it this morning, but they've put a lot of money into the project. They've put in $5.2 million into the project, both the exterior and the interior. So they have made a big investment, and if you drive by, you can see it. It really does look nice.
Right. And I understand they also applied for a beer and wine or a liquor license?
I'd have to defer to Ms. Duddleson to know which actual license, but they do have beer and wine and liquor at the location. I believe it's probably under the Supper Club license.
Right, because I know that in other Denny's they don't have beer, wine, or liquor, to my knowledge, but we felt that it was important that they were successful and had all of the bells and whistles in order to really be an added attraction in the downtown community. So I'm very excited at them coming in. And when are they due or slated to open?
They are open.
They've actually opened, Councilman. They had one technical issue with the sewer line. They closed down for a period of a day, but they're back open. From all accounts, their business is doing well, and project representatives were here this morning at the VHC.
Well, I should have clarified that. I heard that they had closed down temporarily due to
Sewer problem.
a sewer problem, and so that's what I was asking as far as when they were reopening their doors.
They are back open.
Okay.
They worked to solve the problem quickly, and we appreciate their hard work to get it back open.
Okay.
And the wedding chapel is on schedule to open. It's not open yet, but they are adding to it, and I know all of this because I wanted to make sure they were open, and I took my staff for lunch there yesterday.
Oh,
And
good
it was
deal.
a very nice lunch, and this is called their flagship. They're doing many things with this Denny's that they're not doing anywhere else in the country.
Correct. Well,
So it's
Las
quite
Vegas is the
wonderful.
flagship, and very glad to have them in downtown Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do you want to make your motion? This is public hearings, not already closed that before. So
Okay,
please
yes,
send
then
it.
I'll move for approval of this item subject to all conditions. Thank you.
So there's a motion, please vote, and please post. No, we did, it was just...
Did you speak?
Who?
That was incorrectly posted
And Councilman Coffin's right, thank you, we caught that this morning, it was Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Thank
He
you
was just
very
gonna
much,
clarify.
Mr. Barlow. And did we post?
Just waited, I didn't know whether they were allowed to public comment.
And please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 57, R80-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP agreement between RDA and 601 Fremont LLC tenant located at 601 Fremont, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. Pardon, with the redistricting, I'm not always quite sure. This is now in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Note, this item is related to the redevelopment agency, item number 7, RA 17-2012. Mr. Arndt, please.
They got it right, too, and I've got to commend staff, particularly in the clerk's office, for continuing to chip away at Councilman Barlow's interests in the downtown area until it is completely eradicated.
Let it be known that Councilman Barlow planted all of the seeds that Councilman Coffin will have an opportunity to reap and harvest.
Give him all the credit he needs.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is again, our Visual Improvement Program, or VIP, where we give a facade grant to businesses investing in the exterior. The businesses investing over $400,000 in the exterior for both Backstage Bar and Billiards as well as Fremont Country Club. The former is already open. The latter, the Fremont Country Club, has a planned opening date in January of 2013. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arndt. This morning, we were shown the signage that's going to be there. It looks very, very attractive. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The testimony given this morning and the exhibits were very interesting, and they need to be incorporated in the minutes for this meeting as well. Councilman Barlow tells me that Carlos, who was the large gold-draped weightlifter who was here this morning, is also known as Big Daddy. So let it be known that on his behalf, I'm going to invite everybody to Big Daddy's place when he opens it up, now that it's in Ward 3. And, you know, we're all pretty happy about this.
And Councilman, he did mention this morning when asked, they will be open on New Year's, of course.
Well, I won't be awake at midnight, but I'm sure all those who can be will be there. Well, that was a select crowd, Your Honor. Make sure you're on the list.
Great. All right, are you?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion, and please vote, and please post. Thank you. And item 58 was brought forward, So now we are on to boards and commissions. Number 49, boards and commissions abeyance item. For possible action, Traffic and Parking Commission, John Phillips, term expiration October 18th, 2012. And this is Councilman Anthony. Do you have a recommendation?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to reappoint Mr. John Phillips to the Traffic and Parking Commission. He's been a longtime member of that commission, has done an outstanding job. He would have been here today to accept the appointment, but he's out of town. Again, my motion will be to reappoint Mr. John Phillips.
Thank you very much. There's a motion coming. There it is. Please vote and please post. Please post. That reappointment carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 60, abeyance item for possible action, Traffic and Parking Commission. Betty Craig, term expiration 5/15/2014. Ms. Craig has resigned. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you have a recommendation?
Yes. I recommend Greg Clemenson to be a member of the Traffic and Parking Commission.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. On item number 61, abeyance item for possible action, Traffic Signal Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Betty Craig has resigned. This appointment is open to any member of council. And I think we did have that go around, and I believe Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, as I understand, these two items, number 60 and 61, are almost joint. They go together because this committee on 61 only meets once a year. And so I move to place on this committee Greg Clemenson, who serves on the other also.
Thank you. And just for clarification, I think we were advised they don't have to be the same, but they are, as you said, meeting around the same time
Right.
once a year. Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. And that carries. We move on to item number 62, abeyance item for possible action, Building and Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee, Christopher Knight, term expires 12/17/2012. The city manager and staff recommend the reappointment of Mr. Chris Knight. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to reappoint Chris Knight to this committee.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that carries. How wonderful Mr. Knight will still be with us. We're so delighted. And now moving on to number item 63, abeyance item for possible action, Historic Preservation Commission. James Veltman, term expiration is March 23rd of 2014. He has resigned. A new appointment for Category 2, experienced in urban design and planning. This is open to planning director. This is open to any member of the city council, and I see that our planning director, Mr. Flinfag, has recommended Richard Surface. Is that? Oh, here you are. Do you wish? I always look for you over here. There you are.
Madam Mayor, yes,
Thank
we would recommend Richard Surface. He is a resident of Ward 2. He is a certified planner and qualifies for the seat that is vacant.
Thank you very much. Would you care to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'll make a motion to appoint Richard Surface to this committee.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Sorry, Mr. Fag, that I did that to you. And please post. And that works. Thank you very much. And now we move on to item number 64, Abeyance item for possible action, City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, Margarita Perez Unitas, Ward 1, James Bonaventure, Ward 3, and Michael Cornthwaite, Ward 5, term expirations, they did, 11/2/2012. Wards 1 and 5 to appoint new representatives for the community member category. Ward 3 to reappoint Mr. Bonaventure as Ward 3 community member or appoint a new representative. So let's start with, who would like to start here? I've got to find. Oh, there you go.
I want to recommend Dr. Mark Sylvain to serve on the Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee for Ward 1. So I make that
Thank you.
motion.
And I'm going to hold up because I see Mr. Ard. I thought we were just on a roll here, pardon me.
Please continue.
Okay, so the council will take these one at a time just to make sure that they're really clean. Councilwoman Tarkanian from Ward 1 is recommending Dr. Mark Sylvain. Please vote. And please post. And in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, James Bonaventure has served well in his first year on this committee, and good attendance, brings a good perspective to the group, so I'm going to recommend his reappointment.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And moving right along, that carries. Thank you. And Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just for a point of clarification, Mr. Arndt, due to redistricting, I had an applicant that I had chose to serve in this capacity, and he will be representing Ward 5. However, redistricting now has taken his residence and his place of employment, which are two of the criteria to serve on this board, out of my ward. The question that I have is, does he need to remain in the ward, or can he continue to serve, being that I appointed him, and redistricting, of course, has drawn him out?
I'll reappoint him.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. The bylaws require either residency, as far as your personal residency, or your employment in the ward. So if neither of those categories fit, then we might need to look for a new candidate. If one of those two requirements fit, it's my understanding, based on the bylaws, that Mr. Edwards would be eligible to serve.
Say it again?
If one of those two requirements apply, then he would be eligible to serve. If neither applies, then we would probably need to find a new candidate. And I'd be glad to work with you and your office to find a suitable
Well, I know his residence is out, but employment, I don't necessarily know where the employment reside, whether it's in Ward 3 or Ward 5, due to redistricting. So, Mayor, without holding up the council, if I can just obey this to the first meeting in January 9th, that would be helpful for us to identify where the employment lie, so that I can make the appropriate appointment, whether it be Mr. Edwards or someone new.
Okay.
But
Thank
that's
you.
the question that I would need to find out. So I would like to move for an abeyance until the January 9th City Council meeting. Thank you.
So are you talking about Cornthwaite now? Yeah.
Thank you. There's a motion to obey Councilman Barlow's appointment until January 9th council meeting, so please vote and please
Yeah,
post.
that's, you're smart to do that, because you're smart to do that because
Please post. Motion carries. And moving on to item 65, for possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAPP Grant Review Board. Procedure for this board is appointed by the City Council. Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Service recommends the following. Appointments: adult representatives, Kimberly Reed, Debbie Reyes, Esther Rodriguez Brown, Paula Zier, alternate. Youth representatives: Brandon DeWitt, Heather Dodo, Chelsea Blumberg, Queese Davis, Carlos Rodriguez, and Carolina Juarez as an alternate. Reappointments: adult representative Donna Toussaint, David Alexander Lopez, Anthony Ruggiero, Michelle Thaxton, Yodelina Turaldi. Youth representative Shara D. Williams and Zachary Shatler. And that will be a motion that I will make. Thank you. Please vote. And please post. And that carries, and we will move on to item 66. For possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, Richard Becker, term expiration January 7th, 2013. The option is to reappoint Mr. Becker or to appoint a new member to fill the seat. Is there a motion?
Your Honor, I would move that we appoint Richard Becker to this position.
Thank you. There's a motion to reappoint. Please vote and please post. And item number 67, oh, pardon me, post, I didn't even look. Motion carries, sorry. Item 67 for possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Community Development Recommending Board, that's CDRB. Procedure for this board is appointment by the City Council. The Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services recommends the following appointments and reappointments. Reappointments: Mike Aker, Audrey Asselin, Lou D. Salvio, Rodney Jordan, Pam Hartley, Phyllis McFadden, Tom McGrath, Carmen LaShawn Miller, and Dev Inder Pappas. New appointments: Tony Guerrero and A.J. Powell, and that will be my motion. And there is a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that carries. Thank you very much. We are now into recommending committee. Bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, Bill number 2012-54. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2012-54, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to authorize applications and related documents to be submitted electronically and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much, Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Move on to item number 69, and that's bill number 2012-55. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you,
Please.
Councilman. Bill number 2012-55, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to consolidate various animal-related uses, eliminate the ability to establish animal production uses that are not ancillary to a principal use, provide as part of the conditional use regulations for the use, animal keeping and husbandry, that horses may not be kept south of Cheyenne Avenue, meaning that a special use permit would be required for such locations, restrict further the keeping of carrier or racing pigeons. Really? And change the process by which that use is established, adult justice setback, height, and coverage standards for accessory structures, and reflect the consolidation of uses and provide related matters. And Merry
You're
Christmas to you,
passing
too.
away from no food. I can tell the brain isn't working the
You
same
see,
way.
everybody was looking at him like he is way off
Sorry,
today.
we apologize. All of us apologize. Councilman Barlow.
I don't understand one word he said. It was so garbled. What item were we on,
He
Mayor?
said, we are on item 69, and he said he doesn't understand it. I'm kidding.
Okay,
Your
item
motion
number
to vote
69.
on. Item 69.
Okay, animal related. I have to read it for myself because normally I could keep up with them, but yes, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
As a First Amendment, Councilman?
As a First Amendment, thank
No,
you.
Thank you.
And I see a shaking head. Councilman Ross, are you? Okay, you want your horses north of Cheyenne. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Yes, that is with the First Amendment with the title change. There, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Beers.
I just want to know for the record, this has to do with horses, and although in recommending committee I voted nay, I plan on supporting this bill today.
I have to ask, how many years you been married? That motion passed with the nay included. I don't know how she does it, really and truly. It takes a strong woman to listen to those. Okay, we're moving on to item number 70. And I'm looking for Councilman Barlow. Has he slipped down? No, we're still here. This is bill number 2012-57. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Prior to the bill being read, I would like to open up the mic to any of my colleagues that may have any comments related to item number 70.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. At the meeting yesterday, I abstained because I was looking for information on the effectiveness of the order out corridors in Ward 3. There are 4 of them existing now, and I guess those are the only ones in the city, and now we're going to do this. I think it's going to work for Councilman Barlow. Certainly he ought to have the privilege of establishing one for him, the interests of his constituents. I'm not quite sure yet how it works in Ward 3 because the data has never really been combined in terms of what happens to people who have been ordered out, what goes on afterwards, you know, how long before they get back in. I mean, I'm hearing anecdotally it's pretty good, and of course we already found out in the meeting yesterday that the order out does stand constitutional tests, so it's okay.
Councilman, all right to hear from officer?
Anybody that wants to testify?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes, please.
Hi, Officer Ray Burney, Las Vegas Metro Police, Northwest Area Command. Thank you for hearing this proposed ordinance. We're attempting to give the officers of the Northwest Area Command another tool to keep the neighborhood safe. It's a neighborhood that's kind of a unique situation. Not too many of them exist in the city. You have 84 buildings in a 3-block area. There's 5 streets, 3 blocks total that have 60-plus owners. Many of these owners live out of state and even out of country. We've done, I think, a pretty decent job of trying to maintain contact with at least most of the owners and some of the property managers. And the problems our officers are facing is if we catch someone committing a crime in that area and they live in, we'll say, one of the streets is Bellata, and they get trespassed from the area, get evicted, they'll move to another street within that same complex, and they bounce around like a ping pong ball because there's so many different owners and so little contact. And it's unlike a regular apartment complex where you can trespass something the entire property because you have one ownership, one property management group. This is not the same situation. It's pretty unique in its structure. So we would ask that we have the order out, which will give the officers the enhancement to actually stop someone based on the order out if they've been convicted of a misdemeanor drug offense in that area. The area is pretty heavily plagued with a variety of crimes, both misdemeanors and felonies. It has the highest calls for service. Northwest Area Command is probably the largest area that Metro covers. It's about 105 square miles, has the highest calls for service in that particular complex. There's approximately 350,000 residents there. It doesn't include any visitors, hotels, that type of thing also. Gangs, violence, drugs, some prostitution, stolen vehicles. Vehicles aren't stolen there, but they're deposited there. And approximately 90% of the arrests that have occurred, there were 62 arrests year to date, which would include narcotics, burglaries, disturbances, batteries, domestic violence, and what we call 467, which is a traffic stop, or 468, which is a pedestrian stop. It resulted in 62 arrests, some accompanied with reports being taken. 90% of these people did not even reside in the area. So it's a pretty unique problem, and this would enhance our officers' ability to stop those people. And I think it would also give the residents of the area the confidence to come forward and provide information where they might not normally have that confidence because of the ability of the individuals to bounce around. They know that if they provide information, if it's found out, the guy may be living on the next street over. So we would ask that the ordinance be passed and give the officers an enhancement to keep the area safe.
Thank you, officer. I think as clarification, we should have the bill read so one can understand it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2012-57, an ordinance to expand the boundaries of the order-out corridor that pertains to misdemeanor drug-related offenses to include in the area generally located south of West Lake Mead Boulevard, east and west of Jones Boulevard, and to provide for other related matters.
Question, and there may be some other ones. Once an arrest is made or this is put in place, what is the procedure for notifying all the property managers in the area? How do they know, since you have different managers on every piece of property?
Well, we have officers assigned to that area. We're in there very frequently. We may not have the opportunity to contact each and every owner or property manager, but the officers themselves will know. Once the individual has been trespassed from a specific residence, that manager will be notified that they are no longer welcome in that area. They can't be trespassed from the entire block because, like I said, we have different ownership. But it's up to the individual officers to ensure that when the conviction is done, the city attorney's office will enter into scope that the subject is the subject of an order out for that area, such as downtown or the Strip area. It's done in the same manner for just different reasons and specific to that particular 3-block area.
And they are in violation if they're walking through the neighborhood or any part of the neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am. That'll include, as the city attorney stated, it'll include the apartment complex to the east of Jones, on the south side of Lake Mead, which is 1951 North Jones, the Silver Palms Apartments, which is a haven for the individuals. They run back and forth to both complexes. And will also include the smaller housing development to the south, including Carl and some of the other streets there. To the south would be Carl Avenue, where there's holes in the back of the walls behind Bellata, which is the southernmost street of this complex they run through. We've patched up, we've had the city maintenance people come out and we've plugged the holes, blocked them up, they tear them down, same type of thing. So it's a reoccurring problem. It's been a problem for at least 20 years that I'm aware of. We've done 2 major projects through Councilman Barlow's office. He's been very, very helpful in making both of these projects. One we had about a month ago, we had volunteers from faith-based organizations, the police department, local stores like Walmart, Target, and some of the other stores, Lowe's and Home Depot, provided equipment, supplies, and people to help with the people that live there to clean up the area. It was a very nice thing. We did one about 4 years ago with Councilman Barlow also, but the problem is there's such a high turnover, it requires a maintenance program, and this would be part of our maintenance program.
Any other recommendations how to keep it from recurring?
We're currently working with one of the faith-based organizations that they want to set up a maintenance program to come in and help clean up with the people. This would be on their own. It would be with the help of us, but it's not going to take any other city funds or departmental funds. It would just be time with the officers involved in our community-oriented policing team, which we're a part of.
And do the people that violate this have to become part of that revitalization of the neighborhood?
Actually, we seek to remove them from the area so they are no longer part of the problem. And that
They're
way the
just going to go
residents...
somewhere else and do the same thing, aren't they?
Well, hopefully they'll get some time in jail with the crimes they commit, and we can only hope that they'll learn their lesson. But that's why I guess we'll always have a job.
Wow. I think we need to fix this if it's been this bad for 20 years.
Well, we've tried a lot of different things. We've tried... I've been on the department 35 years, most of it at that area command, within the Northwest Area Command, and I've been personally part of 5 major projects. Like I said, there's such a high turnover, gang influence, gangs change, people change, kids grow up and they move and back and forth. It's been very fluid and dynamic, so it takes a constant maintenance program. We go in and fix it and then leave to go to another area because another area becomes problematic, only to find out the people have moved back in, other people have taken their place. So we wanted to do this order out to help us maintain the continuity of this of the area. There's a lot of good people live in that area. Now, you know, it's like 20% of the people are causing 80% of the problems. So we want to be able to maintain a lot of little kids, a lot of elderly people can't afford to live anywhere else. It's not the area itself, it's the individuals that are coming into the area. They'll move in or they'll come in because they know they have a safe haven. We had a guy with a stolen vehicle the other day, units chased, he ran into an apartment because he knew he didn't live there. He knew that he had a safe haven to go, and it took several hours for our officers being diligent and patient to get him out and get him in custody. And that's a constant reoccurring problem.
But what will happen is they'll just go somewhere else, correct, and create a problem there.
What we try to do is eliminate them from going from place to place. Like I said, the apartment complex to the east, the Silver Palms Apartments, that's a safe haven. We're going to enforce the order out if it's approved in that area also. The housing development across to the north, next to the Taco Bell there. That's not part of this order out, but it's also an area that we're going to be in and enforce. And you know, if we can't incarcerate them or change them, then maybe they'll move out of town completely. It's a constant changing dynamic that we will always face. It's just we need to keep this area because of the amount of, there's a lot of children in this area, a lot of elderly that live there, and there's a heavy Hispanic population that are in fear of the police because they don't know. So we've had our Hispanic interpreters over there, officers that speak Spanish on our team that are over there constantly making contact. We've gained a lot of ground. We just don't want to lose any footing, and we hope to gain ground by doing this.
Well, I hope the Faith in Action begins to pull those youngsters, or whatever age they are, into doing something so it does not recur. Doesn't go from one neighborhood to another, but it's not to say that this motion shouldn't go forward. So thank you very much for the information.
Thank you.
Councilman Barlow? Or Councilman, oh wait, question down here, comment? Councilman Coffin.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Well, I have to apologize to you as the chair because I jumped the gun and started, you know, talking about the item, forgetting that it had to be read first. So I managed to get in front of the witness and the actual reading of the bill to get my comments in. But now if I could just say that this is just misdemeanors, so it's not, it's people who are perpetually committing low-level crimes, I guess is.
Yes, sir. It does not encompass felonies.
Right.
It's just because the city only enforces the misdemeanors. So this is primarily the misdemeanor drug dealing.
So there is this nagging thought in my mind since we've got 4 of these in Ward 3, and one of them is really large. How do you avoid the effect of just moving the problem outside the boundaries of the order out into another neighborhood?
Well, we have liaisons set up at the city attorney's office, the district attorney's office also, that we hope that when we arrest these people that they give them maximum time. We're facing the same situation with the squatter issues in town. Our team heads up that. We worked with Mr. Jerbick in the city and the district attorney's office in trying to maximize the sentences that they're giving these people, heavy fines and some jail time, to discourage that behavior. And all we can do is be diligent in what we're doing and continue to pursue them if they continue their activities. That's basically all we can really do, is use the enhancement and the tools we have at our disposal with the cooperation of the council and the city attorney's office, the district attorney's office, to enhance those abilities and to continue to just do the enforcement until, like I said, they either change their ways or incarcerated or they move.
All right, thank you.
You know what would be nice, Councilman, is to take all the city and make it an order-out corridor. The whole city, 120 square miles. I would so move for that.
You would have the full support of the police department, I can guarantee that, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Officer Bernie, thank you very much. And Councilman Barlow, if you recall, I used to represent this area years ago, and we were having similar issues in the same area. And so I'm keenly aware of the issues that are going on. But I want to say a couple of comments about the Northwest Area Command and Officer Bernie. We've worked very closely with them in regards to issues affecting the Northwest. Councilman Barlow, I know you have, but they do a great job. Your COPs, Officer Bernie, have done a phenomenal job working with my staff on the issues that have been plaguing us out there in the Northwest. You've done a phenomenal job. I do want to ask you a couple of questions here. How long have you been with the police department?
Just over 35 years.
Over 35 years. And when are you thinking about pulling the pin?
Oh, I've thought about it for a year. I retire next week.
You're retiring next week.
Yes, sir.
Here's a problem I have with that, is because we're going to lose one of the great police officers guarding our families, our businesses, our streets, and there's plenty more out there. I understand that.
There are.
But Officer Bernie, you've done a phenomenal job. Because of that, I have one more question for you. If you could identify the individual in this photograph for me, please. Can I have the overhead?
That's someone formerly known as myself.
That is Officer Ray Bernie. Everybody give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
for his service to this city and this county. Ray, you're a good man, and he's
Thank you.
certainly helped me shoot a lot better, too, so I appreciate
That's
everything
what
you've done.
35 years of police work and raising three daughters by yourself will do to you.
I have a
And
question on
Councilman
that.
Ross, you know, I tell you, if you put your hand over the top of the photo, well, you know, he looks like he may be one of the most wanted.
Those
Your
Academy
Honor?
photos are not real, real becoming.
Somebody, Your Honor, I just have to ask a question. Observing the officer from this side, we see he is carrying at least 9, maybe even 10 clips of 9mm rounds. Are you worried that after you've retired that you won't be able to carry that much of an armory with you?
I think I can still, I still carry most of that. Hopefully I won't need as many, but it's just this side of paranoid.
And if I may also add, looking at this picture, looking at you today, very handsome man
Thank
both
you.
ways, and then I look over here to Mr. Jerbick. What water do you wash your hair with?
Obviously not the same water that he's doing. You got to give me that recipe.
Yeah, you and my husband resemble each other. He used to have that as well. So,
well.
but this is good.
Madam Mayor, I'd also just like to add that every contact I've had with you, every comment I've heard about you, everything I know about what you've done has been absolutely great. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I didn't get to work with you a whole lot, but boy, when I did, we had really good results.
I've been
Thank
very
you.
blessed and very fortunate to have this job for so long.
We are so proud and grateful to you.
Thank
And hopefully you will stay involved in many manners. And if your daughters are grown, and
I have a
you've
daughter who's
survived-
on the police department, too.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So
That's beautiful.
I will live vicariously through her.
I see, Mr. Jervik, you want to share your lotion, shampoo?
Say that I've known Ray since 1986 when I first started with the DA's office, and it's really great to be here on your final week.
Thank you.
And on behalf of the city attorney's office, you're not allowed to vote on it, but I think this corridor, this order out corridor, should be the first one to have a name, and we have a little prototype calling this the Ray Bernie corridor. So-
Up higher, push forward. Oh.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, may we have a motion? Are we ready?
We're ready for a motion. Officer Bernie, it most definitely has been a pleasure, sir, working with you. I started working in the city in 1999, and one of my first assignments out in the neighborhood was to work in the Balata area. A lot of your officers, I believe Mark Schofield was the captain at that time, if I recall. They change every couple years, but working with you over the years has been a pleasure, and thank you so very much for the many years of service that you provided to the Las Vegas community. So it's my pleasure to recommend to this council an approval of this item subject to all conditions, to include with the First Amendment, the Ray Bernie corridor. That would be my motion. Thank you.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And now, at this point, and that carries, I am going to formally ask our attorneys to research why we cannot make our city an order-out corridor.
I'll be happy to brief you on that, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. No. Okay, we are now moving on to Bills 71 and 72. Bill 71 and 72, 2012-56 and 2012-58 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. And this is item 73. Item 73, Bill 2012-59, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, January 8th, 2013. I want to see what this is about. And these will be assigned to Councilmen Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. And new bill, as I said, 2012-59 is also assigned. And now we will recess.
Mayor, excuse me, the
Yes.
attorney needs to read the bills for the record.
Of course, I do this every time. I'm sorry, Mr. Steed.
And there's just the one, I think, 2012-59, an ordinance to update the city's privilege licensing regulations regarding licensing and suitability review and the investigation process, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. And so they are signed. Okay. And now closed session, is that where we are?
Mayor,
Yes.
may I make a suggestion? I'm not sure, are you planning on taking a break before the afternoon session? If you are planning on taking a break, we can do the closed session during your break. If you're planning on just basically stopping the morning long enough for the clerk to reset the afternoon calendar and start with that, then we could trail the closed door to the end of the afternoon calendar.
Okay, we do. Okay, pardon? If we take a break, you won't be here. Councilman Barlow will not be here if we took the closed session at the end.
Okay.
So why don't we recess and, all right, somebody come up with a time. It's 20 after 2.
I can be done
reconvene.
within 25 minutes, if you want to reconvene at 2:45.
Is that all
Just
right with
depends on
those
how
who are
long.
here?
And then we'll just eat while we're doing.
2:45.
Yeah, you guys can
and
eat
close.
while I'm breathing.
Is that all right with you, sir? Down at the end with the
Beverly, does that give you
cold?
enough to breathe?
Allergies, is it all right? 2:45?
All right.
All right, so we will recess to 2:45. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to call the, we have concluded, we are back in session. Hopefully, we will have, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And I believe, Mrs. Clerk, are we starting with item number 75? Thank you. So this is, okay. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. I have the sheet, and there are none. So we will move on to item number 76. Public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and a reduction of fees totaling $4,205.61 in out-of-pocket costs, $1,345.79 in failed inspection civil penalties, and $41,050 in daily civil penalties for a total of $46,601.40 recorded against the property located at 7600 Seagull Avenue. The property owner is Accumax, Inc., and this is in Ward 2, Councilman Beers, and this is a public hearing which I declare open. And Mr. Bowes.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the main cross streets to this property are Alta and Buffalo. This property was in foreclosure at the time of city abatement. Our case opened in April 2010, and we closed it in September 2010. The abatement work completed on the property by the city consisted of removal of high weeds, grass, refuge waste, some non-permitted shed, and securing of all windows and doors. The City Council assessed out-of-pocket expenses for that work at $4,205.61, and failed inspection and daily civil penalties of $42,395.79 for a total of $46,601.40. You assessed that at your April 20th, 2011 City Council meetings. In terms of the value of the property, the record indicates that 18 days after the city's lien was filed on the property sold at public auction for $67,000. Today, the property is valued by Zillow at $108,342. Our standard recommendation is the City Council deny the waiver request, but if the Council is inclined to grant a reduced amount, we would request that you put a condition on it that any reduced amount be paid within 30 days or the amount due reverts back to the full amount.
Thank you, Mr. Bowes. Before I ask for your name and who you represent, if not yourself, in the future, could I ask, is it possible on these reports that we have the zip code?
Yes, ma'am.
Added to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So that one would be what? What is the zip code on Seagull?
89148. It's 89148.
The owner says 89148.
Okay, thank you. And are you the owner or representative, and would you state your name and your affiliation, please?
My name is Manny Figueroa. I've worked for Real Estate Investment Intelligence Group, and Accumax is our client, and I'm the property administrator. And when I purchased, our business model is basically to flip the property. And just to give you a little summary of our business model, early this year we decided to invest in Las Vegas for all investors, and we successfully achieved 40 properties. Out of those 40 properties, we're down to maybe less than 15, and one of the property is Seagull. Now, Seagull, when I acquired Seagull at a value of $67,000, the company that I represent, Accumax, spent almost $30,000 for the fees and the construction, because the house was really, really, really bad. So we basically got rid of all the junks, got all the graffiti, replaced the sliding doors, the windows, the bathroom, is to make sure it's living condition. What our Accumax is requesting, that it's okay for us to pay the out-of-pocket expenses the city accrued, because it's just really fair if you did some expenses there. But for the violations and the fees that accrued in this fees is beyond, before even our acquiring the property.
When did you acquire the
We
property?
bought the property early part of this year, mid part of this year. I don't have the specific date, but somewhere around.
And the question is, do you have a potential buyer?
Yeah, well, that's what we're achieving for. Now the property is very well conditioned. Everything is very neat, and we'd like to turn it around to sell the property. And right now we have a good offer of $110,000 of the property. Now, if we incurred $30,000, that's $97,000. It's okay for us, just a little earnings, but the key for us will be able to turn it back into the system. That's really our goal, is to just take care of this. We'll pay our fees that the city of Las Vegas accrued, and that would be really just kind of like fair for our client.
Are there comments? This is a public hearing if anybody wishes to be heard on this particular property. Question, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilman Beers may ask this as well. He may already know the answer to this. What is your name again?
Manny Figueroa, sir.
Mr. Figueroa, you purchased this house on auction for $67,000. Did you not see the lien for $46,000 on this property?
That's kind of we went back to our record, because normally the trustee people there, they provide us some piece of paper, and no, we did not notice that. But we did notice it after the fact, that when we recorded the property, that there's an abatement there. So.
Okay, help me understand this then.
Sure.
And through the mayor, of course, Mr. Baus, we filed a lien for 46 and change.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
During the title search, doesn't this come up in the title search, that there's a lien on a property?
If a title search is done, typically those liens are
Again,
reflected in the report.
Through the mayor to you, Mr. Figueroa, was there a title search done?
Yeah, because I didn't know, because I was just have this paperwork that I received, and I didn't notice. Normally there's a lien there. I would notice something like that, but in the paper that we got from the Nevada that does the auction, doesn't have any kind of, we didn't see any notation in there that there's an abate. We saw the property tax of like $700. Then we saw things like that.
Okay, again, Mayor, if I may direct to
Please.
our legal counsel, Mr. Scott, not Brian Scott. What can we do more to make sure these liens are visible to everybody? Did this man get taken advantage of because he saw a flyer that said houses for auction on the courthouse steps and no fines or liens associated with them? Is that what you're kind of saying,
Well,
Mr.
yeah,
Figueroa?
because we received this paper, and they should have some kind of a note there, the lien. I'm sure there is too, but we didn't really see the dollar-wise. In terms of, there's an abatement, but we didn't see any dollar configuration.
Councilman, to answer your question, I think that the Code Enforcement Office goes above and beyond to try to contact the owners of these properties by posting the property, as well as when they do lien the property, registering those with the assessor's office. Any title search should pick those liens up, as well as any sewer liens, water liens, garbage liens, anything of that nature. Those should also be revealed in the title search. So I think the Code Enforcement goes above and beyond to make sure that any property owner or subsequent property owner knows there's a lien on the property.
I would add to that, being married to a lawyer with 2 lawyer sons, let the buyer beware, and it's incumbent upon them to make sure that they've done that. It does not mean that Councilman Beers should not be kind of heart and do something, but in reality, it is up to the purchaser to thoroughly vet whatever they're buying.
And Mayor, it is Christmas, Councilman Beers. I will follow whatever Councilman Beers decides to do with this property. I'm just trying to determine where the hole exists. If you're going to bid on a property, did the city not do something it should have to notify whomever that there is a substantial lien on this property?
And Mayor,
that's what I'm concerned about.
And Councilman, like the mayor said, it's incumbent upon the buyer. A lot of times, the buyers are getting such a great deal on these properties, they may not look at all the paperwork involved behind the purchase of the property.
We could have overlooked that.
Anybody, public hearing? It's a beautiful little house. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move that we abate $31,300 of the daily civil penalties
I backed into that number because our staff has now determined that if we move with our maximum optimized speed, 39 days should be the maximum amount of $500 a day penalty that racks up. This was in excess of that 39 days, so I lowered in my Excel spreadsheet the civil penalty, I'm sorry, daily civil penalties to that 39-day limit. And because it is Christmas, further reduced that by 50%, and left in the out-of-pocket costs, of course, and the failed civil inspection fees for a total of $15,301.40 and an abatement of $31,300. And would add on to that motion that if this isn't paid within 30 days, that we revoke the abatement of penalties.
Could
You may continue.
Councilman, is it possible to pay the accrued like $4,300? Because we are going to turn around the property, and with the $15,000, it's really putting us into a really hurt for our investors.
We know all about, I don't know if you were here all day, but we know all about hard positions.
Yeah, mentioning about the revenue, and
Yeah.
we are here to really help the economic growth for Las Vegas.
And we appreciate it.
And the city. That would be really nice if you...
That's my motion, Mayor.
31, excuse me, Councilman, could you repeat the number? I couldn't give it
Yes,
exactly.
that we abate
What's the final
$31,300 of the daily civil penalties, which reduces the total to $15,301.40 with a 30-day payment clause, as we
That's pretty
typically do
good.
in these cases.
So you basically halved it almost.
Well, more than half.
More than
We're
half.
kind of assuming that part of this is because we weren't
Okay,
operating
I
at
understand.
our best.
I got you.
And we went over 39 days, so I'm knocking it down to 39 days and then knocking half of it off.
15, that's pretty, down to 15 plus, that's pretty
we-
nice.
Can I say something? Councilman?
Absolutely.
We actually did our best to communicate right away to the code enforcement. It took us a little while to find out who would handling that. We really did make an action to resolve the issue as fast as we can.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Public hearing's closed. There is a motion by Councilman Beers. Does anybody need it repeated for a third time? Good. We're revitalized here. A little bite of lunch. Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries, and it really is, I think that's a pretty good resolve. 30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And I
Good
know,
luck.
I know that's a beautiful neighborhood, too. I used to be a representative there.
Okay, moving on to items 77 through 82 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So you have your agenda, and is there anyone? So I will read them. Item number 77, RQR 46132 applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Claremont Hotel, Inc., a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 3140, for an existing 50-foot tall, 26-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 2601 Westwood Drive, M, Industrial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 78, RQR 46133, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, LLC, owner Ewing Investments, a partnership, a required review of an approved variance V 0131-90 for an existing 80-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign billboard where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed at 1405 A Street, M Industrial Zone. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5, number 79 RQR 46134, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner PK1 Rainbow Promenade LLC, a required review of an approved variance V-016495 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign located within 20 feet of a residential zone at 2021 North Rainbow Boulevard, C-1, limited commercial zone. Councilman Barlow's Ward 5, number 80 RQR 47086, applicant Lamar Outdoor Advertising, owner Rock Springs Road LLC, a required review of an approved special use permit U0061-92 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign adjacent to the southwest corner of Westlake Mead Boulevard, the Orrin K. Gregson Highway, US 95, C-1, limited commercial zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, number 81, RQR 47134, applicant owner 2027 North Decatur LLC, required review of an approved special use permit SUP 4195 for an existing auto repair garage, minor, at 2027 North Decatur Boulevard, C-1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. 82 EOT 47454, applicant owner Alta Decatur Shopping Center LLC, a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 465 South Decatur Boulevard, C2, general commercial, zone, Ward, Councilwoman Tarkanian. All items are recommended for approval by staff. Items 77 through 82 are public hearing items, which I now declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items?
Mayor, all I want to say is...
Please state your name
Well,
and then your comments.
My name is Anthony Hardy. All I want to say is that you did a good job reading them all, and it's a good thing.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm revitalized. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Who would like to make the motion? Councilman Ross, do you have a motion to approve items 77 through 82?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 83. 1, 2. Okay, items 83 and 84. 83, EOT 47352, extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 3101 for proposed mixed-use residential and commercial development. Number 84 is EOT 47353, extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 3100 for multifamily residential units. The applicant is Fisher Brothers, Las Vegas, LLC, and the owner is Integral Partners Park Place Center, Las Vegas, LLC, for 15.97 acres at 3049 Sirius Avenue. Both items are in the C-1 limited commercial zone. Staff recommends denial on both items. These items are in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and are not public hearings. Is the applicant present?
Yes, we are.
Yes. And before we get started, could I find out why staff recommends denial? Please, Mr. Bagg.
Absolutely. With entitlements, we typically have a 2-year period for them to exercise the entitlement. This project was approved in 2004, so it's been 8 years since it was originally approved by City Council. Our preference would be that after such a passage of time, we would prefer to see a new site plan.
Sounds reasonable. Thank you very much. Okay, Councilwoman well, first, may we hear from...
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road. With me also representing the items today is Terry Murphy to my right. The good news is, as many of you may know, over the years, the Fisher Brothers family owns this property. They actually own more than this. They own about 100 acres over in this location, and when times were better, we were certainly moving along with plans that would have incorporated not only the high-rise mixed-use towers that you have before you today, but other plans. And then everything changed. but they still own the property. And that in and of itself, I think, is really important to note, because it's been a struggle for them to maintain that, but they have done it in their dealings with the banks, and they still continue to be invested in this property and in this community. And to that, the reason why extensions of these entitlements are so important to them is because from a marketing standpoint, as they continue to try to develop not only this particular property, but again, look to the broader development of all of it, having entitlements in place as they reach out to people, or as people reach out to them and they can explain what's on the property and what's approved already, is critical for them. So it is very, very important to us for the long-term development of this property that we maintain these entitlements. I appreciate where staff is coming from. I certainly understand that. But I understand there's the other side of the argument, which is what we're presenting today. And we would ask that staff is suggesting an if-approved condition of 2 years. We would ask you to consider that. Quite candidly, unless something drastically changes, we may be before you again, and you'll hear me give a similar speech, or you'll hear Terry give the similar speech, but it does help us, and it helps us tremendously to maintain entitlements on this property. Again, same ownership, they continue to be invested in this property, in developing something in the city of Las Vegas, and so we would ask you to consider that 2-year time period.
So you're just asking for an extension of time, but without submittal of plans?
Correct. The plans that
I mean, whatever was is
Right.
no more, and just because time has run on, but there are no new plans there that you're going to put in a private dog park or something?
Your Honor, if I might, Terry Murphy, 516 South 6th Street in beautiful downtown Las Vegas, representing the applicant also. We continue to entertain offers and aggressively market the property in order to court development on it. In order for us to be able to do that in the manner that we have done, and we've brought some projects forward to the neighbors and brought them close to fruition, but they haven't quite made it through the gate. Keeping the entitlements helps us tremendously in those marketing efforts. The property also underwent not a change of ownership from Fisher Brothers, but their former partners are no longer part of the ownership, and so we actively work with them on a regular basis looking for uses, and maintaining these entitlements helps us in that endeavor quite a bit.
Thank you. Councilman?
With your permission, Mayor, and
Please.
Councilwoman's permission also. Councilwoman, I'm actually kind of jealous because this is a great parcel, and including the other parcels that the Fisher Brothers, I believe, own,
They do.
headed towards the north. There's such golden opportunity with this land, and you two ladies recognize that, and I know your client does as well. And I am a little envious because there's such golden opportunity with this parcel and the other parcels that the Fisher Brothers have. I'd like to see this project. I'd like to see the economy change enough that Fisher Brothers move forward with their grandiose plans that they had in 2004. I think it's a fabulous project. I think it would be a perfect location for it. But I tend to support what your request is. So I'm just a little jealous, Councilwoman, that you have this. And I don't want to trade anything with you from the north end, but I'm not going to trade you.
Anyone else? Comments? Thoughts? Councilwoman?
I know that when we spoke, I thought that 2 years would be, I'd be able to go with that, but I also did tell you that I might change with information. And the thing is, we have so many places here in the valley that are moving forward and are getting, in fact, we have a third water park coming in at MGM now, you know, and I'm a little concerned about the amount of time, and when I talked with staff then and found out the amount of years, and I'd be willing to go for another year extension. Will that be enough to help you get your monies, keep your finances?
They can always come back again.
Yeah, we could always do that. I'm a little concerned, and usually when I say to somebody who comes in to see me that I feel such and such, I always use the caveat, however, I may change. And this time I did change because it just seems that this has been such a long time and it's such a lot of property. and other people talk about it with great interest. I don't know what you're doing to market it. Is it Fisher that's doing it? Is it you that's doing it, and or what is happening?
Fisher is doing the marketing. They have other people, we're not land marketing experts, but
You're not. I thought you were everything, Terry.
we
Okay.
try, Councilwoman. Obviously, if that's the desire of the council, we would need to accept it. However, with a parcel this size, it's difficult in this market. Now, as Jennifer said, if something changes drastically with the economy, we may have something for you, but for 1 year, I think it would be very difficult for us to get something on a parcel of this size in that time frame.
Can I say a couple of other things,
Can I just say
Councilwoman?
something? The year period of time, Councilman, that you're suggesting maintains the status quo as it is now. They can come back in another year and request another extension of time. So the plan that you've outlined seems reasonable under the circumstances. They've had 8 years. If you choose to do the 1 year, you're allowed to do that. They can come back next year and ask for a further extension at that time.
Okay, I think Mr. Pierce.
And nobody is locked out on something like this ever from coming back.
No, and there's no saying that if it did expire and you didn't grant the 1 year extension later on, that they couldn't get another development approved on this parcel of a similar type that they have now.
Okay, Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I, in the last 30 minutes, came to the conclusion that you were right earlier, and this is not allergies, it's a cold coming on. But that's not why I
So
asked.
glad you're down at that end.
That's not
My
why
God,
I-
there's certain blessings. Thank you.
And Councilman Ross can probably change chairs. No, that's not why I asked to speak.
And Mr. Scott on your right.
And he can move down another chair, too. I'm curious if, I've got a little experience with people seeking access to capital for projects like this. I'm curious if a 1 year versus 2 year time horizon has an impact on being able to line somebody up to fund whatever development is going to eventually happen under this plan.
I think the answer, to answer Councilman Beer's question directly, yes. The longer, to be candid, we actually asked for a longer period of time. We respect where the councilwoman's coming from. We respect where staff's coming from. But for us, the longer extension that we can get, we still have loans on this property. We still need capital to build anything that we would want to build on it. And so the longer extension we can get, just the more stability, I suppose, it gives us as we continue to go out there. The question was, what are we doing? Because I think there might be a thought process that we're just sitting there and doing nothing on this property. They have local brokers. No, it's not Terry or I, although the number of times, I would say it's at least once every 6 weeks to 2 months, we'll get calls about interest on the property. What do we think about those uses, some of which we'll bring forward to Councilwoman Tarkanian, some of which we'll just do our own zoning research and say, that might not be the best. But they continue to have people on the ground to do something with this property, and the longer period of time that we can get, the better it is for us in terms of marketing the property. I respect where the councilwoman is on it, but 2 years would certainly be more helpful. And I would never want to come before this council, and yes, Mr. Scott is right, I could file again another extension, but a year goes by in a blink. I'll have to file the extension in 10 more months, and I'll be before you know it, asking for what I think would be our 6th extension. So I just don't want to give a false sense of where we are. If they could develop this property in the last 5 years, they would have done it. If they could do it in the next 2 months, they would do it. They're committed to being here, but we're also just asking for a little bit more time.
Well, and I would add to that, the longer you give in extensions, knowing we have other pieces of property that have long extensions, the more the property's tied up and not moving. So this puts a little fire behind your people who are working for you to try and move the property. And without any reason not to allow you to come back, it doesn't cost you anything, does it? To come back, how much?
Me.
Yeah, doesn't cost much, but
Doesn't cost much.
if I might, just from a
Yes.
very practical perspective,
Yes.
add one more piece of information. Let's just say, for example, we go 6 months down the road and we have a very interested person who wants to do something with the property. And we go to a bank and the bank says, tell us about your entitlements, because that's what the bank does.
Right.
And we tell them they will expire in 6 months' time. And then they will say, well, what are the chances that within the next 6 months as we put our drawings together, as we do all of our due diligence, you can keep them. What we are able to tell the bank, certainly we will never presuppose what the council is going to do. All we would be able to tell them is, we can go back to the city council and ask for another extension with this project in mind. However, we can't guarantee that. And so that's the only information we'd be able to give the bank, no guarantees. So that's the reason, and again, we respect whatever the council's decision is. From a practical standpoint, it makes the financing of another project easier if we have those entitlements.
Well, and the hope is that if that were to happen, which is what we hope, because we want to see everything moving, is that you would be on the phone or in Councilwoman Tarkanian's office. Oh my gosh, we've got a live one. How do you proceed? How do you suggest we proceed on this? We don't want to lose it. And I can assure you, knowing her ward as well as I do, as well as you do, that we would move mountains to help you get your development going. It's just a length of constantly tying up property and tying up property when we're trying to develop and redevelop areas. Is that also considered, is that in the redevelopment area too?
I was just going to say, it's in the redevelopment area.
Is it?
It has a lot going for it. And if you went to a bank and they said, well, what have you got as far as how the council might feel, you certainly could take it back and say they're very positive about having something built here. It isn't just the time, it's just the length of time, if that making sense to you.
Other comments coming?
Yes, Mayor. I have had 3 similar developments this year, very similar to this. And being reflective, I personally wish I would not have extended the 4-year and the 3-year, because you're right, Mayor, now I have 2 big parcels of land in my ward, right in downtown, that they'll be sitting, hopefully not for the 4 years, but, you know, the chances of it sitting there because of the planned development of a 16, 20-story high-rise building, the chances of that getting built is slim and none. And looking back, I wish I would have narrowed the scope of the ability for that land to sit there with those entitlements as long as I did. And so, not to use this item as my corrective measure, but I've learned from past experiences, and so I will be in support of your recommendation, Councilwoman, whatever it is, but I'm just want to put on the record that I'm reluctant to even move forward with this item personally. But whatever your recommendation is, I'll support.
Thank you. And you do know about the 2 incentives, that VIP, visual improvement, of course, and the Quick Start program. So, Councilman Ross?
In light of Councilman Barlow and Councilwoman's thoughts, and Ms. Murphy, the things that you brought up in regards to financing, and the council and the mayor knows that I often get these extension of times out in the Northwest. This is a little different in my mind because it's not an area that's surrounded by residential neighborhoods. And this is a commercial industrial area. It's not that new families have moved into the neighborhood. And I would absolutely support not extending this if had the neighborhood changed over time because of people moving in, moving out, but that's not the case here. I just want to pose this thought to my council members and to Councilwoman Tarkanian. If we don't extend this, what do they have? They've still got a large vacant parcel that they're still trying to market, correct? With these entitlements, you've got a large vacant parcel with the entitlements that you're trying to market, which gives you a better opportunity to actually get something developed and built there. Am I correct?
Correct.
In that assumption? So I'm just trying to see this for what it is, and it certainly is not in my ward, and I respect Councilwoman, and I respect Mr. Fagg's thoughts too in regards to planning in regards to, you know, it's been 8 years. You know, let's see something different, but that's not the case. And I think that if I were your client, I mean, I want every tool I possibly had to market and sell this property, get something actually developed there, whether they sell it or not. But I can see them going to the bank, Mayor and council members, and saying, hey, Ms. Murphy, just as you suggested, I want to build XYZ. well, the bank's going to say, well, we're not going to loan you that kind of money because you don't have the entitlements for that long. And I think that's a big concern of mine. So that's why I'm in support of extending the time frame. And I understand everyone else's thoughts, but that's kind of the realistic look from my perspective. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Councilman Coffin.
Mayor, I am of the opinion that because it is in an area where you don't have a neighborhood, you don't have single-family residences, it doesn't seem harmful to continue the time. For example, in downtown Las Vegas, we had a controversial high-rise entitled at the corner of 10th and Charleston. It was controversial because you had a lot of single-family residences not very far away. I think this thing that was entitled 17 stories. So I've told and now they're coming up for an extension of time. They requested it. I obeyed it and said to them that we just can't really have it now. Keep continuing. It's already been out there 7 years, and they hadn't done anything. But in this particular case, it's near residences. It was controversial at the time, and I didn't feel like it was good to continue the entitlements any longer. They have come back, and they are presenting something that will work much better in the neighborhood, and I believe will earn the support of the neighborhood, which probably they should have done 7 years ago, but they were going for the big bucks. They aren't there now. So I would support an extension of time, but I also want to listen to the council member and see what year or number she comes up with in terms of an extension should she choose to move in that direction. I will support an extension of time of some kind.
I really... Your phone's not... Oh, your phone.
This is the mic there. Yeah, okay. Didn't go on for a while. I really appreciate all the comments from, I wish we could talk more about items because I've learned a lot here. I think it has been way longer than it should have been, but I do understand all the problems that have been involved. I do want to give an extension of time because I feel that Fisher Brothers have been good partners. They've done anything that has been requested by, even though they're not adjacent neighbors, they're close enough that they could be affected. In any of that, they've followed through and worked very, very closely, and even though they sort of started behind a big problem at the beginning, they've done very well in that. I agree with my councilman in that we should not have much extension. However, as we've been talking, I've been thinking, and that is that I think you even showed help in the neighborhood. I think the Fishers donated $10,000. They haven't built a thing yet, and they donated $10,000 to help the community out there. And people who care like that, I think, should be rewarded. And but I would like to say I would not move for any more extensions after this, and I will move for the 2-year extension. And that's it. And primarily because it is near neighborhoods, it is sitting out there, and also because they've had the Fisher Brothers have had the security system. Anytime there's been problems of anybody doing anything wrong, they've taken care of it. They've helped us if someone rented one of the homes they bought, and that whole thing was sort of thrust on them. They didn't really have a choice in that. So I would move for the 2 years.
Okay, everyone, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Very nice donation. That's very nice. I mean, it helps the neighborhood, and the security is really important. Let that be a lesson for everyone who has vacant property. Motion carries. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Pardon? Oh, don't go away. Now we need 84, so we'll take that separately. And Councilwoman again? On the special use permit SUP 3100, that was on...
Move to approve a 2-year extension for the item 84.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you both very much.
And Mayor and Councilman, may I suggest maybe to the applicant next time that they maybe come with some physical proof of their marketing efforts? It may help the council better be able to judge exactly what their efforts have been to market the property.
I think that would be wonderful, but I think it's wonderful that the Fishers have been so supportive of the community and acted so responsibly on the property, because we don't see that often, and that they are there on call and do what is expected. But take advantage of the VIP and our quick start and get this moving, please.
Will
We
do.
need
Thank you.
apartments, too.
Thank you. We'll take that.
And bike paths. So, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And you're maybe staying here?
Excuse me,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, could I just say one thing? I noticed that barbed wire that was up there in one of those pictures, I thought that we were not supposed to have barbed wire in the city. Oh, that's NDOT's barbed wire? The razor wire NDOT can have up in the city, but nobody else can?
Yeah, I think they're kind of immune from our provision, which provides that citizens can't have it. But I think
Citizens can
it serves
have
a
it,
better.
but
it serves a-
state organizations
well, it
have.
serves
Can't the
a be-
legislature do something about that, too?
I think it's to prevent people from actually entering onto the highway.
I'm dreaming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, you were serving the wrong people before, Councilman Beers and Coffin. All right, we will go on to items number 85, 86, and 87. 85, variance 45-953, a council review of a request for a variance to allow a 1.0 connectivity ratio where 1.3 ratio is required. 86 is WVR 45954, council review of a request for a waiver to allow a reduced separation distance between external intersections from 220 feet to 185 feet. Number 87, TMP 47005, Mackenzie Park, a council review of a request for a tentative map for a 11-lot single-family residence subdivision. The applicant owner is Res-NV1 LLC on 3.73 acres, generally at the northeast corner of Ann Road and Maverick Street. Staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on all three items, and all three items are R-1 single-family residential zone. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and items 85 and 86 are public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor.
And your name,
Councilman.
please?
Mark Bangan with LR Nelson. You're representing the applicant, Res 1NV.
Thank you. And Mr. Fagg?
Madam Mayor, as you'll note from the recommendations, that staff had originally recommended denial of the applications due to the variance and the waiver that had been requested. However, again, please note that Planning Commission has recommended approval of all three items. There was a concern when the tentative map was originally presented from a neighbor who abuts the property relative to the grading of the site. The tentative map that we have reviewed indicates that the grades will be more or less approximate with the abutting properties to the east, and maybe we could ask the applicant to speak to the section that he has shown there on the tentative map.
Thank you very much. Would you do that for us, please? And this is a public hearing, so you will have an opportunity to speak after he finishes with these items.
Yes. Again, Mark Bangan. As far as the grading goes that we're proposing for the site, we want to keep it as low as possible, obviously, to blend in with the neighborhood. What happens is when you have the hydrology issues, that's what sets your finished floor elevation. But we are trying to work with that to get it down to where it's reasonable for the neighborhood. We don't want to have our first floor looking into their second floor like was proposed at the Planning Commission.
Okay. All right. This is a public hearing. I would entertain any questions. Yes, sir.
And
Please.
one more thing, I did meet with Councilman Ross on this item after the Planning Commission, just so that he knew what was going on in his ward and everything else. And he told me about some history on this parcel, that there was a condition that was on the prior application that we agreed to, that our owner agreed to, and that was to limit lots 7, 9, and 11 to single-story homes, so that you won't have that issue of a second story looking over into somebody else's backyard on those three lots.
And is
So
that,
we are,
you did agree with that?
yes, and I have a piece of paper here showing that
And
condition.
was that submitted to planning last night and to our planning
No, I
department?
can submit it today.
For a matter of record?
I have another copy.
Yes, please. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize to drag the subject matter of the entire council so far down to a basic level, but could I have planning describe for me what a connectivity ratio is?
I think that a
'Cause I
connectivity
am-
ratio.
Still feeling like a new guy today.
Certainly. The City Council adopted a new Unified Development Code last year, and part of that included new residential development standards. Connectivity ratio speaks to the number of connections between a neighborhood and adjacent streets, looking at connectivity both for vehicles and for pedestrians and bicycles. We've established a ratio based on some national standards that have been developed and were accepted by the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. And so the 1.3 represents the desirable number that we wish to achieve relative to connectivity.
And so this only has a connectivity ratio of 1.0 because there's only one way of ingress and egress into
One way in and one way out.
the parcel. Okay,
Correct.
I get it.
One of the things that we might note is that this subdivision was originally designed back in 2006 prior to the adoption of our new code. Basically, they're just reviving a plan that had been approved previously.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And that has nothing to do with the density or how many homes are built?
That is correct. It is not related to the density.
Very good question. Very informative. Very good. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, didn't we see this last year? This
That property, yes.
Okay, at the time, I thought one solution to the neighbor's problem might be to lower the elevation. We did discuss that. In fact, I'm not sure, but that it was suggested by the members of the council. I was sitting next to Councilman Ross at the time, that a solution would be to lower the dirt and just don't build on that high an elevation. Now, is that still possible?
That's our goal, Councilman, is to lower
That
that.
cannot be a great expense to the owner of the property. If it be ordered by us, I cannot imagine that they want to be good neighbors, wouldn't they?
Right, of course. And again, like I said, the only snag in that thought process is that the finished floors are based on a hydraulic number that's created, okay? And there's a certain, what is it, a bench that they call it? And you have to be 18 inches above that for your finished floors, okay? Wherever the hydrology department decides that bench is where, and which is based on floodwaters, your 100-year storms, wherever that number is, we have to be 18 inches above that. So in some ways we can control the heights of the properties, but in other ways we can't. And whatever the minimum amount is that we can be is where we'll set our finished floors at. But if that is still higher because at the time when the adjacent development was built, those were not required, and they dug into the property into the ground to try and get their site to balance, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. But we will lower the property as much as we can, given those standards that have been adopted by the city, so.
That's a good commitment. Anytime something like that can be done in the early stages when it's cheaper is a heck of a lot better. I suppose higher walls too and things like that, but nobody wants one of those in their backyard just to have a little privacy.
Exactly.
Well, okay, thank you.
Well, I would imagine too, is if you were to dig down, not only, I mean, if you're not consulting with the city and city planning, you can get the runoff from the adjacent properties. You can be actually lower than their own retaining walls and down to the stubs of what they've got with the rebar going into it. I mean, there has to be a limit, as what you said, of how far down it's reasonable to go. You don't want to create gullies in the rain.
Right.
Or get the overflow from yards and sprinklers of the adjoining properties. Isn't that something you do?
Actually, our Public Works Department reviews the elevations of the site and the grading and so forth to avoid situations such as that. And a drainage study helps to address those issues. And maybe I should turn that over to Mr. Anderson, who could respond much more accurately than I can.
Hello, Bart Anderson, Mayor. Yes, the Public Works Department does review drainage studies to ensure that floodwaters and drainage waters from parcels don't flow into the neighboring parcels. That's against our code. So we do make sure that.
Could you repeat that? Either use Mr. Fagg's office mic?
The mic isn't, is this better if I get close to it? Okay, yes, the Public Works Department does review drainage studies and drainage plans to ensure that new development doesn't direct drainage onto their neighbors, so that the lots being built today don't drain into the neighboring lots. What the applicant has discussed about minimum benchmarks is correct, but the minimums are pretty minimal, and they are working to try to make sure that the required elevation changes are as small as possible.
And I would imagine that works both ways. You don't want either side having water problems because of the other development.
That's correct, and that's what the drainage studies and grading plans are designed to eliminate.
And in order for them to proceed, they have to go through that part of Public Works and
That's correct.
approval. Therefore, yes, Councilman. Oh, I didn't see you standing there so patiently. Please go ahead.
The planning said that engineering concerning the elevation, floodplain, whatever, is that going to be corrected? Is that, in order for this to be approved, will that have to be corrected on the planning or what?
Mayor, through you, if you'd like me to address that.
Please.
They will be required to provide evidence, an engineered study to prove that they are not causing any drainage impact on their neighbors. The drainage will have to be out to the streets and contained within the streets, not within their neighboring parcels.
Okay, Mayor, if that meet all conditions, then that probably be, that's all I want to do,
Thank
meet
you.
all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and council members and staff. Thanks for that explanation. It's important to note, too, Councilman Coffin, that some of our older neighborhoods were built at a time when we didn't have current flood standards. So it's very challenging for our staff and a prospective builder or developer to kind of conform to those same elevations when perhaps the adjacent neighborhood was built 20, 25 years ago. It's very difficult to do that. So I appreciate your concerns and comments on behalf of those residents, because that was their concern as well. But I think, Ms. Fagan, you've addressed all of those issues. You've addressed the issue of the 2 stories. And it's funny because the neighbors there have 2-story homes too. They're just on much larger lots. Yes. You know, so it was kind of hard to deal with. But I appreciate all the comments and your commitment to developing a great project, and I hope these get built and get that corner finished. So I appreciate that, Mayor. I would like to make a motion on agenda item 85 to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion, number 85. Please vote and please post. And I guess I should have closed public hearing.
Sorry.
Moving on to item number 86.
And 80
That carried. Please, Councilman.
86, Your Honor, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And on item number 87.
On 87, Your Honor, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval and express my appreciation to Commissioner Todd Moody, who represents Ward 6, in his efforts to fully vet all of these projects, including this one. So I appreciate that. That's my
Great.
motion, Mayor.
Thank you. This motion. Please vote and then please post. That carries. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mayor.
it.
Thank you,
And
Councilman.
City Clerk, you do have that changed to the one-story buildings.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I do have it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 88, VAR 46940 variance. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner Nelka Miteva for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot corner side yard setback back where 15 feet is required for an existing carport addition on .818 acres at 1809 South Valley View Parkway. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant on this property, Nelka Medeva, here, or a representative?
Madam Mayor, the applicant was here earlier. We had made her aware that this item would likely be held in abeyance. She supports that abeyance so that the councilwoman can review this item further, and so consequently, she is not here now.
Ah, and that's her property. Wonderful. So, Councilwoman?
Yes, this applicant had made no contact with my office before, and I was out of state of the days before this meeting today, and so I had no chance to go out there myself to view it, and I feel that's important to do, so I move to obey this item.
Until?
I better say the second meeting in January because the first is very crowded.
January 23rd
Yes.
is the second meeting of the month.
January 23rd.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to make a motion to that effect, please?
I move to approve the item abated, excuse me, I move to obey the item to January 23rd.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. The motion carries. We'll move on to 89, subject SUP 46294, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant, 501 Fremont LLC, owner, Fremont Las Vegas Boulevard, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 15,317 square foot tavern limited establishment at 107 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. I see two bodies in front of me, so I know the applicant's present. So who wants to announce themselves first? Okay.
I'll start. Todd Kessler, 300 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. First, let me say happy holidays and thank you for hearing this item in the afternoon at this time. This is yet another exciting project that we have going forward in downtown. This is, again, a downtown project. And this is, of course, one of the most sought-after pieces of real estate in Las Vegas. We are at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont, which has so much history and so much just incredible standards of sorts. And so we took those standards and history and tried to create a project that would be iconic in nature. And I believe we took enough time and developed that project, and that's what we're here to talk about today. We're here really only on the SUP, the tavern side of it, but I did want to take the opportunity to talk about it in general. As part of our submittal package, we did not send or give you any elevations. I brought some elevations so that you can see them here. One is on the counter as we speak, so you can see what's going on. But we're taking what used to be the 7-Eleven at one point, and in its history had many other uses before that, and are turning it into a theater of sorts where we are going to put on a speaker series called Inspire. I brought Mr. Cornwaith with me here today, who's a fellow downtown visionary, and he will be operating that establishment, and as you probably know, he operates the downtown cocktail room, which is just adjacent to this on Las Vegas Boulevard. I brought some other photos as well, which I'll show in a second, but I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Cornwaith to let him talk about the specifics of the operations of this thing.
Michael Cornthwaite, 111 Las Vegas Boulevard South. As Mr. Kessler said, I operate the bar, downtown cocktail room next door, and also the Beat on 6th and Fremont. And we put a lot of time and energy into this particular project, and we know how important it is, not only to the neighborhood, but to the city. And we thought long and hard about this, and we came up with something that we thought was worthy of that corner. And the Inspire Theater has several different components, including a speakers theater that could be programmed for music, could be programmed for, obviously, speaker series and maybe even film or other uses. We'll have roughly 150 seats inside that theater with a mezzanine level above. At the front entrance, there'll be a comprehensive newsstand along with a small cafe and some seating and workspace, which is that image right there. There'll be a bar in the lobby area of the theater. On the second floor, You can see there that it'll be very well done, and we'll have the ability to open into the theater and do large events there as well. The second floor will have various components from co-working space to an outdoor balcony, another small bar, some interesting water closet facilities, a balcony mezzanine overlooking the theater, as well as a private skybox, and then some conference space and plenty of people watching space from the corner there. The third floor is what we plan to have is a pretty large outdoor patio that will also be able to entertain guests and serve beverages, serve food, and sort of keep the energy flowing throughout the entire project, and without taking away anything that's existing. So everything that you see there won't disrupt the kebab corner next door, or Joe's Pizza, or the existing bar on Las Vegas Boulevard. So a lot of thought has gone into this, and I think it's probably one of the most exciting projects that we currently have working. So
it's
we hope
a
that you approve.
conversation area, meeting place, speakers
Day and night.
area.
Coffee, espresso.
And food? Did you say food or just bar
Well,
and
we're-
coffee type?
Yeah, there'll be some food. It'll be limited because we don't have a large kitchen facility there, but there are lots of other restaurant projects that are coming online soon. So
And what, any timeline here?
We actually pulled our permits and we're under construction.
Wow.
This
that's
is for
fast.
the entitlement of the liquor license, so the other portion didn't have to come before you. So if you've
Wonderful.
noticed, we actually put the scaffolding up on Las Vegas Boulevard this week, and the demo has begun, I believe.
Wonderful. Well, I know you move fast with the downtown project. What was there yesterday, gone today, and up tomorrow, so that's great. Council, any questions, any comments? Councilman Ross?
I just can't pass this up to my colleagues down the other end, the downtown colleagues who have the downtown. Mr. Kessler, this is once again, I think it's awesome. I was down there yesterday, Mr. Cornthwaite, I was at the beat yesterday, took a walk through the galleries. What a dynamic change in downtown. What a dynamic change in just that that small East Fremont area so far, and I say so far because there are much bigger dreams and much bigger plans for the downtown project per se. But I just wanted to say that, and Mr. Kessler, I agree. The corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street, why on earth hasn't something been done sooner,
Well, let me
bigger, brighter?
tell you the history. I've been chasing that asset for 5 years.
Yeah.
And to get it out of bankruptcy and trustee sales is a process, and it's a lengthy process, but if you're committed to it, you achieve the results that you want.
Well, you're the guy that got it done, and Mr. Cornthwaite, you're a visionary, long time ago in the downtown area, and everything that's happened. I'm just excited for another great project. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. This is public hearing. Anybody like to come up and sing accolades or throw pennies or whatever?
Accolades galore, thank you.
And that was Todd Fowler. And don't forget to say your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. Sounds like a good deal. Looking good. Best of luck.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman
Mayor?
Coffin.
Mayor, before,
Councilman Barlow first.
yes, if Councilman Coffin doesn't mind. He and I were
It's
just,
his seeds. Is he in your seeds too again?
huh?
He's the domino effect too from
No,
all your work.
actually, this is his first seed, so I have to, but I do want to say that it really is exciting to see how East Fremont has really evolved, and every time I think about East Fremont, I think about Scott Adams, when Scott first arrived here to the city of Las Vegas, and he was talking about this exciting opportunity that we can create, and it was, I believe, it was just a vision that he had due to his previous experience in the various cities that he's worked. And when that concept came about, he most definitely was at the driving force of a lot of the grunt work, if you will. And so I just want to say to you, Mr. Adams, thank you so very much for your vision and bringing that experience forward, because I don't believe no one at that time really felt what you were feeling as far as what East Fremont could look like. And it caught fire, and with the relaxation of a number of the tavern fees or the liquor fees in that area, I believe really provided an opportunity for businessmen like Mr. Wade and others who have come into this area and who have basically taken the opportunity, really not knowing what to expect, in my opinion, but had a hope that the city would continue to stand behind their efforts and their money, that it could become what the city really wanted it to be, and it has done that. I mean, I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to visit the downtowner and insert coin, and of course the mayor and I just recently cut the ribbon at the corner of 6th and Fremont, the Commonwealth. Of course, and I frequent the what is it? Emergency Arts. These are all really good operators who have put their money where their mouth is, and basically have been saying, just let us do our thing, and we'll, and the environment will basically create its own lifeline, if you will, and it has, because on the weekends it's a lot of noise in a good way, and a lot of excitement, and I'm just really pleased to be a part of it. And before I close, I do want to say congratulations. I understand that you have a baby girl on the way, so congratulations to you and your wife.
Thank you very much.
It's exciting. And of course, Mr. Kessler, thank you so very much for always being at the forefront of everyone's item when it comes to downtown. So you're another face of East Fremont with all of the projects that you and your entire team have your hands in. So it's really cool. And the 7-Eleven is 7-Eleven where I used to hang out and buy a lot of Slurpees. The first 7-Eleven that I saw with neon signs, what is it, a neon or, yeah, neon sign with the 7-Eleven sign. I believe it's probably the first and the only that I'm aware of in the nation, and want to know where is that sign, because I think that would be a nice, cool sign, Mayor, to have inside of the Neon Boneyard as far as that 7-Eleven on East Fremont. So congratulations, Councilman, for stealing my East Fremont district, and much success to you.
Your Honor, methinks that the councilman has separation anxiety.
And I can assure you, Councilman, you are going to hear it forever. He's going to tell you every time.
Could be seller's remorse, but the hand has been dealt, and I'll do my best with your foundlings, Councilman. I do my best.
And therefore,
I now move for approval of item 89.
thank you. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries.
Thank you again.
Congratulations.
Happy
Onward.
holidays.
Thanks, Council.
Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy baby. Okay, moving on to item number 90, SUP 46561. This is public hearing also. Applicant owner Danielle Akeoyami, and for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed community residence with a waiver to allow a 516-foot distance separation from another community residence where 660 feet is required at 1912 Fontana Avenue. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing, and I declare it open. And is the applicant present? And would you please say your name and hello?
Hello. Okay. Is it on?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Danielle Akeoyame. I'm here to represent the special use permit, as you just read, in regards to 1912 Fontana Avenue. I am trying to facilitate a home for elderly. Basically, it's just a home for elderly that don't have anywhere to stay. I'm asking for a license of up to 6 beds. So far, we've met all regulations, requirements as for the NAC and NRS codes regulated by the states. What else? I've put in a lot of effort and a lot of time into this project. We purchased the house. I picked this facility, or this home actually, because of the area. It's a very quiet neighborhood. It's very well maintained. It's actually in an estate per se. I know that there are some people, neighbors, that are opposed to this home opening. They had different reasons, mainly traffic, trash. They were worried that we were just going to house a bunch of people, licensing of caregivers, things like that. We are regulated by the state. They do come out and survey at least once a year. We're also regulated by HCQC, as well as other groups here in Las Vegas.
How about requirements if it's senior complex? Grab walls and panic buttons and all those things, are those required in your facility?
No, because it's just it's basically an assisted living. They need minimal care, maybe help showering, or they are not able to cook, or medication management, things like that. So because it's not a commercial facility, we don't need any of those big things. We do
How
have
about a nurse on staff?
we
Anything
do
you
have-
don't need that either?
We do have to have, there's a 6-to-1 ratio, because it's just an assisted living basically, of caregivers. They all have to be trained in elderly abuse. They all have to have medication management, things like that. We do have sprinkler systems that have to be in place due to, I want to say the beginning of this year, State Fire Marshal had made that a requirement that any facility with 10 beds or under must have fire sprinklers, as well as the fire alarm that's linked to the firehouse.
So you are licensed as minimal care?
Minimal
By the
care.
state, or by the county, or by the city?
By the state. We meet all the county zoning regulations, as well as the state and city requirements to be licensed. The only reason we're here today is just because of that distance variation. They require the 660 feet separation from another facility, and ours is like 541 or so. Oh, yeah, 541.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions? This is a public hearing. Please state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Dr. Scott, I hope you listen close and help me through this. A long time ago, Ward 3 was plagued by these community homes. And so Councilman Reese initiated the distance separation rule because of the saturation. The Board and CARES went to court over that, and they won. So we come down to this. First, the city cannot control the categories because that belongs to the state. Second, the city cannot control the distance separation because the courts overruled that. So, if anything here goes south, the city is screwed. That neighborhood's screwed. While the Board and CARES property and values increases several-fold, 3-4 times, because of the income they're getting on that property. My thing is this. When a person buys a home, the thing is zoning, zoning, zoning. And you look at all the zoning and all of the variants and stuff around it before you make the biggest purchase of probably the biggest purchase of your life. So, I think this. I think if any of these Board and CARES want to come into the neighborhood, they should have the approval of every homeowner there, because every homeowner invested their money into that area because of the zoning, and if we're going to change it, or if they want it changed, then everybody should be on board on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Anthony Hodges. It's a facility for seniors, and I think it's going to be, it's not going to be a lot of problems there. And if the neighborhood, the neighbors has no objection at this particular time, and the city council is to make a decision Well, as far as I'm concerned, it sounds like it's a good deal because it's something to make life better for senior citizens. And the lady doing the best she can do to accommodate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, come forward, state your name, please.
My name is Jean Zorn. I live at 2000 Sunderland Avenue, about a block and a half from this property. Our main concern is if you pass this waiver, then we'll get more of these community care centers. We're not opposed to community care. We have supported other associations in our neighborhood. Excuse me, I think I have Vegas throat today. This is one of the comment cards that were sent out, and the lady asked me to bring it today because even though the metered mail says, I believe it's December 6th, she only received it Monday. So she is in opposition to this. As I can't speak too well today, Mr. Deegan is going to offer our comments, our concerns, and I hope that you realize this is a residential neighborhood, not a commercial venture. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and advance happy holidays to all of you.
And your name for the record.
My name is Daniel Deegan, 1801 Granite Avenue. Mrs. Zorn is the president of the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association, and as an organized and recognized association to the city, I believe she's asking me to speak on behalf of the association. One of the things that she asked me to read is a letter from one of our residents. His name is Thuy Lee. It's a Vietnamese name. The gentleman has been in our community for just a few years, purchased a rundown house and spent tens of thousands on fixing it up. The kind of aggressive and positive neighbor that we need. And he is right in the middle between an existing group care home and the proposed one. He says, to whom it may concern, with 144 feet short of the 660 feet required distance from an existing group home to the applicant's address, the Department of Planning has processed and recommended approval with regard to 3 support cards and 17 oppose. Posted on the city website at the time of the neighborhood meeting at the Department of Planning on November 1st, 2012. Unless there's a change in the city ordinance, 22% short of the requirement should not be waived. No institution, business, office, or school anywhere in a developed country would consider accepting an applicant who just qualified for 78% of the credits required. The support petition submitted by the applicant to the City Planning Commission on November 13th, meeting of City Planning Commission, has shown some with 2 signatures per address in order to increase the number of head counts. I believe Mr. Fagg is gone. I don't know if Mr. Rankin has the necessary information, but what was posted for supporting materials showed a greater number of residents presumably in support of this motion. Mr. Lee suggests that some of them are duplicates. I've not had time or ability to check it. Maybe Mr. Rankin can set aside a time for me to do that. Some of them, Mr. Lee says, are also renters. They're not signed by the owners of the property. The ownership of the property and their signatures on the support petition should be verified. Renters' signatures should not be considered valid. The property owner at 208 Shadow Lane and the homeowner at 1921 Embry Avenue were misunderstood and misled by the applicant when they were approached to sign the applicant's support petition. Could one be trusted to run a good, clean business which involves senior citizens and large amounts of money if that person has said, quote, she will live in her house with her husband and kids and 3 elderly people, to describe the proposed group home facility? Your consideration in opposing SUP 4656-1 is appreciated. I'd like to submit this to the clerk. There are 43 signatures, and I've gone over them. They are not duplicated. If the website where Mr. Fagg has posted information regarding our petition says there are duplicates, I see no duplicates on here, and I've been over it. There's a written statement from Miss Yolanda Lawson of 1921 Embry Avenue. If I may take a second to double check that. Yes. I was misled by the owner of the address, 1912 Fontana Avenue, about her home care business. I would like to retract my husband, Daniel Lawson's signature on her petition. The owner claims she will live in her house with her husband and no kids and 3 elderly people. It's not a group care home that she's describing. It's signed, apparently, by Yolanda Lawson. I cannot testify personally to this, as this is undoubtedly totally hearsay, but I would like to submit it. I believe that the document is entirely genuine and sincere in its intent. Mrs. Zorn asked me to make a statement, prepare one on behalf of the Neighborhood Association, and I really want to get you folks out of here as soon as you can. And I apologize for writing a long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one. And so the blame is on me. With your indulgence, I'd like to pass a copy for each of the mayor and the council and for the clerk. You don't see many people here today. At the neighborhood meetings, you did. And the people that I saw, bar one gentleman, were opposed to this home. If the council follows the recommendation of staff and the action of the Planning Commission, there will be many disappointed residents in our community. You have rendered one of our neighborhood associations useless. I believe you may create similar problems for other neighborhoods and other voluntary associations. The neighbors started coming to us in September with the concerns about the suitability of this home in this location for this purpose. They know the layout of the homes. They know that 2 small bedrooms can only contain 1 person each. Master bedroom can contain 2. Under state law, there's a certain limitation. The converted garage can contain 3. That makes 7. The state law also allows 2 people to live in the house as caregivers. That's a total of 9. They sensed a sense of overcrowding and of possible substandard care. They had questions about the bathing facilities. These houses, and they're all the same, it's tract housing, have 1 full bedroom, 1 3/4 bathroom with a stand-up shower. Not too suitable for the elderly unless they're going to sit on a chair and be sponge bathed or whatever the case may be. The applicant's letter of justification says there are 4 bedrooms. That includes the converted garage and two baths. Well, that includes the one with no bath. So
Excuse me, Mr.
the neighbors
Deegan.
have questions about.
Mr. Deegan, did you give this same letter to the Planning Commission yesterday?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
How about to planning?
We appeared before the Planning Commission on 13th of November. I did not submit this letter to the Planning Commission. In fact, this letter takes issue with some of the actions of the Planning Commission.
And how about a copy of what's been submitted to the clerk with those presented to planning? The petitions and all that.
Who was present at the Planning Commission meeting did submit a petition. He, being in the immediate area, is in most immediate contact with the neighbors of this proposed facility. I am not. Now, he did present some documents to the Planning Commission.
I'm going to ask our attorney, Mr. Scott, a comment, please, here.
I'm confused on a couple of notes here. Maybe you can ask the applicant to come back up, Mayor. If you could ask the applicant. to
Could,
come back up.
applicant, if you would come back up, please. And Mr. Scott, could you repeat your statement, please?
I'm reviewing the applicant's justification letter. It indicates in her justification letter that they are going to house 7 elderly, disabled, and/or incompetent persons. But in her statement today to you, she indicated that she's only going to have elderly people who have no place to live without disabilities. In our code, it provides for a community residence. A definition of a community residence includes individuals, unrelated individuals with disabilities. So in order to be considered a community residence, there's got to be someone in there that they're housing who has a disability. If not, then this is considered to be a boarding house. And I don't know if this is going to be the appropriate place for a boarding house in this particular neighborhood. It wouldn't qualify.
Certainly planning, Doug, but certainly please respond to Mr. Scott if you would. It's just point of clarification for us.
Definitely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The original letter, justification letter that you're looking at now was the original letter. We wanted 7 residents, but due to realistically, we changed that down to 6 residents. Per the NAC codes and NRS codes, they go by square footage to determine how many residents can.
I guess my question is more to this disability, more so than the number of
Oh, to the disability, yes. And that also includes, originally, we were going to do 7 residents, and they were going to be of some kind of handicap, whether it be mental or mental health or, Alzheimer, dementia patients. But now we have changed it to assisted living, minimum care. They're all Category 1 residents. We will not be endorsed for any mental health, Alzheimer, dementia patients. So there will be no one that will reside in that home that has any kind of handicap such as those things.
Given that statement, Mayor, this is considered to be under our code to be a boarding or rooming house and not a community residence. And I don't believe that a boarding house or boarding room is suitable or even allowed within that area. Is it that, I'm not, you know, that's planning.
It's actually not considered a boarding home. A boarding home does not need to be licensed. That's why you have so many group facilities here in Las Vegas Valley that are not licensed, because you don't need to be licensed. They basically just rent out each room and put people in there. The reason I'm doing this the proper way, licensed way, spending a lot of money, thousands and thousands of dollars to do this, is because it's a assisted living facility. It is regulated by the state. We are also regulated by the city and zoning codes. We have to meet all those requirements. We are surveyed every year. You get demotions. You also get a grade, just like a restaurant gets an A, B, C, or D if they do not meet requirements when the survey comes out. You have to maintain an A or a B status. Anything below that, you have to get resurveyed and pay a fine to get resurveyed. And if you fail or get anything below a D, they will take your license and shut you down and take your residence from you.
Like I said, accordance with our definition, what she's proposing is a boarding or rooming house unless planning thinks otherwise. I may be on the wrong track.
Your Honor, may I direct the comment to Attorney Scott?
Well, if you just wait for 1 second, please, sir. and
But a
let Mr.
boarding or
Scott
rooming
finish.
house in our code is only permitted in R3, R4, and with a special use permit in CM. This is currently zoned R1. So it would not be a permitted use for a boarding house within this particular area. And I guess I need planning just to, let me know if that's correct or incorrect or.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I think you wanted to make another comment.
Your Honor, with your indulgence, thank you. Apropos of Mr. Scott's comments, we have, in fact, I had a discussion after the neighborhood planning meeting with the applicant about the type of patients or residents that she would accept. And our understanding was that what I believe the state calls Category 1 residents are people without a mental disease. Alzheimer's is an actual disease. They may have disabilities of other kinds. They may result of congestive heart failure or COPD or effects of diabetes or any number of physical disabilities or maybe mild dementia or something, but These people would come under one type of facility and one type of licensing. We had a concern in the neighborhood that because of the way NRS 449 is written, the way Title 19-12 is written, if you give a permission for people with this kind of disability, what I do understand, my understanding is they do need to be in a licensed facility, such as she proposes. But if you grant the planning permission for this facility, it could be turned around instantaneously into an Alzheimer's facility operating under a different model.
Okay. I think what...
Last time I spoke to the applicant, she was offering essentially a private pay model for patients who did not fall under Medicaid waiver, where she would have...
I think Mr. Scott addressed it, that this would have to inure to an R3 or an R4.
Or with a special use permit in CM. Like I said, if there's not residents in that home that have a disability, then it's not a residential or community residence.
Okay.
I don't believe the disability...
And what was the third category, CIM?
CM with a
CM.
special use permit, which is a industrial commercial area.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask on this, Councilman Barlow, this is in your ward, and I think it's time we hear from you, please.
You may want from planning.
Was there anything to add from planning, please?
Based on the testimony of the applicant, planning concurs with the city attorney's finding that this is not a community residence and therefore would qualify as a boarding house under our code and would not be permitted in this zoning location.
So therefore, as what is written on agenda item 90, where it says staff recommends approval, you are therefore saying staff is now recommending denial?
Basically,
Based on
through you, Mayor.
legal?
Yeah, at this point, it appears that the applicant is not requesting a community residence, but requesting a boarding house. Boarding houses are not permitted in R1 zoning, and as such, the application it doesn't qualify as an application.
Okay, thank you very
Can I
much.
just ask a question real quick, ma'am? Sorry.
Yes, please.
So basically, I'm just trying to understand, you're saying that because there's no mental health or Alzheimer dementia patients, one second,
There's more
then-
disabilities than just mental disabilities.
Okay, so if I accept Alzheimer, dementia, mental health patients, then that's not considered a boarding house, am I correct? Is that what we're getting at here?
There's physical disabilities as well as mental disabilities. You're
Okay.
focusing only on Alzheimer's patients, but there's also people with physical disabilities also.
I understand that, but if they're diagnosed by a physician and they have a mental or physical disability diagnosed, be it Alzheimer's or mental health, then it's not considered a boarding home anymore, correct? Okay, so then it would fall under the correct category, correct?
Brian, Mr. Scott, Mayor, through you. Thank you so very much.
Thank
Your
you.
name?
Danielle.
Danielle. Thank you, Danielle. Mr. Deegan, thank you so very much. Mrs. Zorn, as the president of the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association, thank you, and all the residents as well. Let me try to pull all this into perspective. Danielle, I understand your point and your position as far as all of the work that you've basically put into your business. And your business is very admirable in the sense of who you provide for or who your business provides for. One thing that the previous mayor and council put in place were distance separations from group homes, boarding homes, a variety of businesses for the sake of protection of quality of life of residents, specifically in a community such as this that has a long history of one, working collectively, working with the city, working with the private developers in and around their community. And the mayor and council put in restrictions. And this particular restriction is a distance separation. And we have distance separations to protect our schools, our parks, our child cares from liquor establishments. In the past, we've had a number of homes such as this, basically inundated in one geographic community, which basically established those parameters. So they're in place for a specific reason and purpose. There was a neighborhood meeting that took place, and residents spoke out during that neighborhood meeting. I took it upon myself to host a neighborhood meeting with the residents, and I believe it took place at Mrs. Zorn's home. Mrs. Zorn, if you'll come forward, please, just so that I can get you on the record. I believe it was your home, where a number of residents came out at their request to talk about what their neighborhood would be facing. And just for the record, Mrs. Zorn, was that your home where my wife and I attended?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was in the right house. I've been to a number of neighborhood meetings and homes of residents, so I get mixed up because I'm all over the ward at times. And everyone in her home was totally against it. And giving your company the benefit of the doubt, I wanted to also go door to door on the street. It's Fontana, door to door, and talk to the residents on the street. And I was very hard pressed to find anyone that supported the type of use on their street. And I have to take that into consideration, Danielle, as a representative of this ward, and specifically of a community that works very diligently to rid itself of the graffiti that they're up against, the shopping carts that they're up against, the developments that the entire community came out and spoke out against and came to this council when ambling, Mayor and Council. Now, this is something that dates a lot of you, and although I'm on the younger side of the council, I'm on the older side when it comes to the history, Councilman Ross, just the history. I believe you're here too, when ambling came at the corner of Alta and Martin Luther King, and the neighborhood spoke out and said, we do not want that development up against our neighborhood. And today, Mayor, we have a beautiful Metroplex, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, which the community came out to support. So you're not dealing with a neighborhood that is fly-by-night. I mean, they go back years when it comes to demanding what they want for the sake of their property and the residents that reside. Having said that, I can't support your item at this particular location based on the distance separation that you do not meet. Now, you mentioned earlier that there's a 600-foot separation from one home to a next as it relates to the type of business. Okay? And if we start eating away at that distance requirement, then it basically makes the entire former mayor and council item completely go away. We start eating at the fabric of why those protections are in place. And so I have to stand behind those protections. And the residents also. Now, that's not to say that you can't move, and I'm not telling you how to run your business, but that's not to say that you can't move one block south, which does meet the requirements, and therefore, as long as you fall within the parameters of what planning state that you can, not a boarding house, but a, what was the use that you're,
Community residence.
what was the residence?
Community residence.
Community residence. As long as you meet the criteria for community residence, a block over, then this mayor and council has nothing to say. You won't even come before us. Is that accurate? If she meets the distance separation, she wouldn't necessarily.
I believe that's correct. I mean, if she's not asking for any waivers, I
Correct.
think that's
You're not
correct.
asking, she wouldn't have to ask for any waivers or any special use permits, so you wouldn't see it. So as long as you played within the parameters of the law, then the residents can come and scream and kick, and then I'll be forced to basically tell the residents that you're in compliance, so therefore, it's okay for you to be one block over. But what I'm telling you today is that I can't support you being one block inside of that distance separation, because it will open up not only a can of worms for me, but for other council members when they face it in their wards. And so for that, I will have to move at this time.
Recognize the fact this is also not a residential, so community residence, but is in fact a boarding or rooming house based upon the testimony from the applicant?
Based upon the testimony from the applicant today, you yourself, Danielle, the way in which you described your business, you described your business under the terms in the city code as a boarding house, which is in total violation of, in fact, the R1 zoning in which you will be moving into, or the proposed location on Fontana that you're looking to establish your business. So that would be one reason for the denial, and the second would be for the distance, not meeting the distance separation on your application. So therefore, my motion at this time would be to move for denial of this item, and that would be my motion at this time.
Thank you. There's a motion, and I would ask you please to vote on the denial.
But let me say this
Your Honor,
in addition to
I didn't hear you
that.
close the public hearing, but
Excuse me?
Let me say, Mr.
Your
Diggin,
Honor,
if you don't mind,
close
Mr.
the
Diggin.
public hearing?
Mr. Diggin, if you don't mind, just 1 second, please. And Danielle, and I'll be happy to sit down with you and discuss further as far as other alternative locations, if you wish. And I'll be happy to provide you with my contact information, or my staff will come out and speak to you about that.
Okay, and I want to
Okay.
I just want to thank you guys and appreciate all your opinions. I know sometimes things don't go the way you want them to go, but I just wish you guys all happy holidays, and thank you for your time.
Thank you to
Christmas,
you
Happy New
too,
Year.
and
Thank you,
keep
Danielle.
up trying to do the good work that you plan to do.
Thank you very much.
So
I
just, we
appreciate it.
work on it, and so would you please post that? That motion carries on the denial. Thank you, Mr. Deegan, appreciate your coming. And happy
If
holidays.
with your indulgence, I have one quick comment, and I know that, I suppose the public hearing is closed.
Yes, it is, and I'm sorry, I'd love to hear you. I have to be somewhere at 5:15. If we don't move this, I'm going to have to leave us perhaps less than with a vote. So I just want-
Thank the whole
Thank
council
you.
and Councilman Barlow especially for
Thank
his
you.
attention to this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item number 91, SUP 46696, public hearing, applicant Jamie Schaub, owner Pines Office Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 694-square-foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow a 35-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property where 400 feet is required at 733 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 130. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And the applicant being present, if you would state your names for the record.
Good afternoon, Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane.
Thank you.
Good day, Jamie Schaub, 7331 West Charleston.
Welcome. And anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have comment on this? Anybody from council who has now got something there that's falling over? Oh, my goodness. It's all yours. Or I'm not going to be able to vote. Okay, the public hearing's closed. No one came forward, so it's up to you.
I wanted to ask, you talked with me before, right, in my
Yes.
office?
Yes.
And at that time, you told me that about the fact you were in a business area, and that the 35 feet that was mentioned was from the edge of the business park.
Correct.
Right. But the requirement, when I went back, the requirement is 400 feet away.
Right.
How far away is it from where your business is to the residence?
It's about 300 feet.
So you still fall short.
We still fall short. If the way it's measured is property line to property line, and so we have a common property line. So we still fall short, but we're closer to Charleston than we are to the south property line, which is where the houses are. So there's
In
two
any
and three
case, rather you
buildings
do the
between.
35 feet directly across the street from the residences, which is where the business park is, 35 feet.
Right.
Or if you do where your massage parlor would be, 300 and some feet, you're still not meeting the qualification, the 400.
Right.
The 400 qualification. Can you explain? Yes.
Just a correction, it's a massage therapy establishment, not a massage parlor. Those are two very different things.
I know, I'm sorry, I should have remembered. I should have remembered it. It's therapy, I understand, okay. I know I discussed this with you, and I know that your hours are going to be limited. You're not going to be, obviously, 24 hours. Tell us a little bit about your business.
It's a massage establishment, private practice owned by a licensed, certified sole practitioner, be myself, providing therapeutic massage and body work for clients, available by appointment between the hours of 9:30 a.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. I normally would not do any appointments even past that duration. And that's pretty much it.
I just thought I'd give you a little chance to say something. You're starting a new business. What's the name of your business?
My business is called LV Healer Massage Therapy.
Okay.
Yes.
I know that type of therapy is sought by many people who need it specially. And, but I just wanted to point out, be very careful that you keep all that you've committed to as far as the time, because your distance is closer than the 400 feet, and I very seldom go closer. But I could see the situation with the Charleston, the larger street, and everything like that. So I move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Councilman Beers.
I was not fast enough on my button. Is there any way to be recorded as in favor? I was trying to figure out what the rub is here, and all right, thank you.
Oh, my gosh. What was the latest erudite remark?
Trying to figure out the rub.
What the rub was.
Don't pay any attention. Have we voted yet?
He's looking at wife number one.
I
who's
make the
gonna be on
motion
way.
to approve.
We're passed and we voted, and Councilman Beers, with his humor, needs to be undone. If he'd concentrate more on what he's supposed to be doing and less on his humor, we would move quickly.
Your Honor,
Could you fix him? I don't even want to hear from him. You fixed it? Can you post it without that funny-looking thing on there?
I'm sorry. If you could sit me next to
Okay.
some other
Post,
people, Your
please.
Honor.
Are we posting?
This is what happens when you go from 8:30 in the morning
not
and you don't have a
posting.
lunch break.
It can't be posted because of what he did?
It can't be reposted. You already posted it.
Well, let's take an oral vote or something.
Does it pass?
We passed for yours.
Okay, it passed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Happy
Thank you.
holidays.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we know.
I guess there are only 5 votes registered, so I'm assuming Councilman
I would
Beers.
like to be recorded as in favor.
Thank you.
And he's got a fever. Look how red he's getting. It's in favor, so.
Do we want to
Good luck.
take
If
the
I were
motion
you, I'd
again?
be gone.
Brian?
Congratulations, happy holidays, and happy new year. Okay, moving on to, oh my gosh, more Kleenex. God, I wish I owned whatever the name of the Kleenex is.
Did we all vote for it?
All right, everybody voted, and he made a mistake, but it's corrected, so everybody was in favor, and Councilman Anthony, Mayor Pro Tem, is excused. So it's carried. Oh, are you going into another business? Here we go, SUP 46962, and this is public hearing, applicant Puffin Stuff. Oh, it's better than Puffin Snuff. Smoke Shop LLC, owner Benaz LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a gaming establishment, general business related use within an existing general retail store at 1801 East Charleston. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant, you look familiar to me, and would everybody please state your name, and then we'll open it up for public hearing.
There we go, sorry.
Okay.
Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, and with me.
My name is Diana Frege. I'm the owner of Puffin Stuff, 1801 East Charleston.
And you've been here a long time. I've been watching the two of you. I'm so sorry. It's been such a long day. And sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Reza Salimian, 39 Alsworth, Henderson, Nevada. I'm owner of the property, and I'm here to support my
Wonderful.
family.
And we're just here to answer any questions that you might have.
And this is a public hearing. Anybody have a comment, please push the little button, state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street.
I'm sorry, Mayor, he'll have to push this.
I'm against it for A. Number one, there's too little parking. Number two, the signage is outrageous on this. And especially when they have this sign that we're looking at right there, there's not enough room to even get around there. So, I mean, if the applicant would clean the place up, clean up those window signs, get this stuff out so people can walk by there. And the other thing that you don't see, on the sidewalk that runs north and south, going along there, there's a telephone pole with guide wires on that thing, and you've got about this much space between the business and the guide wire. And I mean, first of all, that's dangerous. And like I say, no parking. It's bad.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, I'll close the public hearing, but you had a comment.
I just, the issue of the signage came up at the Planning Commission meeting, and since then, they removed the sign out front, they removed signs in the window, and they really have cleaned it up.
Okay. All
Your
right,
Honor.
yeah, because it didn't look very attractive. And the backside looked like it needed cleaning too, but maybe that's not only yours. Okay, this is Councilman Coffins.
Your Honor, this little bodega gets along well with its neighbors. I guess every now and then you have to tidy it up, though. And this is a lot of foot traffic there, Your Honor, and it's pretty close to Fremont Street. So you've got folks wandering from the less settled side of Fremont Street, shall we say, across Bruce to the supermarkets, Albertsons and a drugstore in the mall. So there's foot traffic. Sometimes they walk right through there and they dirty it up. But for that reason, actually, they don't need much parking because those customers who might come in to see a few slot machines most likely will be foot traffic and not driving. Therefore, I'm going to move for approval of 92.
Okay, thank you. There's been a motion made. Please vote. And please post. Motion passes. Good luck. Have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy
New Year.
holiday
Thank
to
you.
all of you, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, on to 93, SUP 47041, public hearing. Applicant Zhigang Wang, owner, PK1 Rainbow Promenade LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,992 square foot supper club, 2051 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 102. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? Please state your name.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Wendy Liu. I'm the representative of the applicant. Just here.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Barlow, this is a public hearing. I would entertain anybody coming up, stating their name, turning on their microphone.
My name's Hodges, and planning and staff recommend approval. Sound good to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I will close the public hearing. Councilman, yours.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you so very much. I'm pleased to see another restaurant come into the corridor, and I look forward to coming in and enjoying dinner sooner than later. When do you plan to open?
We're planning to build in next year. It takes about 3 to 4 months to build out. Actually, this is our number 4 Japanese sushi and steakhouse. We had one in Plum, we had one in Decatur, and one is coming up in West Flamingo. This is the 4th one.
So this is your 4th?
Yeah.
Okay. And
It's
the
called,
name?
Oja Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse.
Oja Japanese Sushi and Steakhouse.
Yes.
All right. Well, Mayor and Council, steaks on me. Well, good
We're going
deal.
to take you up on that,
I
all
want
of
you
us.
to. I want you to. Well, my motion will be for approval of this restaurant, and much success to you, and I look forward to coming in and sitting down and having dinner.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
Yes.
We remember the promise.
First dinner's on me,
And please post.
as long as we don't violate the open meeting law.
We won't talk business.
Just
We'll
eat.
eat. Motion carries. Good luck. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Moving on to item number 85, SDR 46990, public hearing, applicant owner foundation for an independent tomorrow for possible action and a request for a major amendment to approve site development plan review SDR 7218 for an 8,650 square foot two-story addition to an existing 12,600 square foot office building on 1.04 acres at 1931 Stella Lake Street, Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Both planning and staff recommend approval.
Mayor,
What?
although I would love to take this item up, we skipped over item number 94, which is Lois Tarkanian.
Which is the ward you live in.
I'm so sorry. You have to sit down and I take back whatever I said. How did that happen?
Well, the gentleman was coming down, so if he wasn't here, I would have
You
taken it,
wouldn't
but
have seen it either.
he was well on
Okay,
his way.
I'm on a roll because I'm on a timeline. I got to get down to Fremont Street. Okay, SUP 47111. I'm sorry, very sorry. For Independent tomorrow, we'll get there. And today. Public hearing, applicant, T-Mobile owner, City of Las Vegas, possible action and a request for a special use permit to remove 6 existing antennae and install 6 new antennae and 1 12-inch microwave dish at the 75-foot center line of an existing 80-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's favorite issue, 2801 West Oakey Boulevard. And this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open, and I saw you standing there, so your name, please.
I'm Damian Huggard at 9712 Drum Cannon. I'll make it very brief. This facility, due to Councilwoman Tarkanian's great efforts last year, was completely retrofit by AT&T and T-Mobile combination. I know you worked diligently with our office on that. They replaced all the palm fronds at that time less than a year ago. They went from 8 to 10-foot palm fronds. They added a bunch of palm fronds. As you'll see in the staff report, the site is in a park. It's meticulously maintained. It's very, very clean. Only thing T-Mobile is asking here to do is to take down the 6 antennas that they have within the palm fronds and put up 6 more antennas that are of identical size in addition, so that they can bring high-speed data to the site at the installation of a parabolic antenna, which is basically the size of a Frisbee. It'll be hidden in the fronds as well. Everything will be painted to match. It'll look aesthetically absolutely identical to the way it does today. So,
Okay, it's a public hearing. Anybody wish to come up and make a comment about the palm tree? Or anything else in there related? Okay, anyone on council? I declare the public hearing closed. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
On the existing antennas that you have, you're going to take those down.
yes, ma'am.
You're going to replace them with antennas that are the same size.
Identical.
And you're going to place them among the fawns. And then the other thing is, about middle way up, you are going to put a,
The parabolic antenna will actually be within the fronds as well. It'll be all the way at the top, back. Actually, it'll be back mounted behind the antennas within the fronds.
okay, because we have some, I just had some questions for people in that area, and maybe I could talk with you, because you didn't come see me this time, but I understand why, because we'd gone over this before. But we just had some questions about those palm fronds, and then I'd like to talk to you about them and ask you to help us with them.
Certainly. We can absolutely work out whatever you'd like to.
Okay. I move to approve item number 94.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
And would you contact me next week
Yes, ma'am.
so that we can do this?
You bet.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Good evening.
very
Happy
much.
holidays.
Happy holidays. And come see Councilwoman, don't forget, or she'll cut your tree down. Agenda item number 95, we're back. SDR 46990, public hearing, applicant owner Foundation for an Independent tomorrow for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review, SDR 7218, for an 8,650 square foot two-story addition to the existing 12,600 square foot office building on 1.04 acres at 1931 Stella Lake Street, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open, and I see the applicant, and so if you would state your name and the friends that have joined you.
I'm Janet Blumen, 1 Hughes Center Drive, 703, Las Vegas. With me are architects Sylvia Kim from JMA, Robert Messiana from Robert Messiana Architects, Jake McClellan, our program director, and this guy who just wandered in. I think he's my ride. So we previously came before the City Council for approval of this, but as our architects, we were putting the second story right on top of the existing building. Yes. And as we began to develop the plans more thoroughly, I mean, all news was bad news. It was going to be so disruptive. 17 pillars dropped into the building. We were going to really have to close for business. We have 1,200 applications a year. We have about 800 active clients. To do that, we thought would be heartbreaking. We put them to the task. We kept saying, think outside of the box, go back, think outside of the box, go back. And they finally came with the design that you have before you. I think it's magnificent. It does not sit on top of the existing building. It's a flyover, basically, beside the building. It eliminates most of the disruption. At least there won't be any pillar dropping in the middle of Jake's office. And it accomplishes even better because this is all an education center. So everybody goes in the front door in the same reception area. The people who are there for casework will go to the right and back. The people who are there for the classes will go to the left and up the stairs. It works beautifully. We are so proud of it. We are all here to answer any questions that you might have. Sylvia, I gave you the package that I think shows the floor plan and also the elevation.
Looks beautiful. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to come forward and make a comment or two?
I approve, thank you.
You can turn off the microphone. Okay, it went.
Sylvia Kim, JMA. We
Great
agree
job.
with the staff recommendations, and so if there's any, if the mayor or any councilman have questions, we're here to answer them. Thank you.
Looks great. I mean, my goodness, what wonderful things you've accomplished and continue to do. It's great. It's just great. Anyone else? I'll close public hearing. Moving right along, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Janet, congratulations. I know it's been a long, hard fight to get to this point, and of course to the architects and everyone, all that's involved in this development. We're looking forward to it, and I think it's a good fit. It doesn't, as you mentioned, detract from your customers, and hopefully it'll get done even sooner now, and under budget. So, having brought this forward, I'll move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
There's a motion.
And also, let me say thank you for allowing my staff and I to host 2 very successful job fairs at your location, and that's the great community partnership and relationship that we've been able to develop, and I really want to say thank you for opening your doors to those job fairs, because a lot of individuals throughout the city of Las Vegas, to include Ward 5, were able to receive employment.
Thank you for bringing them to us, because you were able to give it more attention. We got 302 applications, and the Dollar General people are still following up with us of people who they didn't even get a chance yet to get the application done. So it was a great thing. Thank you.
Great. Councilwoman, you did want me to
I just wanted to say quickly that I remember when Independent Tomorrow first started. I remember where you were located. I went through the entire place, and you were starting to try and get something in the back to add older. You know what you've done in such a short time, where you are from where you began in this absolutely beautiful building. You should be highly commended, and I know you have all of our respect here. It's a lot of hard work.
Thank you. Richard Jost is here tonight, too, and he is the vice chairman who has been on the board like forever. So I have to say it's our board and the staff who made it all happen, but thank you, Councilwoman.
We're very, very pleased, very proud. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote, and please post. And I know you're going to have a happy new year. Congratulations to all of you. Happy holidays. And thank you. And we will now move on to item 96, DIR 47411, applicant owner, Cliffs Edge LLC, for possible action or required review of an annual development report as required by Section 5.1 of the Cliffs Edge Development Agreement on approximately 1,134 acres, generally located adjacent to the south side of Grand Teton Drive between Wallapai and Pooley Road, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval. Is the applicant present? Your name, please, sir.
Yes, Chris Dingle, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway.
Thank you. Any report?
Madam Mayor, in the observance to make my report brief, I'm going to take my 4 slides and eliminate them to 0. The Cliffs Edge Development Agreement is in substantial compliance with the requirements, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. I love that. I'm going to make my next appointment. Love it. Go, Councilman.
I make motion on agenda item 96 to approve, Mayor and Council
Okay,
members.
thank
That's
you.
my
There's
motion.
a motion. Boy, we're ripping through. This was not public hearing. And there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Voted and posting.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you very, very much, everybody. And now, item number 97, I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Ma'am, my name is Anthony Hart. I'm going to be real quick because you got to be on your way too. I'm doing this on the count of the 20 kids. In 1974, I got involved with children, and it made world news, whatever. But the objective is, I've been dealing with children a long time. What I'm saying, what we had was a very sad event. But what knocked me and the children out of history was 2 bad things, and that's Patricia Hearst. She was in an L.A. robbery, whatever. And then you had Nixon being pardoned by Ford, and what they did, they pushed me and the kids under the bus, and the rest is history. Thank you for letting me be.
Thank you very much. And happy holidays to you both. Happy New Year. I know we'll see you after the term. And council member recognition, item number 99. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? And if I may, oh my gosh, now look to your right. You're on television, for heaven's sake.
Well, I make this look good.
Oh my God. Only a mother can love this reindeer.
I don't think you're looking very well. If you think this looks good, you're not looking at it very well.
I am going to take the prerogative of holding this microphone, and then I'm going to pass it to you, dear reindeer, to finish up and hear from everyone, please, because I do have to leave. Okay, but you do look adorable. Okay, first of all, on a very, very serious note, and looking at the flames in front of us all day, in memorial. This morning we spoke about Sandy Hook and the tragedy and the massacre there, and so many affected. In fact, all of us in the country and probably the world just so saddened. But we did have a very, very sad happening last week, and that was the passing of Monsignor Patrick Leary, who was the head of the Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada, a great friend to anybody who lives in this state, and I'm sure elsewhere in the country and the world. He was a beautiful man. He passed away suddenly and unexpectedly, and our hearts are just broken. He was a great friend. He was a good man. He was a wonderful minister for his congregations everywhere, and he was truly beloved. And as I said in a quote in the newspaper, which I meant, I tend to love broadly, but when I really, really deeply love, it's so selective. And there was a man truly I deeply loved. He couldn't have been better. He had a wonderful way with words. He could hold an audience in his hand. He had a great sense of humor. He was a tremendous historian and could speak. I remember 2 years ago at the mayor's prayer breakfast, without a note, he held all those students, juniors and seniors, about 600 of them and adults, in his hand as he spoke without a note, and historically right on in everything, and inspiring them, and so funny and yet so caring and good. And he's just somebody that will be desperately missed. We have started a new philanthropic discussion group with the leaders of all of the first round charities in town, trying to get a registry together, get a collaboration, so that those who are offering senior meals, for example, that cost them a greater amount than what Catholic Charities can do. One place it costs them $10 to serve a senior meal, and over at Catholic Charities they can provide that same meal for $2.50. It's a wonderful way for all of the charities and philanthropic organizations to know what the others are doing, beyond which the dollar is so hard to come by in our philanthropic areas. It's a wonderful way for those who are the donors to know how long's it been in existence. Is this a 501c3 by the federal government? Will my donation then be discounted off of my taxes? And where is the best place that I want to put my money? This man was inspirational, and I didn't hold him to the end only out of this larger piece that has been so publicly given to all of us and for which these candles burn. But just know that Patrick Leary, Father, Monsignor Patrick Leary, was a beautiful, beautiful man. And I am going to pass over to Councilman Ross my comments, and then I'm going to ask Councilwoman Tarkanian to please dismiss, adjourn, and do all those good things. So, because you're at the end, I'm going to let you have them with your reindeer hat. And I thank you all, and I wish everyone here and everyone watching and everyone everywhere a healthy, happy holiday season and a happy, healthy, safe New Year. And don't drink and drive.
And then she had me last.
Go for it.
Okay.
You go.
I'll go for it. Then, Mayor, while you're getting ready to leave, I'll don my Christmas apparel and gear. Upcoming events for the mayor, she'd like to say that she has some exciting events coming up for the holidays, and I hope that you will have the chance to join her in a festive celebration. Today at 5:20 at the 3rd Street stage on Fremont Street, I believe that's where she's headed, we'll be welcoming the University of Washington Huskies and Boise State Broncos for the 21st Mako Bowl to be held here in Las Vegas on Saturday, December 22nd. So come cheer your favorite team. On New Year's Eve, Mayor Goodman and her husband Oscar will be counting down to 2013 from Fremont Street on the 3rd Street stage. There is no place in the world more exciting to celebrate New Year's Eve than fabulous Las Vegas.
And I invite all the council persons to join us.
Also, mark your calendar for the next Coffee with the Mayor. Both Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony and the Mayor will be at the Omelet House on Rampart and Lake Mead on Tuesday, January 29th from 8 a.m. until 9:30 a.m. Go on out and say hello to both of them. Our next City Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, January 9th, 2013, here in the Council Chambers beginning at 9 a.m. The Mayor wishes to convey a thank you and happy holidays to all of the people in Las Vegas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reindeer. And I'd like to move now to council member recognition, and since you have the podium, would you continue with your recognition in Ward 6?
I will, Councilwoman, thank you very much for that. In our continued effort to partner with Nevada Child Seekers, it is unfortunate that we have to do this every city council meeting, but we are missing a young man. His name is Ian Dietrich Hanek. He is 16 years old, 5'7", 155 pounds. He has brown eyes and black hair. He's of medium complexion. He is African American. He was born in December of 1996. He was last seen November 13th. He was last seen in the downtown area near Carson Street. It is unknown what Ian was wearing last, but if you have any information, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009 or Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 828-3111. And thank you, Councilwoman and members of the City Council, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. And how about our esteemed Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem or Mayor Pro Tem?
Postscript, whatever.
I don't know what the right
Tempting.
term is. First, a shout out to the members of the Northwest Youth Council who are out in the audience today.
Hi, guys.
This is a program that Councilman Ross has organized and has involved me in here in the last couple of months. A pretty neat program. A couple things happening around the city. We do have a Christmas tree recycling effort underway. So if you are interested in seeing your tree do something other than take up space at the dump, call my office and we'll hook you up. Also, this Friday, 2 days away, we're going to have a new restaurant open out in Ward 2. Rachel's Kitchen is in the Trails Center. And we're all looking forward to that. They've been under construction building a pretty cool looking outdoor patio that's going to be a part of their facility there, and invite everyone out to check them out Friday night, 5 to 8 o'clock. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Councilman. Excuse
Barlow.
me, he's not there, coughing. Barlow.
Okay.
I was going to start down at that end. Barlow.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It has a ring to it. Mayor Tarkanian. I like that. And no, I was thinking.
I don't think he wants to wear that. Okay.
I just want to say to all of the residents of the city of Las Vegas and Ward 5, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, and we will see you next year. And before I forget, I want to just really say thank you to all of my colleagues on the council, to include the mayor, for a wonderful job serving the city of Las Vegas and all of its staff and residents. Thank you.
And lastly, I'll report on Ward 1. We're going to have a big day for eating tomorrow at our senior citizen homes. We will be having a Christmas dinner, 11:30 to 1 o'clock at Clark Towers, 1:30 to 3 o'clock at James Down Towers, 3 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. at Stella Fleming Senior Homes. So we'll have 3 in a row. I'm sure my staff and I will eat a lot tomorrow. And I just want to say that I like the spirit of warmth. I like the spirit of congeniality and the togetherness that we've been evolving on the council. And it's fun to joke a little. It's fun to be happy. And I thank you all for that. I hope everybody has a wonderful Christmas. The youth in the audience, the seniors in the home that will be eating their meals tomorrow, and everybody. So Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. And the meeting is adjourned.